Welcome everybody, this is Unstoppable Streletsy with the Age of Empires 3 Wars of Liberty Liga Week 19 matches. So, what's different about this week and the other weeks is this is actually the last week of the tournament. Yeah, these are the final matches you're going to see from this tournament. And with this one being done, this will cap off my playlist for the Liga 2023 to 2024. We got a lot of games to get to today. We got really all our participants doing something. I don't know who these people are. Grabar Partida basically means game recording 1 and game recording 2. Maybe mystery participants, I don't know. So this is going to be fun. We're going to see some real action today. You're going to like mine. I watched the MCMR and Fiero. That was good. I watched Jory's stream and saw myself playing. That was fun to watch again. Alright, let's get started. We don't have a lot. Well, we have plenty of time. I just want to not take up too much space. Alright. Sabero versus Darkus match 1. Alright, so here is our first set of civs. So we got Cerbero with the Koreans, and we got Darkus with the Belgians. So two civs that were released in the same Wars of Liberty patch, right? Yeah, do you remember those days when the Belgians and the Koreans were released together? I certainly do. I was waiting for Koreans for a really long time, but when they came out, I was like, oh wow, they did a great job with this civ. It's nothing like how they were in more of the triple lines. They almost seemed like a lot of stuff was put into it. But anyways, let's go over these civs. So Belgium, just another one of those European civs, right? Their biggest thing is they get these wagons. They get one when they start the game, and they get another one when they age up. It's a frontier wagon. It can do multiple things. It can build a training post. It could build an outpost, or a redoubt as it's called in Wol. Or they could build a tavern, or a saloon, or a tea house. The name keeps changing wherever you look, so yeah, it basically builds that special building and makes mercenaries for you. What you commonly do with Belgium is, you see here, just put a trading post down. It's a great idea because it gives you a lot of starting experience points. It puts you on par with Spain in terms of shipment times. As for their opponent, the Koreans are a very interesting Asian civilization. Their biggest thing is they can take military units and stick them inside of buildings. So if you got a bunch of archers trying to kite an enemy army down, they can actually jump into the town center, houses, barracks, whatever, and mess up their targeting and then come out and shoot at them again. Because the enemy will try to siege at the building, and they're not going to realize that the archers are there coming out shooting at them, and then they have to retarget. It ends up becoming a micro mess for your enemy if you can garrison your units like that. Let's see what decks they got. So, wow, so Sabero actually goes with Advanced Wonders. That's kind of an interesting choice, It's sort of, well, I don't know what to call it exactly, because on one hand, your wonder building time is going to be quicker. On another hand, your food economy or your vill count is actually going to be smaller, right? Because it's generally a rule of thumb to always go with 3 villagers, just so we're keeping our vill pop the same as our enemy all the time. So doing this strategy on paper seems great, because oh yeah, my wonder's going to be up sooner and I can start, attacking. But your economy is going to be somewhat behind because you're going to be 3 vills down and, your limit here. Darkus will have 16 or 15 vills at this point, and he's only going to have 12 on the field and number 13 coming in. I mean, let's look at Darkus right now just to see what he's doing. So yeah, see? 3 settlers, so he's 3 villagers ahead of Cerbero. That could actually make a huge difference in the battle. Darkus could hypothetically go for a line infantry or grenadier strategy, and totally overwhelm Sabero because his resource count is just that much lower without those 3 extra vills on top. But I wouldn't say that too soon. We could definitely see a Pyongyang gate age up from Sabero, which would allow him to make some of those righteous fighters and start raiding Darkus right away. Is that what we're going to see? What wonder is he again? Oh no, that's his age up. Alright, so he's going up with the Statesman. This basically gives you about 200 coin in a outpost wagon. It's basically the same thing as the Governor General. You know, a lot of the Wars of Liberty politicians for Europe sort of do the same thing, but they had their names and their icons changed to be more 19th and early 20th century base. So yeah, they're already aging up. Rest of the deck got some age 3 options for units, age 4, quite a lot of options here. You got the quick Imperial Age card here. Lets you age up to Imperial Age with only food, instead of that 4k coin cost appendage to it. Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is a pretty interesting deck with a few specialties in it. So I don't think they're going to have too many problems. As for Sabero, what's Sabero going? So they're actually going up with the Hwasong Fortress. Alright, and then they got the Tiger card here, which lets your church make tigers for free, but at a build limit of about 5. Also, you got spears, archers, so pretty standard Korean Age 2 fighting deck. They even got diplomatic intrigue to get the consulate armies out earlier. Yep, when you go up with the Hwasong Fortress, you get a couple of free archers, so they already have a bit of military on the field. Just so you know, this fortress here, it is not the same as a European fort exactly. Now, I say that because instead of training infantry and cavalry, it actually only trains artillery units. So like your Hwachas, your Chungtungs, your Fire Cal. And it actually doesn't get its own unique upgrades to buff up the stats. It's actually upgraded by the same technologies that you have at your castles. With your castle being, of course, your tower, because Asians use castles and become hill castles and mountain castles. So yeah, they actually affect the fortress as well, allowing Koreans to save some resources on upgrading costs between the 2 buildings. I wonder what strategy Korea's going to go with here. We see a barracks coming down, so I'm thinking maybe Spearmen. The Dangpa Spearmen. It's a pretty decent unit, you know, it has good siege. It's got some okay damage. And with this card here, the Moidgo Batogungji, it basically gives them a splash attack as well of about 1. So they can actually damage multiple units at the same time. Sort of. It's not as strong as the Area of Effective 2, but it still gets the job done, I feel like, a lot of the time. Because I'll notice they'll be attacking a group of Hussars or something. And yeah, you start to see them all getting damaged when they're bunched up together. So they're actually going to start getting their Age 1 market technologies now. Water Wheel and Hunting Eagles. That's a pretty good choice considering their Vil count is going to be slightly down at this point in the match, since they didn't go with this card. So that's good that they're at least keeping their hunting and their chopping right up. Korean infantry in Age 2 only cost food and wood, because they get an archer and they get a spearman, so they actually don't have to worry about coin at all unless they have to go maneuver cavalry from the stable, the Gungo cavalry, which is a cav archer. So you actually have a pretty basic economy in Age 2 as Korea most of the time, because all you have to worry about is food and wood. The only time you worry about coin is when you have to age up, really. And then, of course, export if you want to add in a consulate armies. But then again, since he has diplomatic intrigue, he could get that army out pretty quickly. So what's Belgium's plan here? They're about to be attacked by archers, so... Oh, they're actually going for a fast fortress, or what you would call in Wars of Liberty a fast capital, since it's called Capital Age. Pretty good idea, because look at right here, he has 2 outposts already on the map here, 2 of these readouts. One over here, one over here. And the fact that the Koreans do not have any spearmen out yet means, well, they're not going to be able to siege this really well. So these towers effectively make him immune to any serious rushing threat right now. Oh wow, the Explorer even made a trading post on this side. Really good. Belgium is actually sitting real pretty right now. I think they're in really good shape right now. Now, they're probably going to want to get this barracks up down sooner. They can get up in time. Maybe take some of your bills and rush build that. Yeah, that's fine too. I mean, they're going to be up real soon. They're not going to be able to siege this barracks down with a couple of archers, though. So he's going to... Well, I think he's going to make some of that wood back if it does get... Oh, yep, he just canceled the building, then he's not even going to try to do that. So why is he going for 2 barracks? Is he going for like a double grenadier or something? Yeah, that's a good question, actually. I don't know why he's going double barracks right now. Because he doesn't really have a lot of vills on the field just yet. You usually go double barracks when you can afford to queue up multiple things at once. He's going with the Ryla Roadhouse, so he's going to be making some mercenaries or outlaws. Totally possible.
Hello.
Oh, we see food coming in. Crates of comida. About 1k food. So maybe Grenadiers. Grenadiers might be coming on the way, I think. Or Force Publiques. I would make Force Publiques actually against this. The Force Publiques, they got multipliers against the spears, and they actually have a quicker rate of fire than standard skirms do, so they actually should be able to keep up with these archers pretty well. Who also have a pretty good rate of fire in this version. Now, in the next version, I think they reduced their rate of fire to be the same as a skirmisher, sort of, but in this one they fire really fast.
Commando.
So what are you going to do militarily, Belgium? You got the resources to start making some stuff. What are you going to do with all that? Right now, they're just sort of racking stuff up. They're getting 1k wooden. That's always a good shipment to hit as soon as you get to the capital age, as you know. Gives you a lot of options. You can put some buildings down, you can get some houses, or you can use it as a defensive measure to help you get to industrial age. Oh no, they actually swapped it out for this. All your outposts will do a one-time muster of a frontier wagon. So really all these towers here are going to basically make a wagon so that you can add another tower down. Which... Oh, good idea, yeah. I'm glad that they traded that off because that would have only been a value of about 500 wood. Because as you know, an outpost for readout costs about 250 wood. And for a shipment in Age 3 that... Well, actually in Age 2, that's still kind of meager. So you want to have at least 3 towers down, I would say, to make the most out of it. Ideally 4. So you can start taking over the map with all your trading posts. So yeah, as I predicted somewhat, we see that Belgium's going with the Grenadier unit. Grenadiers in Wars of Liberty. Notice this right here, this grenade attack. It's about 20 crush damage, so it cuts through both pierce and hack armor. It also has a multiplier of about 0.125 against infantry. Yeah, it shows it as the... Yeah, it shows it up to the 10th decimal on the UI here, but in the little numbers you see it has the 100th there, so you have to look at the little number to see what the real multiplier is. But just so you're aware, this is not the only attack it gets. Its grenade throw is actually a charged attack, and it goes down to this musket attack once it throws its grenade, and then it takes about 45 seconds in this version for the grenade to recharge, and then they can throw another grenade. The idea of Grenadiers in Wars of Liberty is they're sort of a different type of heavy infantry, different from the musketeer line infantry. Instead of being able to fight cavalry, they are better at fighting all sorts of units, as long as they can get their grenade throws to line perfectly. We still see the archers up here. They're probably going to come back down as soon as this trading post starts getting attacked, I think. Yeah, most likely. Yeah, we see Belgium initiating their attack. Belgium actually has 2 town centers. I just saw that. Double queuing of the settlers, so economically they're in great shape right now. Yeah, Korea decided, you know, we better go up to Age 3 as well. We're just dealing with a really strong army of skirmishers here, so... Yeah, they decided to go to Age 3 probably to ship in some Hwachas to deal with all this infantry. They could also train some Iron Flails, which is actually a unique unit for the Koreans in this game. You might be thinking, wait a second, Iron Flails, aren't they a Chinese thing, right? Like a Chai-Ming Tu-Fa Hao-Da unit? Well, not anymore. They actually got replaced with the Dragoon unit, the Banner Cavalry, which uses a matchlock musket. So now the Iron Flail is a Korean thing. And it works sort of the same way, but it has better stats now, because it's not really meant to be a spammable trash unit out of the War Academy anymore. It's supposed to be a mainstream Cav unit. So it has more HP, more damage. It really feels like a more standard unit now. Oh wow, Belgium is going for the whole map with their trading posts. This is a very good idea as Belgium, because it really gets your shipment arrival times in really good shape. It also allows you to make some natives too. As you know, with Belgium, one of their big bonuses is they're great with natives, native warriors. They could actually build the native embassy at any time. They don't even have to wait to build one of these to actually get a native embassy down. It's because they actually have African natives in their roster, about 3 different ones. So once they get the wood to build a native embassy in Age 2 and beyond, they can already construct one and start using their African natives. And certainly any ones from either the Mapuche or the Zapotec sites on this map would also be a great addition as well. Oh, we see some fire lances. These Korean skirmisher units here. Well, they're not exactly skirmishers. They're actually more of like a mix between a skirmisher and a heavy infantry. That's because they shoot rockets at you, you know, they don't shoot bullets, and therefore their attack does crush damage. Also, they get some multipliers against heavy infantry, making them like a skirmisher. As you see right here, they just completely obliterate all infantry that you throw at them for the most part, right? They're not quite as strong as the sailors per se, because they do have a malice against cav in general, but against infantry and artillery, they do a lot of damage. Serious amount of damage. Those rockets did a really good job there. Let's see if these fire lancers can push and attack now. Here's the iron flails. Look at how strong they get here. Also, you might be wondering what this multiplier is. See, in Wars of Liberty, there was a tag rework in the way the unit tags work, like infantry, cavalry, heavy infantry, light infantry, so they made it so that skirmishers actually get their own unit tag called the skirmish unit, so therefore you don't have to see, you know, the negative multiplier against heavy infantry applied to it anymore, just a single multiplier that should affect the only targeted unit that it should, being the skirmish class. So in general, we see Korea going with the combination of artillery, these assault cavalry, which means just heavy cavalry, cavalry that can be countered by ranged cavalry like dragoons, which they call in this game maneuver cavalry, and then you got the skirmisher heavy infantry component of the fire lances. Also, of course, the tigers that they get for free from their card Lord of the Mountain, which would be this card actually, this one, Lord of the Mountains, allows your church to make tigers for free over time. So Korea's got a really strong army presence right now. What's Belgium going to sort of do about this? Well, they actually have double stable right now. They got a fort. They're making some hussars. I just don't feel like they have a lot of military on the field yet for this point in the match, right? If you're like going double town center, you should have a lot more food at this point, and you should be, you know, committing to some military. Like, all you got is some unupgraded hussars and some bicycle infantry. This is really not going to cut it, I think. I mean, yeah, the bicycle infantry should do really well against the fire lancers, since they have, again, that multiplier against skirmish. And they might be able to kite a little bit against the iron flails, but I don't think it's going to go very far, honestly. Not by a lot.
Commando?
I don't think Belgium's just ready to fight yet, you know? I just don't see any, like, cavalry queuing up, no infantry. What's the army plan? Are you ready to fight? Because you're going to have the fight of your life very soon, and you better be ready for it. You gotta fight for your life. You gotta fight for it. If you don't, you're gonna die. And I think you're gonna... Well, this is a bad idea right here from Korea. They sort of just threw their worst unit component at them. So now they're going to take some casualties, but now the iron flails show up. Iron flails, they're gonna eat these bicycle infantry. Well, actually, no. In this version, they don't get a skirmish tag, so yeah, they're sort of immune right now. Yeah, just because of that fact, these bicycle infantry are gonna last. Oh wow! Look at the barrage of bolts that just killed all those villagers. Total carnage, folks. That is painful to watch. That's why you gotta be careful where you place your units. If you have them on this side here, they're gonna be hit by artillery units, and they're probably gonna get shot by them. You need to make sure you keep them close to the town center when you can, so you can easily garrison them in and out. Don't put them on this side because they're gonna be easy pickings. At this point, Belgium realizes, yeah, I might actually want to take this threat seriously and maybe train something. Oh, they're going to make a covered wagon card? Oh, wow. Oh, no, what are they doing? What's this? Provisional government. All cards arrive 50% faster. I don't think it's the time to be doing that. I mean, you're not in a cozy situation right now. You're literally being attacked right now. You need to make something militarily. The wood could work. You could ship some hussars in. I don't know, like, you're not in good shape right now. You're dealing with this frontal assault and you really don't have any units on the field to counter it. What would I do in this circumstance? I would probably upgrade my hussars to veteran, make about 20 of them, and then go right at them. Mass hussars would eat this up. So you need to upgrade your hussars to veteran and go for an attack. Because you got skirmishers, you got heavy cav, and you got artillery. Your hussars at veteran level would hard counter 2 of those things. And in numbers, veteran hussars can probably beat these iron flails a lot easier. You know, they don't have the biggest splash attack in the world. It's only about 26. So yeah. Well, they're going to be doing dragoons, it looks like. And, you know, this is actually not the worst idea, because these particular skirmish units, the fire lances, they actually don't have multipliers against light cavalry maneuver units. So, hypothetically, if you could get a large enough ball of dragoons going, you could actually kill the iron flails, target down the Huachas, and then be able to engage in a pretty fair fight against these fire lancers for a little bit, and then you could maybe think about adding some hussars in to alleviate the pressure on your light cav. But we're gonna have to see how they handle this here, because right now it seems like Belgium's playing a bit weird for my liking. Oh, they're finally getting placer mine. Yeah, you definitely want to try to get placer mine earlier in the match, right? It's your first mining upgrade at the market. Getting in around the time you reach age 2 during your FF, your fast fortress, is generally recommended alongside hunting dogs and, if you can, steel traps. That way your resources are really optimal on the natural resource side, and you can start to really afford things once you get to that age 3. The fact that you don't have placer mines now means your dragoon acquisition time is going to be a bit slower, and yeah, you're going to be forced to make things like line infantry that might not be ideal. Yeah, just so you know, line infantry, same thing as a musketeer. Just a new icon, new portrait, new textures, same unit, same stats. So, decent range attack, and then they get the bayonet against cavalry. And then, of course, they take multipliers against these, the fire lances, also artillery like this, the Huacha. So, at this moment, I don't feel like line infantry is really the unit you want, but because of the state of your economy right now, you're kind of forced to get it. You're really forced to get it. And that's kind of unfortunate. Oh, what's really unfortunate is this loss of settlers here. Yeah, you need to... This is why when you're going to build a mine, you're going to work at a mine this far away, you need to put a tower down. Put an outpost over here, or over here, somewhere in this vicinity, so you can at least garrison the units. It buys you time for your army to get over there and bail them out of it. Because you didn't have a tower, you lost the villagers, and that was just really bad. You're also going to lose these random buildings you constructed over here, the barracks and the stable. I honestly don't know why they put them over here. Were they planning to go for an attack when they had no resources? Who knows at this point? Like, I'm still scratching my head about that. Like, don't put down buildings until you know you can actually train stuff from them in an effective manner. Like, or was he feeling like he was actually going to get burned out of his base and this was going to be his retreat over here? I don't know. I really don't know right now what's going on anymore. I'm really confused. Dazed and confused right now. I really don't know what Belgium is even thinking at this point. Like, Korea's doing everything right militarily, and they really got the best of the Raids 3 units going. And that's a really deadly combination with Korea, and I just feel like Belgium is not taking it seriously. Like, they're just playing around like, oh yeah, I'll make some dragoons, I'll make some line infantry without upgrades, it's totally fine, man. I got 2 town centers, I'm okay. And I got a fort. It's not like I can go into my base. Yeah, for a few minutes. Once they get the fort down in one of the TCs, you're gonna start to see some real problems. You know, Korea doesn't even really need to rush around at this point. They just know that they got bigger score than you. They got the bigger army than you. They're all set. Look at all this coin they got. You know, they could actually start making, like, mercenaries now. Oh, yeah, they could start making some hardcore mercenaries at this point. Ah, they're going to go into their Russian consulate, too. Make some Cossacks. Even better. You know, that's a scout cavalry. That's a scout unit. It's a lighter form of hand cavalry. They're not assault like these. Scout cavalry actually do not take range multipliers from maneuver units like dragoons. They only take multipliers in hand combat with them. So, in theory, the Cossacks might last actually longer than the Iron Frails do in this fight. Even though they have lower HP, just because they're not dealing with direct multipliers to these cav here. Oh, look at all those watches at work. Look at all the fiery arrows they shoot. It's just amazing how the devs were able to create these animations with all the arrows in the building at once. It's pretty strong. I think they use the same code for the Chukonu, I think, for China. Just here they do actual splash damage, and they do lots of infantry multipliers. Oh wow, that was a good barrel barrage right there. Right into the line infantry. Yeah, at this point, Belgium, you really can't do much. What's the resource count even at this point? Like, yeah, this is not ideal. Kind of sad, honestly, that you don't have that many resources at this stage. Like, their beginning strategy was really intelligent, and then they just didn't do anything right with it, right? They didn't go for their artillery at all. They should have maybe went like artillery and line infantry or something. Made some sort of cohesive strategy, and they just didn't do that. And therefore, when you look at the post-game resources, Korea made far more resources than you did, just because they're a better booming civ than you are. Militarily, they ended up beating you hands down in military. Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's actually this wonder right here for Korea, the Grand Palace, which allows them to boom so well. Because it lets them receive villagers for free from this building, just like the Ottoman Town Center does. It also lets you research European market technologies, the level 1 ones, like, you know, gang saw, hunting dogs, placer mines, really for free. Yeah, for free. Well, actually not for free, it's actually double the cost. What am I saying? It's actually double the cost. So, it's a little bit more costly to get just for balancing's sake. Because back in the old days, the market technologies you got from it were actually the same as they would be for Europe. And then you could actually get steel traps and amalgamation and circular saw and all those other ones as well. And basically Korea became an economic nightmare for anyone to deal with. Dev said, you know, we gotta patch this up, so let's just let them get the earlier ones and make them double cost so they don't come into effect right away. And I feel like that stopped the bleeding a lot as far as that civ is concerned. It made it more manageable to deal with. So yeah. So that's going to be the first match between Sabero and Darkus. Now we're going to see match number 2. Let's see what match 2 looks like. Also, I don't know if they had a third match here. I'm just looking through the recordings. I I always do. This could totally be Jabba gameplay. This could totally be a match 2 win for Darkus. We don't know. We just don't know. So I don't like to assume anything. I really don't. Now, this is the first thing you want to know about Danish. This is the Danish thing. They start with experience crates. And you know why they start with experience crates? They get enough experience crates at the start of the match to be able to afford one shipment right at the beginning. I don't know why Danish are not grabbing these XP crates at all. This is really cringe. Like, man, grab those. Yep, good. Finally you got a settler. See their XP exponentially go up? Yeah, these are experience crates. They give you experience points, which allows you to get one shipment at the start of the match. But because they were so delayed in picking these up, their shipping time is going to be a lot slower than it could have been. What is even their deck going to be? We're going to have to see what deck they actually get. Because this is actually a really slow shipment acquisition for Denmark. They should be get within the first second or two of the match. And we're a minute into the game and they're just starting to get it now. So, I don't know, man. You got to do this stuff quickly if you want to win. So they're going to get Colbertism, the food trickle of Europe. Yeah, I mean, that tends to be one of the more popular options today, actually, is go for the food trickle. And I feel like, yeah, it's a great option for a starring one, and then later on, when you get a house and some more pop, then you can consider getting the settlers. Oh yeah, definitely, you know. Because remember, the Danish actually don't get a 3 settler card at all, just because of the fact they get a starting shipment. So it ends up becoming 2 settlers and 1 food trickle, which combined, not bad at all. It does give you one source of food that you have throughout the match that you can always depend on. And see here, they're actually going to probably send economic theory next, just to get their... Wait a second. This man is housed. Why are you housing yourself? Build a house already. What? First they delay their shipment time by not grabbing the XP crates. Now no house. Man, what are you doing? Is he again that cozy with how good he did last game that he's just gonna troll and just play really weird? Yeah, he was actually gonna build a trading post instead of a... I thought, yeah, I mean, I just don't know, like, this is really delayed. Is he simping for this dude or something? Like, he's like, yeah, I know I got the sim for him because he's not performing at my peak, so I'm just gonna be super duper slow with my shipments and my houses. I don't know. But, yeah, their opponent here is Canada. Darkus is actually pretty okay with Canada, you know? At least with their more common unit set. Canada is a Anglophony civilization. What does that mean? That means that they're based on 2 factions. They get a French-Canadian faction and they get a British-English-Canadian faction. And depending on which faction you pick at age up time each time, it delivers a certain unit to your roster. For the one that he goes with here, Louis Joseph of Montcalm, which is New France, they will give you the Troupes de la Marine, which is the Marine Infantry. If you don't know what a Marine Infantry is, it's basically a skirmisher that instead of having multipliers against units, it does crush damage and does not have a malice. So basically, they can cut through any unit's armor. They can also do the same amount of damage to really any unit, whether it's cav, infantry, artillery, ships, anything. And the more of them you get, they really become a real menace. So, if Darkus's idea is let's mass up the Troupes de la Marine, that is a great idea. You know, I would do definitely the same thing here. Because you're dealing with the Danish. They really... Well, I think the only real power unit they get in Age 2 is probably the Hussar. Yeah, their line infantry is actually really bad because they get something called the Lance Soldatar, which is basically as strong as a Russian musketeer. It's like actually really weak, but also very cheap too. So I'm wondering if they mass up land soldatars, if Deus could actually counter the Tropas de la Malines with that. We'll have to wait and see though. We'll have to wait and see what this game has for us. Timer has a lot of time on it, so I don't know like what the end game strategy is going to be for either player. So what strategy is Denmark going with? Yeah, I see a lot of crates here, so maybe a industrial age push or maybe a capital age force. I can't quite tell. They do have grenadier shipments in age 3, as well as 2 falconets called foot artilleries and Moors of Liberty. And then in age 4, you got the Espingolars, which are basically a heavier version of the organ gun. You know, they work pretty much the same way as the Portuguese organ guns, but they're given multipliers and stats reflected of a heavy cannon almost. So it's kind of a hybrid unit. Yeah, they're definitely going for fast capital age here. I see the 700 coin coming in. And it's going to arrive, I think, kind of on time, because it looks like they still need about 170 coin or something to reach that threshold. Oh, 1 settler. I mean, 2 settlers actually. Now, my question would be, are you going to have enough coin from the mining to be able to get up to capital age once those crates are done with? If so, great. If you're a little bit delayed, maybe you want to move maybe this settler up here to get some coin. Oh, okay, so they're going to move 1 down, and they're probably going to put this other 2 down to get the rest of the coin, I can imagine. I think they'll get it on time. Is that enough coin? I think so. Yeah, I think they got just enough. Just enough to satisfy it. So we got Denmark is going with the fast capital age. And what's the Canada going to do? Are they going to go for pressure? I'm guessing they're going to go for pressure here. So what politician is Denmark going to get? So they're going to get the Enlightened Adventurer. Yeah, apparently because Denmark has these special politicians called Enlightened Politicians. They're the only civ that still uses the old names for their politicians, that being the Adventurer here. It works really the same way as you would expect for, you know, the vanilla game. They basically give you crossbowmen and pikemen pretty much, but instead of crossbowmen, they're actually a gunpowder unit called the Volunteer. Has the same stats as the crossbowmen though. But yeah, look right here. I see some of the Canadian units coming over this way. You got the Spontooners, which are a spearman unit that really all the factions get for Anglophonies, and then you get the Tropas de la Malines, that Malines infantry. See here, it does crush damage, about 22. So it doesn't matter if you've got Hussars with pierce armor, they will cut right through that. It doesn't matter if you have hand units like these, they'll cut through that as well. So really not something you want to deal with. Really does hurt at the end of the day. Okay, so we see the Tropas de la Malines killing a settler for free pretty much, while they're still trying to construct stuff. Yeah, try to get those Spontours in there and snare them. Oh wow, look at this damage. That is a lot of damage to his economy. That's actually a lot of damage to his economy. Wow. Luckily they got some units here from their age up. About 4 of the pikemen called partisans, and about 4 of the crossbowmen called volunteers. Tropas de la Malines, look how much damage they do though overall. Like they just eat through all units, really. Now they're going to target another settler, I can imagine. Oh wow, look at that. Oh boy. Ah, that hurts. That is not a good situation to be. So yeah, Denmark is still losing units here. Why aren't they garrisoning the settlers even? Oh, yep, they got that one in time, just barely. But what's even the numbers of Denmark right now? Like 11 settlers? That is really bad. Like astronomically bad. Oh, they're gonna use grenadiers to try to deal with the siege though. You better watch out, Canada. We might see a decent grenade throw here. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, yeah, that's what grenadiers do. They do a really good grenade throw like that with splash, and it just obliterates units. Darkus isn't paying attention, though. He's just sieging the town center, and he's going to lose all these units for free if he doesn't do something about it. Well, he didn't lose them for free. He did kill the age-up units, and he did kill settlers, so I won't say that he lost them for free, but he could have done a lot better. He could have retreated out of here. He could have repositioned himself. He could have played this a lot more carefully. Also, what are you doing here? Why are you hurting Mother Nature? Why do you have coyotes trying to bite your legs? Like, are you trying to take this treasure or something? What's going on over there? I don't know. Still trying to figure out what's going on myself. Like, yeah. I'm sort of seeing blunders on both sides of the map at this point, so I don't know who's going to win this. I can't tell you for sure. I mean, technically Denmark here is really behind resource-wise with that Vil count. And how many Vils does Darkus even have? Like, he has about 20, so really in good shape. He's going to have 20 in a couple seconds when this one arrives. So Canada's actually in really good economic shape right now. And they're getting a lot stronger units too. But you have to be able to kite with them properly. See, when you're dealing with grenadiers, you need to keep your distance. You need to stay out of this 12 range mark where they can throw the grenade at you. Luckily, the Tropas de la Marine has 16 range, so they can afford to kite these units. But it's not as easy to do as like if you use the skirmisher to do it, but still you can pull off a kite with it. How many of the units do they have right now? Actually, they have about 8 over here, about 5 more are going to join them, and then another 5 are going to join them. Also, they got these 2 over here that survived the initial assault that they could add in. My goal to you would be get these into stagger mode and start trying to kite his grenadiers right now. They'll save you a lot of trouble, and it'll also weaken your opponent because their economy is beneath yours, so if they have to keep queuing up units, this could prevent them from growing and hurting you later. Canada right now, they're getting maple syrup, a team card that gives you a trickle of food. One thing I should point out about Canada, they're a team-based civ. A lot of their cards are based around teams. They have the little green border on the card that means it affects all members of the team. So yeah, Canada gets a lot more team cards than normal. Actually, Danish do too, which is kind of interesting. It's almost like 2 team civs going up against each other. Yeah. But I do think Canada actually gets more team cards though overall. It's just that Denmark gets some pretty significant ones as well, that it is a noticeable feature. Ah, we get to see a fishing boom up here in the water. Oh, let's see if, oh, no. You gotta back up. Stagger mode, good. That was a good call. That was a good choice. But yeah, I mean, that went good. I mean, I feel like Denmark could have went for a grenade volley before they got into stagger mode, but I praise Darkus a lot for going for stagger mode there. That was a good unit choice, a really good one. And you could basically chase them all the way back to about here, I guess. Yeah, you could probably do that. You just have one tower here, maybe. Don't try to siege it, though, because if you try to siege this tower, the Grenadiers are going to regroup, and then they're going to try to hit you again with the bombs. And you're probably going to take some heavy losses. Huh. So we see a light ship coming out. A schooner, as it's called in for the Anglophones. See, in Wars of Liberty, there's about 3 different ship classes. You got light ships, heavy ships, and siege ships. For Anglophones, their light ship is called the schooner. And basically, with this unit, it's stronger, but has a lower build limit. So, other ones like Avisos, I think you could build more of, but they don't have as high of stats. In general, with these, you can use them to protect your coastline. You can put them on enemy coastlines to apply pressure. Like, I think this schooner could technically kill this settler right over here. And they can also train marine infantry too. That's the other hallmark of a light ship, is they can train your tropas de la marines pretty much. So you could actually start training them on this coastline and start coming down and start shooting villagers. It's not good that Cerbero lost even another villager than they already have. Their economy right now is at about 19 settlers. 19 settlers in a couple seconds. Now what they're going to be training is the Cuirassier. Cuirassier's kind of an interesting choice for this matchup. They are a cavalry unit that does have hand armor, so they will be penetrated very deeply by the tropas de la marines. But the one thing they have going for them is the fact that they have a lot of hit points. Yeah, assault cavalry tend to have a lot more hit points than their lighter maneuver and scout counterparts, which means these cuirassiers could hypothetically survive a lot of shots from the marine infantry, and they could actually start to use their splash attack, which is about 33 with 2 area damage, so they do a lot of damage to units, like a whole lot of damage. You do not want to mess with these with any unit, really, if you can avoid it. The only units I would ever want to go up against these with is like dragoons, and make sure that I'm kiting them really well. Yeah. So they could even give the marine infantry a run for their money if they're not careful. So Darkus is going to have to play this really carefully here and doing that. What I do like Canada's doing is they're actually going up with a fishing boom alongside the villagers. So how many settlers do they have right now? They're at about 24 on the field, about 2 more queued up. And then you got fishing ships starting to arrive. So Canada's resource count is going to be pretty good. Actually better than Denmark for a while here. Oh wait, they got another town center. Yeah, so yeah, it's about neck and neck, I think, at this point. Until you start running out of fish, and then Cerbero's going to be a little bit ahead of you. But that's going to be, at the moment, I would attack right now, because at this moment, Denmark has less villager economy than you do. And you could hypothetically go for an attack on them to take advantage of that lack of resources coming in. And Denmark realizes this. This is why they're shipping in the fort wagons, so they can put a fort down somewhere around here, maybe. You know, that should protect the area and prevent tropas de la marines and coming in big numbers. You basically force Canada to make artillery or siege units, something like that. As an Anglophony civ, you got, see this artillery foundry here in Age 2. There's a specific reason why they can build the artillery foundry in Age 2. It's because they have access to a unit called the Sapper. The Sapper is basically hand infantry that uses shovels, and they can use those shovels to basically knock down buildings with intense multipliers against buildings. So if Canada wanted to, they could actually start queuing up shovels at this artillery foundry at any point, and those shovels would basically knock down the walls or the buildings of the enemy quite easily. If they can get a pretty decent mass of the sappers, I would say, I think they should be able to take down this town center down here first, and then they can work their way up here. So we see the foot artillery's 2 of Denmark. Same stats as a falconet. Don't let the name fool you. It's good against infantry, better than buildings. And yeah, and therefore it's going to take them a while to take down this building. There you go. There we have it, folks. Unit that's better against infantry than buildings. I don't know how Canada's going to react to this. Are they going to be very happy about losing their train posts? Probably not. But are they going to engage in a stupid skirmish that's going to make them lose their units? That'll be seen. Wow, we're actually starting to see an upgrade of the fishing economy right now. We're starting to see aquaculture. This is basically, I think, the first fishing ship upgrade for the Anglophonies. Quite good, and this is fascinating. This is actually the second mining upgrade. So right now, Canada's sticking to mostly an Age 2 strategy, it looks like. Alright, so now we see some assault cavalry here, protecting the flank over here for the cannons, also a group of skirmishers and grenadiers. Important thing to point out, since in the Tropas de la Marine are a skirmish unit, they will not face multipliers against these skirmishers, but they will be outranged by them. Just so you're aware of that. They will have multipliers against these spearmen, though. That's one thing they will do good against, is these spears. And actually, these spearmen will have diminished ability against the cuirassiers, just because these assault cav have high HP and hand armor, so they're a little bit more impervious than regular cav are. And that's sort of what the assault class is meant to do. It's supposed to be a more impervious cavalry type against heavy infantry. That's really how they were designed. I mean, they're still countered by heavy infantry in larger numbers, but in smaller numbers they will eat them alive. And you're better off getting ranged cavalry. Unfortunately for Canada, you don't get ranged cavalry until age 4. And that's only if you go with the British-Canadian faction in that age to get the Mountie. You could end up going with the French in age 4 and getting the Mississauga horse, which is actually another form of hand cavalry that has a food and wood cost, making it like a stronger version of the Hod's cavalry, with some multipliers against artillery. So it looks like Canada's just going for a big mass of spears and Tropas de la Marines here. It looks like they are going to be the ones who initiate the attack. Whether that attack works or not, we're going to see right now. This should be a very spicy fight. Why don't you go... I don't know. I'm trying to figure out their positioning. I don't like the trees here, though. The trees are going to mess up everything formation-wise. Now, try to get the... Go this way. You gotta push. You can't go to the side, or you're gonna basically lose units. Yeah, try to get the spearmen over here and attack the cannons. That's a good idea. That's a great idea. Get the trooper. What are you doing? Get over here and shoot the cannons. Don't play chicken. Don't play pollo. Don't play pollo with me today. Just do your job, and job will do great by you. What was that? Why are you doing that? Really? You should have actually just gone for the push, I think. Get the spearmen, attack the cannons, and they're going to be... Skirmers will be busy trying to shoot the cannons will be busy trying to shoot the spearmen, and then you take your marine infantry and shoot the cannons and snipe them. Because remember, these deal crush damage. So every one of these shots will do 22 damage to these artillery units. And if you do the math very properly, you'll realize that it takes only about 10 marine infantry to actually kill 1 foot artillery in one shot. Wow, I bet you didn't even know that. It's a good fact to know, though, when you're planning out your strategy. So Canada's deciding to go up with Austin Cavalier, which is one of the New France faction politicians. This will grant them access to the Metis Rebel. The Metis Rebel is a skirmisher that's shorter range, but it only costs food and wood. It also has a higher attack than standard skirmishers do. It also has a really good hand attack. Its armor, pierce armor, is about 40%, which for a skirmisher, that's pretty good. That's actually really, really impervious. You know, they'll definitely give these skirmishers a run for their money if they start engaging with them. And they'll force the skirms to basically try to kite them at that point. You know, because that'll be their only advantage, is having the higher range. I like what Canada's doing, though. I like the fact that they're just building up. They're not trying to risk everything. I mean, I sort of understand why they didn't want to lose their mass to these cannons, and they didn't want to become too exposed to the cuirassiers. I get that, but I think you probably should have just stayed in your base then if you didn't want to engage with anything, right? You don't go for a fight unless you know you can win it 100% and you're willing to follow up after that. Just a good rule of thumb. They're making a lookout. Lookout, basically what a lookout does is it basically gives you a large line of sight around it. You know, it's actually the same as an outpost in Age of Empires 2. You know, the outpost building that costs a bit of food and stone, that has a really wide line of sight, but doesn't attack units. Basically the same unit, pretty much. So yeah, you can put these lookouts anywhere and they'll basically give you a really good line of sight of the map. And I found it really neat, the Darkest thought of that, like, oh yeah, I get this cool lookout unit, why don't we try sticking in front of my base so I can see the enemy coming sooner? You know, that was a really well thought out plan. I'm glad he's using all his resources to his advantage. Now, I don't like the fact that you have your units coming out here. They should maybe come out in the back here so they're safe from pressure. You really don't want to lose units for free right now to these skirms and cannons, if you can afford it. So they're going to actually go for some veteran upgrades, right? This is the Colonial Tropas de la Marine, and then you got the Colonial Spontooners. So these are basically veteran upgrades. Also, they're going to ship in 3 German Krupp steel cannons. These are basically culverins with multipliers against buildings as well. So they're sort of a hybrid between a culverin and a mortar. So yeah, very strong unit. Yeah, so which of these completed? So yeah, the Marines are up to veteran, also the Spontooners are. They're probably going to wait till these Krupp steel cannons come out because that'll allow them to target down these foot artilleries like really easily. They won't even have to risk their troopers anymore. They'll just be able to put down the steel cans and they'll be able to take these out in 1 to 2 shots, I think. Really an effective unit. And it costs about 50 coin to get. Basically, these are immigrant units that normally only the Latin American civs would be able to actually make from a German colony, pretty much. But for Anglophonies, instead of being able to ship mercenaries, they basically just ship larger contingents of immigrant units. Right? They make up for stats with bigger numbers, right? Because you would think in Age 2, yeah, I would normally get about 2 culverins in a normal European deck, right? But no, for this shipment, since it costs about 500 coin, you basically can get about 3 of them instead, which is actually a really neat deal. Because this is really good for dealing with artillery, it's also good for sieging. I really don't know who's going to win or not, because it seems like Darkest is ahead in score still. Their Villa economy is about 47, which is way over half their build limit. They also got the fishing ships working. Their food is great, their coin is great. How about Cerbero? Oh, they're actually going up to Industrial Age. I never noticed that they actually didn't build their fort, and they're actually going to start building the fort right now. Wow, that's kind of interesting. Yeah. What are they going up with? They're going up with the engineer, the enlightened engineer, so that's going to give them some more foot artilleries. They already have about 7 of them right now. They're going to get about 9 of them. 9 cannons. That's it. Well, they need that mass just because you got the Krupp steel cannons active now, and you really need to have a good number of the cannons to make a big difference here. I don't like... Oh, so they're going to put the fort right here? Oh, that's not good. That's not good, because now Darkest knows about the construction now, and he can actually take these down and start sieging. What is this? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? No. 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 No, absolutely not. You can't be serious right now. Why would you do that? He grouped up his units to make them even easier targets for these? Why are you doing these really bad plays with your units? Are you trying to look cool or something? Like, oh yeah, man, I can lose my army in only 5 seconds or less. Man, that is bad. Good warning to everyone that plays AoE 3, whether on Definitive Edition or Wars of Liberty. When you're dealing with splash units like Mahouts or these, do not group your units up in little bunches like that. That's going to make the splash attack even more wide-reaching. Not to mention the splash attack from the cannons. Worst thing in this matchup was the fact that he did not have to expose his infantry. He could have put the Krupp steel cannons here to shoot the fort construction down, and then it would be on more even footing. Now he's allowed them to build the fort, and they're going to build a redoubt here as well, which is going to be even more... Yeah, he just gave up his chance of winning within 5 seconds. He just gave up his chance of winning within 5 seconds, and I don't know how he did it that fast. He's going to try coming back with some more Metis Rebels and Tropas de Ramelins. He also shipped in a group of the Brummers, another German immigrant unit. These are basically like the old school Landwehr with about 16 range, and then the, yeah, they're basically just musketeers with longer range, really, if you want to think of them that way. They actually get good siege as well. But in this case, when you got 3 Espingolars, these lovely heavy organ gun units, and the foot artilleries, you're already toast at this point. Like, you basically gave up your chances of winning on that first fight. You could have played it a lot more safely, and now you're really going to regret it. Oh great, Danish are now getting the Lagos houses. These are basically a mercenary heavy infantry. They got a couple of properties. They basically got really good stats. They do about, I think, like 60 damage per shot. They got good bayonet attack against cavalry. Also, they get a large line of sight, too, and they can detect spies, which is another neat little thing. They actually detect stealth just like explorers and town centers do. So really, it's a pretty strong mercenary to get, usually. And I think it's really going to benefit the Danes that they picked up that unit. What's this? This is the Guard Skirmishers, so yeah, they're going to invest heavily into their skirms right now. Their long-range infantry. Because right now, the Canadians don't actually have a unit that can outrange these skirmishers at all. Both of their skirmish units, the Metis and the Tropas de Amelin, they have less than 20 range. Yeah, the Metis, how much range does that get? That gets about the same thing, 16 range. So these skirms actually can kite them properly. It's actually really disturbing, you know? And then, of course, you got this heavy cavalry coming in. You got the cannons doing what they're doing. Here comes the Espingolars. They're going to blast apart this shipment of militia, though. Yeah, these militia are not going to last very long. Think of militia as Anglophony crossbowmen. You know, they got the same sort of damage and multipliers as like a crossbowman, so yeah, that's pretty much what they are. They also cause food and wood as well, just like a crossbow would. Yeah, I just don't know. Like, at this point, it doesn't matter how much heavy infantry you got, the Corsairs are just going to eat through you with that splash attack, and they just have such high HP and hand armor that they can survive the bayonet hits of those Brummers quite easily. Quite easily. Quite easily. Yep, and now you got cannons. They're showing your base apart. Like, what are you even doing at this point, man? Really? Yeah, I thought for a second Canada was going to beat them in that skirmish, you know? Looked like they had the advantage, but then they lost it within 5 seconds just by the way they grouped their infantry. Yeah, that's all it takes, you know. Macro is certainly important, but you also have to know how to micro your units in a tough situation. If you don't do that, you could very well lose your units. And that's exactly what they did. Exactly what they did. Oh wow, we see the Mississauga horses. This is the Mississauga horse. They are really strong units that have multipliers against artillery. Yeah, I really like these units because I feel like they do quite a bit of damage overall to artillery units. They also cost only food and wood too, so they're actually considered a trash unit. But unfortunately against Corsairs, they're not going to last really long. Also, these skirms will eat them up too because there's just so many of them. Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's safe to say that Denmark has basically won this match outright at this point. Canada's gonna try to make some more Metis Rebels and some more of the Mississauga horses to try to defend here. I can't guarantee how well that's gonna go because these Corsairs could technically eat through both of those things. Yeah, I mean, at this rate, yeah, I don't think you're going to do very good. Not at all. Not at all. I'm surprised they actually have more, what is that? Is that more HP? Yeah, they have more HP than veteran Corsairs do, so, I mean, they did have an HP advantage, but still just not enough. Just not enough units. And there we have it, folks. I think that's safe to say that this has been match 2 of Darkus versus Cerbero. I'll check it to the end to see if anything else interesting happens. Yeah, I mean, I just feel like this was a lost opportunity for Darkus because they built a really strong economy both on land and water. They even got some of the Cree Courier de Bois from the Cree native site here. And they managed to throw their army so quickly and not be able to replace it that they lost outright. Yeah, I mean, definitely. I mean, I feel like if you know you're not good at maintaining your units, I would suggest you maybe get fencing school and riding school in your deck, just so you can replenish the unit numbers quicker. That would be my advice to you, because it seems like you really don't know how to manage your military really well, and you blunder a lot with your units, so your best shot at staying out of that is making sure you have some cards to improve your training rate. Now, I'm going to give you a little bit of a tip here. You might be asking yourself, what are all these wood crates doing around here? Well, it's kind of an interesting fact that Canada does not have regular houses. See, they get these buildings called the log cabins. They actually trickle about 0.20 wood per second. And that means that about 5 of these log cabins will actually produce about 1 wood per second. So they're basically like little wood banks, really. But when you siege them down by an enemy, they leave a bit of 100 wood behind that either the Canadian player can gather themselves to recover the wood cost of the lost log cabin, or the enemy can recover these too and add it to their stockpile. It'd be kind of fun and interesting if we saw some of these settlers moving over here to grab these wood piles here. At the very least, it denies your opponent from grabbing them, because of course they can build a town center with this amount of wood, they can build some more cabins, they can build a barracks. Yeah, that's sort of one of the more defensive things that's there for the Canadians. The more log cabins you take down, the more possibility they're going to have of taking the wood that they get from those lost log cabins and putting down some towers, a town center or something. Officer Tropas de la Manines. Well, I can't say that that's a bad idea. I mean, it's probably the best thing you can do at this point. And where are those being produced? Where are those? So they're actually coming over here. Yeah, I mean, I'm just astounded by how good Darkus did with, like, economy and map control, but just how bad they are at managing their units. Like, this could have been, like, a really good win for you if you just did not blunder units so badly. And at this point, you're dealing with Guard Corsairs with about 720 HP. You're not going to be able to really cut through these units at all with just little numbers of these Marine infantry. Now, if you had like 120 of them or something, and maybe some riflemen mixed in, yeah, maybe you could have been able to do it, but at this rate, you're really not in good shape. Really not in good shape at all. I think they're starting to realize that too, that like, yeah, I don't think I can come back from this at this point. And I'm really... it's not like that they're out of stuff. I mean, they're actually still fishing on the water. There's still, there's still log cabins up here. They could take a pioneer, which is the Anglophone settler, and grab all this wood and start building stuff again. But it's just not worth it at this point, because you've lost your base has been gutted out. It's been gutted out completely. Yeah, I mean, all at this point you can do is really just try to kill their settlers, try to get some casualties in there to make yourself look strong, I guess. Flaunt a little bit. Oh yeah, kill some settlers, get some kill count in there, because your game is effectively over. These Corsairs are gonna cut into you real easily. You might take down one of them with that crush damage, but again, not enough units. Not enough units. You had a mass, but you lost it real easily. Imagine if Darkus decide, you know, I'm just going to stay in my base, you know, until I can get an army of 200 pop or something. Yeah, that would have been a big difference. I find it interesting. They're actually shipping their infinite Klamath allies shipment. This is actually one of the native cards that the Canadians get. It allows them to make about 25 of the Klamath skirmishers. And it's actually a pretty good shipment because, as you know, Klamath, they're a native unit. They don't actually cost you any pop at all. So, like, if Darkus stayed in his base and defended, and then he shipped the Klamath allies in, he would have actually outnumbered his enemy in unit count, and that could have been really good for him. But now, unfortunately, he's just completely taken out by the superior artillery firepower of the Danish at this point. And the heavy cav, too. Yeah, Anglophones really don't get assault cavalry that much, so that's one of the things that Anglophone civs really lack, is assault cavalry. Let's look at the post-game. Post-game, only reason I think Darkus fell behind here is because, yeah, his base got gutted out. Like, if he was able to keep his base going, I think his score would have been higher than this. In terms of military, that's where the blunders came in, people. You got 130 of these things, really strong unit, even at the officer level, which is guard, but you group them up in the wrong places at the wrong time, you engage in the wrong time, and you end up losing them for free. When you could only have lost, like, I don't know, like 5 or 6 of them, you're losing like 20 of them, and that's just not cool when it comes to trying to win. It does not work well for you. It really doesn't. Well, anyways, that was the first encounter of the day. We got a lot more of them to go with. We got some pretty good ones, so I think you're going to like what we have today. Let me just make sure anybody talking in chat yet to me, looking for any messages. Welcome to chat room. So, nobody's written anything yet. That's alright. We'll just keep going. Let's get the next thing up. Alright. Here we go. Let's load. Wars of Liberty. Here we come. Here we come. Nice. So, let's see who the next encounter is. We got Kazan versus Moon. This should be a pretty strong one, actually, because I know both of these players well. They both really strong in general. Moon has more of a specialty for Asian and Native American civs, I find, but he can certainly use other ones as well. Kazan is a bit of everything, but, you know, I think his Russia's pretty good. It beat me before. He can do Portugal. He can do a wide variety of things, so I'm actually looking forward to this encounter right now, because I know both of these players can rip each other apart real easily. Big difference from the last encounter we just saw. This should be a really even-footed one. Alright, so we see Kazan with the Argentines versus Moonlight with the Japanese. Japanese is one of Moonlight's best civs, I would say. It actually beat my Haiti on Hudson Bay in one of the previous weeks, so you can't say that he doesn't know how to use this civ well. Well, actually, no, wait a minute. He beat me with Koreans. I scratched that, yeah. Like, I feel like I could have maybe been his Japanese with Haiti easier, but he decided to go with Koreans, which was probably the right play to go with because of their masterful spearmen. But I'll give you a bit of a backstory of Japan and Wars of Liberty. They're pretty much the same civ. In really every aspect, except a couple of things. Right, I think you'll notice that their roster is a little bit different, right? They get Gungo Cavalry instead of the Naganatas. Same stats, though, overall. They also get Kie, which are a skirmisher, instead of the Yumi Bowman. Has sort of the stats of a gunpowder unit instead of an archer. Then they get the Shiguma, which is their Shiguma Musketeer, which is the replacement to the Ashiguru Musketeer. But everything else is pretty much the same, right? They get Samurai Yabasumes. Oh yeah, they get the Kanauhao, which is a artillery unit to replace the Flaming Arrow. But I think the stats are almost the same and identical to that of the Flaming Arrow. So you Really shouldn't notice too much, and then they get the Mortaru for the mortar still. In terms of consulate, though, they get some spicier options, I would say. Like, their Japanese isolationism is still there, but, you know, they get more modern stuff there. They get Yakuza, Japanese mafiosos, which is kind of a... I think it's a hybrid between the shinobi and the ninja, pretty much, because they have multipliers of a ninja, but they have the functionality of similar to the shinobi, pretty much. They also get a female Naginata wielding spearman as well to replace the Yamabushi. They get the Hadamoto still, just with the new model and textures and everything. And then they get this, I forget what it's called. It's basically a anti-spy unit. It's a samurai that uses a katana, but it has multipliers against spy units and can detect spies. Spies are one of those interesting units in Wars of Liberty because they can go stealthy and attack you in stealth. They can place landmines. They can actually sabotage buildings by sticking explosive barrels next to them and blowing them up. So the fact that Japan has a unit of dealing exclusively with that is pretty neat, actually. And in terms of their other consulate options, they still got, I think, two of them. I think they still get the Portuguese. They still get Dutch. And then their third one is actually the United States. So they can actually get, like, Gatling guns and stuff, too, with export, which is really neat. As for the other civ here, the Argentines, they're a Latin American civilization. So they work quite a bit... Well, they're somewhat similar to Europe in the way that they work, but they also got their own stuff going on. I'll explain it as the match goes on, but for this civ in particular, they love their cavalry and they love their meat eating. They're really big carnivores. Notice how they start out with 2 cows, 2 vacas, dos vacas. And they can fatten up over time, and then you can eat them. And Argentina actually gets a special farm called a pasture, which not only can you farm food from using your gauchos here, which are, you know, mounted villagers and move really fast, but they can actually produce cows over time for free, and allows the cows to actually fatten at those farms too. So they're really good for getting herdables very easily and then helping fatten them up quicker. And that does help their economy out quite a bit. Now, I want to explain the age-up system of Latin Americans to you. So, instead of politicians, they get immigrants. You see this, the first Italian wave? That basically means they decide to go with the Italian immigrants. And an immigrant colony works in multiple ways. Basically, you'll get an immigrant colony wagon. Upon the age-up, it becomes an Italian immigrant colony. It can do multiple things for you. It can produce a worker unit from that country that's good in one skill, and it's weak at everything else. So Italian workers are good at farming, so mills, plantations are great at that, but they're horrible at wood chopping, hunting, mining, all that. Also, they can produce immigrant units, which are basically just consulate-style units, so they got that special consulate unit tag associated with them, which means units like spies, which are good against consulate units like special units, tend to do multipliers against them. But overall, their stats are pretty much the same as the unit they're trying to replicate. And then they can produce technologies too from these colonies. Every time you age up with a particular immigrant, their colony will provide 2 additional technologies. So they'll have 2 techs available now. They'll have 2 techs available if they go with them again. And if they go with them a 3rd time, then they'll get 6 technologies. If they go with them all 4 age-ups, they actually grant you a special power instead of your normal age-up bonus. And that special power can be pretty significant. You know, it can give you spies, it can give you a blockade, it can give you 2 factory wagons. It's pretty serious stuff. You know, and also notice here in Italian House, the workers you get from an immigrant colony produce their own special type of house. The house has different properties. These Italian houses work like little rice paddies, actually, because they can be configured to have food gathered from them by villagers, or they can be configured to have coin gathered from them by villagers. And also, immigrant workers like these ones right here are the only units that can rebuild this colony if it's destroyed. So it's always good to have at least one Italian worker handy. So if you do lose this building, you can rebuild it again. Otherwise, it'll be gone forever. We see Argentina deciding to go with the Patricios. Patricios are actually a skirmisher unit. They do multipliers against light cavalry maneuver units only. About 3x, which is really good. So they actually do 60 damage at the start of the game against, like, dragoons. And then in hand, they actually have a multiplier against scout units. So they're actually somewhat like a musketeer almost, but they don't have the heavy infantry tag, which gives them a bit of an advantage in certain brawls, right? Oh wow, look at that snipe. Samurai down. That can only mean one thing. We're going to get a Tory rush from Japan. Yeah. Remember from vanilla, the one samurai is the bonus you get, as well as the military wagon when you build the Tory gates. Tory gates, as you know, increases the bounty you get from training units and killing units. So, yeah, it's really good for aggressive gameplay. I just don't know how Japan's going to deal with these Patricios really well. In theory, these Patricios are probably the strongest unit you could send against Japan, because they got the skirmisher tag, so these Kies, they actually have to take quite a while to shoot them down. And also, the Patricios can deal with the Gungo cavalry and melee. Well, actually, it's kind of an interesting relationship, because the Gungo cavalry, since they're like the Nagis, will actually deal multipliers against skirmish units, but these skirmish units will in turn deal multipliers against them. So it all comes down to numbers. It's a numbers game. One more thing I should point out about Argentina, they do not get normal coin shipments, they actually get silver coins. Silver coins contain 10 additional coin per crate, so a shipment of 700 coin for Argentina is actually 770 coin, which gives them a little bit more to make some units with, gives them a little bit more to work with, really. Yep, hunting dogs has been researched by Argentina, so they're definitely focusing on their H2 economy a little bit over here. I feel like Kazan has the advantage right now just because of his unit choice. I think the Patricios really are the optimal unit to go up against these Kies. Also, we actually shipped some sailors in as well. These are, again, another marine infantry, similar to the Tropas de Amelin. See that crush damage? Really powerful stuff here. So I think these ship sailors as well as these Patricios are going to be a really good asset here. One thing that is good news, though, is the fact that Kazan cannot train these sailors without a ship, a light ship, right? It's actually kind of rare for civs to be able to train marine infantry from their barracks. Some of the only exceptions to the normal rule are civs like the Canadians and the United States with their marine infantry, as well as other ones who can send cards to do it, like Chile. Chile has a card that lets them train the marine infantry from the barracks. Also, Dutch will get a similar card as well in the next Great War patch too. So, you know, for civs that can do it, it's a great boon. It gives them a great advantage. Gives them a very powerful unit they can use against really anything. Even though in the next patch, marine infantry will be significantly reworked into something more manageable. Instead of dealing crush damage, they're simply just going to have multipliers against siege units like grenadiers and multipliers against artillery. Just so they don't kill things like cavalry, which they really shouldn't be doing. Yeah, definitely. You see, I know how to kill marine infantry well most of the time, but they can get out of hand depending on what civ you are. So it looks like Argentina is just going to mass up all these Patricios then. And then go up against these Japanese infantry. Yeah, basically the same thing as Ashigurus and Yumis, pretty much. Why the Infernales, though? That's kind of an interesting choice. See, the Infernale is actually neither a scout unit nor an assault unit. It's actually a sort of a special type of cavalry that's meant to counter all cavalry units. And what I mean by that is this. See the multipliers right here? It's 3.5 against shock units. The shock tag is actually the cavalry tag. So it counters all cavalry, even these daimyos here, Siago Takamori. Now, in Wars of Liberty, they're called the Genswais, but they work the same way as a vanilla daimyo. You can train units from them, and they also boost up the nearby units with an aura. So, if you can take out Siago Takamori, that's really a good thing for you. I think the Infernales would be a big part of that. Now, tag-wise, these heroes are considered to be assault units in Wars of Liberty, so they get hand armor and high HP. Just so you're aware of that. So, these Patricios actually deal no multipliers against the Siago in hand. You actually need to use things like these Infernales to do that, or you could shoot them in range with things like your units, your maneuver unit. I don't think they're really going to have to worry too much, though, since they have such a good unit mass right now. Oh yeah, look at that. Look at all that damage. See, that's the other thing. Since assault units don't get any pierce armor, that means that units like these Patricios that don't have any malice can actually do a lot of... Oh wow, they actually surrendered. Oh well, GG. That was a good match. I mean, that was actually a nice little fight there between Argentina and Japan. You know, what a lot of the Japanese players rely on in Wars of Liberty is using their sort of Genswai to produce units for them and beef up the stats. But unfortunately in this case, because you were dealing with the really superior unit, the Patricio was really just impossible to deal with. Yeah, I mean, Argentina was really doing really good in the food market because they were getting their hunting dogs up early. They were keeping their Gaucho queue going militarily. Yeah, the Patricios just did slightly better than these. You know, Patricios are kind of one of those wild card units because they really counter all sorts of wacky things that skirmishers probably shouldn't. But in this case, it worked out really good for them. We can move on to the next match right now, match number 2. See how that one goes. Alright, let's see. Things loading, right? Also, how's the chat doing, by the way? Is anybody talking? Nope, nobody's talking about anything yet. It's okay. It's alright. Let's go on to the next match. Go over here. We got Kazan versus Moon Part 2. And then we go on to the mystery meet. You know, the one that we don't know who's participating in it. Let's see. So we got the Swedes versus... Who's the opposing civ? The Ottomans. Evet. Kommandolf. Ida Bakalum. So, yeah. Ottomans. How can I describe Ottomans in Wars of Liberty? Well, on the face, they look like they're the same civ. You know, they get the Ottomanic villagers that spawn from the town center, right? You don't have to build them, you don't have to pay food for them, they just sort of come as over time. They still have those technologies at their church, which controls the build limit and the training rate of them too, so that part's the same. What isn't the same though is the fact of how their military roster works. So unfortunately for Ottomans, they can't upgrade the units till Imperial Age. Yeah, somebody came up with that idea. It's kind of wacky. So I guess the way Ottomans work is, again, Imperial Age upgrade that buffs up the units by like 85 to 95%. Which is, wow, that's a lot, right? Oh, it is. It's quite a lot. But, of course, you have to wait till Imperial Age to get that. So, except for artillery units, which are the exception, none of your units really upgrade at the normal times. Yeah. I actually don't know. I think... Do the Ottoman Marines, since they are European, they get access to Marines, I assume, do they actually get Veteran Guard Imperial upgrades, or is that only for the artillery? Because I know the artillery can get their Guard upgrades on normal, for like their foot artillery, their Culves, and so forth, but none of their other units, you know, they have to actually wait till Imperial to get any upgrades at all. But at the same time, their roster works a bit differently, slightly. Like, they get cav archers in age 2 now instead of age 3, so they actually have access to an early maneuver unit that they can use against assault cavalry, which is a neat little bonus. They can also, in age 4, they get another heavy infantry called the Nizam El Sassid, which is a stronger version of the Janissary. So in age 4, you technically get a stronger version of the Janissary you can use instead of the Janissary if you want. It's just a little bit more expensive. Right. And then apparently in age 5, you can get imperial upgrades for both the Janissaries and the Nizam. So really got 2 musketeers instead of 1. One a little bit more expensive and stronger, one a little bit cheaper but weaker. It's all crazy stuff though, so take it as it is, I guess. What's their deck like, the Ottomans? So they actually got sort of the greedy capitalism style deck, so they can actually go for this coin trickle if they get another shipment down, which it looks like they're going to. Ottomans playing pretty typical, going for trading posts. Ottomans really love trading posts a lot. It synergizes with their Silk Road card, which sadly they don't have here, but nonetheless, having a lot of trading posts is always a good idea. Especially as a civ where your units are not the strongest for the majority of the match. They're actually going to start aging up right now with the Artisan. Artisan is basically the same thing as the Quartermaster, so about 400 wood. On the other side though, we have Kazan. Kazan is the Swedes. Swedes, another European civ, they work, you know, they got some interesting features, to say the least. Some really big features, so... Namely, they actually get access to a building called the Sawmill, which is actually like a wood bank that trickles wood. It also produces crates of wood around it too, so it has like 2 functions in one. And also they have big button technologies at those sawmills that lets you upgrade the hit points of all your buildings. So yeah, it's quite a powerful building for the civ, and it really ensures they never run out of wood. Also, a lot of the main buildings like the market, the barracks, the stable, the town center gets a special building called an annex, which is a building attachment. It's like an attachment building that you can build next to it that does a special function. Like the annex for the town center is the observatory. The observatory has a large line of sight and it lets you use the Portuguese explorer's sight ability to basically look at a circle on the map and see what's there. The annex for the market would be the Maypole, which is basically like a little tiny little building that lets your units gather experience points by dancing on it. So it's like a little tiny little fire pit, but it's not really, because it just has one, you know, purpose, which is to gather XP. Yeah, but the one for the barracks and stable is a little bit more significant at this stage in the game. We'll see if it's used at all. I don't know if we're going to see them, though, because looking at this deck, it says RHC, so I don't know what that means exactly. It looks like a really... I think this is more going to be a Faust Capital Age, I think, honestly, because I see the coin coming in. I also see... Well, they're going to probably put down some food to make some more settlers just to keep their vill numbers up, but I think, honestly, Swedes are just going to go for Age 3 at this point. Maybe send some of the helps, afford Fenricks. Fenricks are basically just like dragoons on foot. You know, they have really good damage, they have really good HP. And they're based on the Italian unit that's the same, called the Basigliati. Only they're a stronger version of them, pretty much. And in terms of everything else... This is actually a really important card to get early on, Norland Logging. It actually makes your sawmills cheaper to build, and it improves their build limit by 1, so you can actually have 2 sawmills. That's why it's pretty rare to see somebody build a sawmill before they send this card. This is actually like a prerequisite to using sawmills, I would say, just because of how cheaper it makes them, and also the fact that you can get 2 of them. 2 is better than 1, right? In most things. What's the settler doing up here at the mine, though? Are they going for, like, an assault up here or something? Totally possible. Totally possible. So what's Ottomans going to do? Are they going to try to win this in Age 2, or are they going to try to win in Age 3? Now, for Ottomans, as you know, they really have a big incentive to just stay in age 2 for a long time. Right, the only things they gain by going up to age 3 is, one, artillery, so like foot artillery, culverins, and the second thing being their shipments of spahis. Right, their heavy cavalry, which work the same way, they just look a little bit different. So they do splash damage, they heal when they're idle, so really the same unit. We see some delis coming out. These are the new Ottoman hand cavalry to replace the Hussar. They're actually the same unit you see in Definitive Edition. It's kind of funny how Definitive Edition adopted the same unit as Wars of Liberty did. Now, there's a bit of a story behind that, I think. It's because the deli was part of the Ottoman Civ mod in AoE 3, the Asian Dynasties. Talanus, the developer of Definitive Edition, initially wanted to add him to his mod, Napoleonic Era, as part of an Ottoman Civ rework to take all the properties of the Ottoman Civ mod. But Wars of Liberty just ended up adopting that unit before he did, really, from the Ottoman Civ mod. So, yeah, it's pretty much the same thing, though, right? See, the way they work is, I think they actually have more HP than Hussars, but slightly less attack. That's the way they work in this game. Pretty much. They actually have some 7.25 speed. That's pretty good. Pretty good speed for a unit. Yeah, they're quite good because of how tanky they are, and they can take a lot of abuse usually. Oh wow, now we see Janissaries coming to the south here, so it looks like Ottomans really do not want Swedes to build up any more than they are. They're going to try to pressure them really hard here, it looks like. One thing I would note, though, for Ottomans, try to get some more food out, because you got to keep your queues of Janissaries coming in, right? Your Janissaries cost, like 100 komita, which is quite a lot. So try to make sure you're keeping your food up so you can keep queuing those up. You're going to need to. So Swedes have aged up with, I think, I forget what the name of that politician is. I think it's called the Coronet or something, that gives you about 4 Hussars. So yeah, they're in good shape right now. Because right now they can ship in a fort. They can actually send the Fenrics next. Which are the... Oh, they're going to send Halberdiers first. That's pretty smart, because the Halberdiers can actually kill these delis pretty well. The Halberdiers in Wars of Liberty have the same stats as they do in Definitive Edition, so they are stronger and more reliable. Unfortunately, Halberdiers are going to be removed from the mod in the Great War patch, just so they can make way for more modern things for Europe going forward. And it's kind of alright because they get the Grenadier anyways, which is a pretty strong unit now that they can rely on from the barracks. So we see these Halberdiers coming out over here. Are they gonna... Yeah, it looks like the Halberdiers are gonna try to take a defensive over here, and then they got the Hussars on this side. This should be an interesting combat situation, because technically the Janissaries can shoot at the Halberdiers to cut them down a bit, but the Halberdiers could of course go into cover mode to become more immune to the shots of the Janissaries, but then they become slower, and then they never reach the Janissaries. So it's kind of an interesting relationship, really, in terms of the different modes of attack, the different formations. Looks like right now, though, the Halbs are starting to snare in the Janissaries a bit with the Hussars. I don't know what you would... Well, here's the thing. This is why the Halberdiers are a real threat right now. Normally, you could just take these Janissaries in the melee and start cutting these Hussars down with your Scimitars, but there's always a chance they're going to attack the Halberdiers, which is a bad thing to do in melee, because Halberdiers in melee beats Janissaries in melee pretty easily, I would say, because they get just slightly more, they get a lot more damage, and then they can slightly beat them. Here comes the Fenrics, though. Look at that attack, about 86 attack. These are basically just foot dragoons, because you see that multiplier there against heavy cavalry, the assault cavalry. Yeah, but in this case, they're actually going to kill Janissaries really easily and be able to target them down. What's Ottomans even going to do right now? Yeah, they were going for a Janissary rush. Janissaries are not going to cut it here, folks. They're going to have to switch to Abyss Gunner. Oh, they're actually going to just go up to Capital Age, it looks like, and maybe ship in some Abyss Gunners, maybe ship in some cannons or something. Yeah, they're going to have to do something, though, because right now they're dealing with a really strong army of Hussars, Halbs, and Fenrics coming right for them. What's a politician? It is the gunsmith. The gunsmith delivers Abyss Gunners, because the gunsmith is basically the same thing as the marksman in vanilla. So it delivers you skirmisher style units. So yeah, we're going to sort of see a delivery of Abyss Gunners arrive, as well as ones queuing up at this conveniently built artillery foundry. Hopefully by the time the Swedes arrive, they'll have enough Abyss Gunners to fight back. Otherwise, they'll be defeated. Yep, here comes the Abyss Gunners right now. Here's these ones, and then some more add in from over here. They're going to have about 8 of them. Ocho, maybe nueve? Perhaps? Yeah, nueve, ocho Abyss Gunners. Perfect. Now, that's really going to be the best hope that they have of defending against this. Only bad thing, of course, is the fact that they can't upgrade these right now to Veteran. They have to literally wait to Imperial Age to use them effectively. Yeah. Well, at least to keep them upgraded, right? Like, you could totally upgrade these Hussars to, like, Veteran now. And the Abyss Gunners would statistically be behind. So we see Janissaries trying to keep the Hussars and Halberdiers at bay while the Abyss Gunners hang out in the back and try to shoot at them. Really the best thing Ottomans can do right now. So, formation-wise, they're really doing the best they can. It looks like they're going to take down the Halberdiers, maybe? Nah, well, that one's a little bit close for comfort, but... Oh, no, they're targeting the Explorer, though. Oh, no. No. Now, this is bad because, of course, these are maneuver units. They actually get a multiplier in hand against scout units, so... The Fenrics can actually combat the, delis only in melee. In range, they don't have that multiplier. Only in melee do they get the multiplier against the lighter forms of hand cavalry we call the scout units. Denoted by the little dove, that little white bird, the dove. The red-looking fists, that's the assault. That's the assault. It's like a big punch to the face when you deal with them. All elements can do now is just Minutemen from their town center. Nothing else, really. Well, GG. They certainly tried their best there. I mean, when you're dealing with something like the Fenrics, there's not much you can do, you know. Not a lot you can do. Actually, I think the devs are actually nerfing the stats of the Fenric to be more like a regular unit. So they're actually going to have, I think, what, like 55 damage instead, or 56 or something. Something closer to the actual Basigliere instead of the insane 86 damage. Which I think was based on the Basigliere back in the old day when it used to have higher damage. Yeah, so big change there. Yeah, post-game wise, resources. Moonlit actually had more resources because of how well he was managing his villagers, the fact that he had in Courier de Bois, he had the trading post, so economically he's doing the right thing, but again, you're the Ottomans, so your military just doesn't work out a lot of the time. Only 22 kills, he had the better count of units too, he even played correctly with them, you know, he was trying to use the Janissaries to protect his Abyss Gunners, use the Abyss Gunners to kill the Fenrics, but he was just overrun by bare stats. And that's kind of unfortunate, you know. Maybe if he went with the different save, he could have been that back, but I guess it didn't work out in the end. Fortunately. Alright. Hi, Glingo. We got the Kaiser here. Juanito Kaiser. Nice. We finally got somebody chatting in the chat box. That's great. Yep, we just went through 2 encounters so far, so we got a lot more of them to go. You know, we've seen Moon versus Kazan, and we have seen Darkus versus Cerbero. So now we actually get to see the mystery meet. You know, these files here that don't have any usernames associated with them. Glablar Partida 1 and Glablar Partida 2. So ¿Quién, quién son esos Juanitos bonitos? Or estes Juanitos bonitos? I don't know. We'll find out. We'll find out. Let's find out who these Juanitos are. Here's game number 1. Wherever it is, I don't know if it's going to be on the second map, the first map, the third map, I don't know. But, oh, this is actually the second map. It's Chorizo Muy Largo versus Jeff Argento. So, we got the organizer of the tournament versus one of the strongest players in the tournament. So Jeff's going to use the Portuguese and Chorizo Muy Largo is going to use the Bolivians. Interesting choice. I think I saw this one the other day too, so it's ringing a bell with me. It's alright though, we can view it in opposite order. You know, I sort of understand where this is going to go. Now, this is kind of interesting because Chorizo Muy Largo decided, you know, I'm sick and tired of using my old strats, so I'm going to try to use the stats of our Juanita Boliviana Eternity instead. And that's basically what he's going to try to do. He's actually going for the War of the Republicatas build that Eternity uses all the time. And to do that, you basically have to make it to about age 2. Build as many trading posts as you possibly can, and then each trading post after that card is sent will send 3 Republicata Maquettes, which is a heavy infantry with a good, well, a decent range, I would say, and it has multipliers of range against shock units. So it kills Hussars, it kills Dragoons, it kills Corsairs, it really kills anything that's cavalry. But let's go over the Civ Bolivia in general so you sort of get an understanding of them. So, again, another Juanito Bonito Civ, part of the Latin culture. They get this weird feature where the villagers lose hit points over time. You know, they're like heavy chain smokers or something. They just have really poor health and eventually they go down to having like 1 hit point. But that's because of a special bonus that the Civ gets. In the town center in Age 2 has a big button technology called the Sarnas, which allows this Juanita Muy Bonito over here, Francesca Rodriguez, to actually turn them into something called the Cayarunas, which is a native musketeer, a native line infantry. So they actually do not cost any population at all, but they do cost food and wood. But you can get a large mass of them, including over their build limit, just by using the Sarnas ability, which is pretty powerful. Now, in preparation of that trading post construction that I talked about, Chorizo Muy Largo is going to get Mestizaje. Mestizaje basically makes your trading post cheaper, stronger, gives them a range attack, and it improves the your native unit build limit too. So think of it like advanced trading posts with an added native build limit. So it's pretty powerful, you know, it's a pretty powerful card that has multiple strengths to it. Their opponent, though, Jeff, is going with the Portuguese. Portugal, pretty much the same as it is in Vanilla Wars of Liberty, just, you know, with different politicians. A couple of unit roster changes, like they do have a replacement to their pikeman called the Ordinanca. And the Ordinanca is basically a cheaper spearman, so it only costs like half the resources of a normal pikeman. But again, it has half the stats, I would say, and a lot less multipliers. So really good at like spamming. Also, they get the Ultramarino, which is an ultimate unit they get in Age 4, which is basically a sailor like another marine infantry, but it has multipliers against mercenaries, explorers, native warriors. So it's basically the combination between a spy and a sailor, pretty much. They can't go into stealth, though, unfortunately. So we see Chorizo Muy Largo already starting up with those trading posts. They already got... Well, that's actually a Portuguese one, so that's a good denial by Jeff. They do have one down here, so it looks like so far Chorizo Muy Largo is going to have about 2 of the trading posts ready in time. Oh, now they're going up with Mother's Day. Mother's Day is basically a special hero upgrade card. Your Chefliera, Your Juanita Muy Bonita gains additional stats, so 50% additional HP and attack. And it adds 1 shipment to your inventory. So basically think of it as like a free shipment. Because literally the card will research itself and then you get that shipment back that you can use towards something else. This allows your explorer to last a lot longer. And since she's going to be responsible for building most of your trading posts, you really should try to keep her alive as much as possible. Right? Yeah. Kind of interesting. Why is it 121 wood cost? What's up with that? That math does not seem right to me. What immigrant are they going up with, by the way? Japanese immigrants? So yeah, compared to the Italian immigrants. Japanese immigrants, their workers are better with berries, you know. As you know, Japanese villagers in AoE3 are sort of like pescatarians. They can't hunt, they can't eat pigs or anything. So they're great at gathering fruit. And that's exactly what the Japanese workers from this immigrant colony do, is they're good at gathering fruit. And the houses they build, as you can guess, are basically just shrines. You know, the animals can come near them and they trickle resources just like Japanese shrines do. So that's the type of houses that the Japanese workers can make. And also related to Japan, their first age up will grant you a cherry orchard that you can conveniently put your Japanese workers on to work from. Since that's the one resource they're really good at working with. Oh, here comes the war the Republic does right now. They will start to come out of each one of these trading posts. And also, yep, basically, even though it says it's a one-time muster, it will actually work for trading posts you build after the card is sent as well. It's kind of a deception there. You know what I mean? You might think, oh wow, that's pretty bad that you have to wait. You have to roll your trading post before you send the card. No, you can actually see this one that was built after the fact. They still got the Maquettes from it, so Chorizo Largo can come down here, and it looks like he already built this one, so he actually has about 4 trading posts already completed, which means he has enough Republicate Maquettes to actually siege his trading posts down. Just has to be careful enough to shoot those volunteers though, since they are crossbowmen and have multipliers against heavy infantry. He does have to manage that properly. Looks like Jeff has actually gone with, is that a single barracks or double barracks? Single barracks, so he's just had a queue of them up going sooner. He actually shipped some more volunteers in too, so he's got a lot of crossbowman style infantry here to deal with these heavy imp. Chorizo Largo is going to be forced to retreat now, just because of this large mass of skirmish units heading towards him. What is he going to do about it though? What has he got? Does he have... He doesn't have Lanceros, so he can't do that. He doesn't have Macheteros either in his deck, so he's going to have to... Oh, he's going to go with the Wendad natives, the Wendad mantlets. Oh no, he canceled it out though. Here comes some of the Keirunas right now. Well, yeah, shoot at something at least. I mean, even if it's not a favorable fight, try to at least shoot back. At least kill one of their units. Don't make it a total loss, because if that's the case, then you're really going to regret it, I would say. You gotta make sure you at least gain somewhat of a favorable fight against stuff. Oh, now we see Wood arriving at the Bolivian TC. Yeah, right now I think you're just being kited down by these volunteers way too much, and you're going to need something to deal with that. Right, as you see here, the Maquettes only have like 12 range. The Keirunas actually have 14 range, so they're actually a little bit better at dealing with these. But as you see right now we see some aligned infantry shipping with even more volunteers behind, already joined the group. At this point, I don't know what Bolivia's got going for them. Like, this is the one unit you can really make at this point from the native embassy. Start making these Wendad mantlets. So yeah, it's just a name change, by the way. It has the same stats as the Huron ones from vanilla. So pretty much at this point I think your goal is try to get the mantlets in the front, try to soak up the shots of these volunteers, and then use the other natives you have here in the back to start shooting at. Right? I should have mentioned too that the Republicate de Maquettes are a native unit, so they actually do not cost any pop either. Bolivia is actually a very native-centric civ. You get access to many different types of natives, right? They get the Kayarunas. They do have a special native unit that's being removed from the standard game this next patch called the, I'm trying to remember what it's called. It's basically like a ranger that has like a pickaxe to siege buildings. That one's going away though, and it's only going to be in the scenario editor. So they'll be probable to see them, but you won't see them in the standard game. And the way you get them is pretty weird too, so I think that's why they're being removed, because sort of the way of acquiring them is really strange, because you have to research certain particular types of cards only. Oh, it's the Iamani, right, yeah, the Iamani. That's what it's called. I already forgot what it was because I rarely ever get to use them anyways, because you really have to get to like industrial age before you can even meet the conditions of getting the unit, and you have to research like 7 different cards, have a trading post. It's really a messy process. You have to have one of their ultimate buildings active, the Sociedad Folklorica, which is basically like a big giant native embassy that Bolivia gets that increases the build limits of all native warriors. Another unit that only costs food and wood though, the Machetero. This is an assault unit, similar actually to the Corsair of Europe, but it's on foot. It costs about 1 pop. It does splash damage, about 18 damage, has some hand armor, has some HP. So really it's like a weaker version of the Corsair that you can use in mass. So I think at this point we're probably going to see the Macheteros try to take on these volunteers, but then they're going to be stopped by these Ordenancas. The Ordenancas are basically a spearman. A very weak spearman, right? So you can see right here it's about 16 damage and about 2.5x against shock units. Pikes would normally have about 5x against shock units. So they're really just like a trash unit. So I was a little bit... So it's about 30 food and 30 wood, so a little bit cheaper than the pikemen. You know, they're really easy to mass, that's the thing. You could easily get a mass of like 40, 50, 60 of them quite easily, and go in with an attack with them. Now, this is sort of a good thing and a bad thing. If you are going to siege down a trading post of Bolivia, that means that they can build on it again to gain additional Maquettes from it. So it's kind of a hit and miss sort of idea. But I get why they're doing it though. Jeff actually plans on taking over this whole trade route himself, and perhaps getting stagecoach on it, which would grant him resources from the trade route that he chooses. He's going to have to watch out for this army of Macheteros though. These Macheteros are a pretty strong unit to deal with, right? They have some pretty good splash damage to deal with. Also, of course, they got the Dazas. Dazas are actually just Bolivian Grenadiers. They deal some splash. Same thing as the European Grenadiers we saw today. So, great with their initial charge grenade throw, then they try to retreat and wait for the grenade to recharge again. But if they do have to engage in a fight, they'll just fight with their musket, which again, just a mere 20 damage, but of course they get pierce armor, so, you know, they're not the weakest in gun combat either. They can deal with a gunfight against musketeers, for instance. Oh wow, Teresa Moylargo's going for Cree trackers too. These are a really good skirmisher unit. They have a really good set of hit points. Yeah, they have really good hit points. They're really tanky. So I think against things like the Volunteers and the Oranakas, the Cree Trackers are certainly a great unit to use. Oh wow, look at these villagers caught in the open right here. Is Teresa Moylargo gonna go for him? Looks like yes. We see one going down, and we can see more. Yep, another one has been defeated. Wow, nice. Good, good. Good, good, good. And now they're going to try to retreat, because now they see the Ordenankas starting to arrive, some of the Volunteers. You really don't want to engage with the Macheteros head-on with these Spearmen, because there's just so many of them. sort of in a way, Oranakas are a pretty good counter to Machetros because they win with numbers. You know what I mean? You can mass a big group of them up, and then they start surrounding the Machetros and really start ripping them apart. The Machetros are just going to retreat back with the Kree trackers, though. Not worth fighting that out. What card are they going with now? They're going with Palenque. Native warriors train much faster, so it's basically like the native version of fencing school, pretty much. Looks like it doesn't affect the Kaoruna, though. I guess maybe because it's a standard infantry unit in the Civ. Maybe. So yeah, I guess they didn't want you to instantly train the Kaorunas for some reason. And you could actually train those from this native embassy, too. Like, all the time. It's like one of the main roster units for the Civ. Them and the Iamani, right, if you go through the process of making them. But in the next patch, that process has been removed, so you can only get the Iamani from the scenario editor. Yep, and now we see more Kree trackers join the fight. Machetros trying to land in some hits on the Macheteros. Yep, Macheteros trying to land some hits on the Volunteers. And now I'm trying to see here what's going on. What are you doing with the Machetros? Now they gotta run. Now the Krees are left alone, but they do have a lot of HPs, so maybe they can deal with this. I don't know. Maybe. No, I don't know. What's going on with the Spearmen? Are they gonna now they're gonna snare them and they're gonna slow them down. Oh, that's not good. I feel like it's just stalling time with the Machetros just so the Spearmen don't get in the front. Okay, so that was a interesting fight to say the least, you know. It's the first time I've seen the Juanita Boliviana build of Eternity fail. You know, that's for sure. Well, in a standard competitive game, that is, because if you play on a really big map like Panama with the Juanita Boliviana build, then it just doesn't work. You know, I found that out. You can get really close to winning, but the enemy can just build a town center somewhere else and just keep getting away from you, and you lose steam over time. But on a competitive map like this is the first time I've seen the Juanita Boliviana build actually fail before. The War de la Republicatas. What's that, 2 readouts? Yeah, I mean, I guess Teresa Moilaga wants to stall it out a little bit, perhaps, by putting some towers down. But unfortunately, Jeff notices the construction of those towers, and he's going to deny those outright. Well, there's that. GG. Good try, though. You know, good try, Teresa Moilago. I mean, you had the build down for the most part, just against the wrong Civ. You know, as you know, with Portuguese, they get a lot of resources. They literally have like double them, and then when it came to the military, they just beat you with numbers using that economy. Now, if you wanted to go for a rush, I feel like maybe you could have tried, I don't know, like a Civ with a good siege unit, like the Incas, maybe the Tupi. So, something that can really siege down the enemy town centers and cause them a lot of havoc. Even Zulu sometimes can do it, but that's a hit or miss. I don't know. Sometimes it's just better to go economic against Portuguese and try to outboom them with the better booming Civ. It really depends on what suits you really well. Yes, is Juanito Kaiser still here? Welcome to the chat room. So I guess he's just watching very carefully what goes on here today. Now we're going to see the second match between the Teresa Moilago and Jeff Argento next. It's actually the first match they did because of the way they did the files. I thought that was going to be the Mendocino one. And really, it was the Hudson Bay one. So this is like officially the first match that they did Sorry for flip-flopping them a bit. So now you can see them in opposite order. Now I remember seeing these matches too. So yeah, I sort of know what happens here. But, I'll enlighten you on what's going on as it's happening. So this is actually a Paraguay mirror. Yeah, they both go Paraguay. Teresa Moylaga goes Paraguay and Jeff goes Paraguay. So let's explain what Paraguay is exactly, because a lot of people might not understand what the Paraguayans actually do. So Paraguay is a really weird militaristic style civ. Has a lot of industrial stuff behind it. Basically, you get two forms of economy. You get the Coiguas, which are gathers very slowly, so think of like the Courier de Bois, but with an even better gun attack, but worse at gathering. They gather really slowly, but they do get a shotgun that actually does a lot of damage, like a whole lot of damage. Actually also they don't have a lot of buildings that they can actually construct themselves. They can only build things like houses, farming buildings, like anything like basic like that. They can make walls, I think, too. But then you get the second sort of villager slash hero called the Master Engineer. He can chop wood only, but other than that, he can build just about all the buildings that you need for your civ, like barracks, stable, foundry, church, town hall, and these things. What are these things? This is a works. This one in particular, Martin's Granaries, is the food works. Food works is basically a little factory that costs 3 population that trickles food from it. So the base rate is about, like 180 food per second, which, that's a pretty good rate, what I mean? And it actually gathers better than the Coiguas do. So really you're supposed to do a mix of Coiguas and works usually. Right, the works really hard to get you lots of resources. The Coiguas give you a little bit of resources, but they also are defensive, right? They add to the defenses of your base. So the more Coiguas you can get, the harder it is for enemy infantry to actually attack you. Now from the home city here, we see another works arrive in the woodworks. And Paraguay actually gets 3 infinite cards in Age 1, so they can actually opt to ship these from the home city as well as construct them of their own resources as well, because as you see right here, about 175 wood and about 175 coins, so not the most cheapest thing to get, right? And then of course you have to build a house to be able to keep up with the population to support them. So yeah, you gotta make sure you manage your population with them quite a bit. And they also get a coin works too. And then they get their ultimate building is actually also a works building called the Heavy Works, which instead of these ones does not cost population, but it does produce artillery for you. It also has technologies from it, so quite a bit. Oh yeah, these works also have their own technologies as well. So the works get technologies involving the rate at which they gather, like the food works gets about 3 technologies throughout the match that improves the trickle of the food. Same with the woodworks regarding wood. And same with the coin works regarding coin. They also get their own special technologies as well. Their own special sort of upgrades. Like the coin works has something called, I think it's the time clock or something. It's something with a clock on it. Basically reduces the population costs of the works buildings. So they only cost about 2 population. Which means you can usually field more of the works as well as increase your army size when you use them. Also, the woodworks has upgrades for the hit points of your works buildings to make them more impervious. And the food works has technologies that basically makes your works buildings cheaper to build. So it's easier and easier as the match goes on to construct them. That's a lot of stuff to take in, I know, but it's basically how Paraguay works. They're one of the easier civs to use because most of the work is done for you, both economically and militarily, as we'll see, because the Paraguayan barracks and stable actually produces military units for free. Now, they aren't strong units, they're sort of like trash units, like the Primero de Linea, which is a weaker version of the Machetero, and then they get the Acayabatay, which is a weaker version of the Latin American Lancero, so it's Basically a hand cavalry with the multiplier against skirmish units. Not too dissimilar from the Iron Flail or the Salwar or the Nagi. Kind of like that. Alright, so it looks like this Paraguay went up with the Croats, the Croatians. Now, Croatians are very water-focused, but the reason why people age up with them often is because they deliver you about 300 wood. So it's almost like sort of like a quartermaster. As for Jeff, he actually went up with the French immigrants, who gives you experience crates that helps you get shipments quicker. Now, what we might see here, potentially, is the acquisition of the bakeries technology from the immigrant colony. Now, the bakeries technology gives you about 2 food works. So, really, you just have to construct 1 in age 1, and then in age 2, when your build limit of your works goes up by +1, then you can get 3 works for basically only 1 shipment, which is great. Looks like they're going to start out, though, with some aggro. Shipping in some sailors. Also, as you see here, you see the free unit, the Primero de Linea, starting to come out of this barracks as they start to train some escopeteros. Steel traps. Cage trap, as it's called in Latin America. Kind of an interesting choice. You know, I wouldn't expect them to get that technology because the Queguas, as you know, are not that good of a gatherer. Yeah, this tech, though, leather coat at the market is much better because it does increase the HP of the Queguas to make them even better fighters. Which is really what you use them for, you know. Sure, they do a bit of gathering, but they're really good at fighting. That's why you usually make them. They're great at just fighting enemy units. In the old days, you could actually rush enemies with them and attack their town center with them. But the dev said, you know what? It's kind of broken to have you killing people with your villagers, so let's have an aura about a mortar's range around a town center that reduces their attack to about 0. Nada. Nothing. Zilch. So that way you can't rush people with villagers anymore, at least when they have a town center. Now, if you take their town center down, then yeah, you can put the Queguas in and start blasting everything apart. But yeah, I think that was a balanced choice that the team made. The villagers with strong stats should not be allowed to attack enemy town centers at all. Alright, so it looks like Jeff is taking the aggro route. He already has 2 barracks down, producing the Primero de Lineas. He also has 2 stables, making the Acayabotais. One thing you need to keep in mind, though, because they do produce units for free, these barracks also have a build limit. In age 2, you can only have 2 of them. I think in age 3 you get an improved build limit, and then in age 4 you get a bigger build limit, and then in age 5 you get a bigger build limit. So, as the match goes on, you can build more and more of them to acquire more and more of the free units. Oh, look at those sailors get to work there. Now, the thing that separates the sailor from other naval infantry is the fact that they get a larger hand attack than normal. They actually have about 20 hand attack, which, when you think about it, is as good as some cavalry in hand. Actually, hand damage-wise, is stronger than these cavalry. So, quite a strong unit, you know. That's, of course, not considering their skirmish attack, which makes them more vulnerable to these cav, but overall, hand-wise, they eat into their HP pretty good with each hit. Now, I don't know what Chorizo Muy Largo Paraguay is going to do, because you got a red presence on your side of the map here, which is going to keep killing your free units, which is going to grant him experience points that he can put into his shipments, and there you have no units to defend yourself with, because you keep losing them. So what is Chorizo Muy Largo going to do exactly? Well, it looks like they're actually going to start training more of the Acayabotais from the stable, which pretty decent option to do because it does counter skirmish units, which is really one of the bigger threats that Paraguay poses is their escopeteros. So if you can keep a big mass of these cav going, kind of your best option. You know, it's kind of your best option with that. Because you don't get a whole lot. I mean, the only like standard normal units to get at this stage in the game is like the escopetero yourself, sailors, but there is no water to put down the lightship to make those. or the Pardo, which is the Latin American halberdier unit that they get in Age 2. It only costs food. So really not a lot of oh, then you get the artisanal cans too. This is the other thing you can make. I should have mentioned before that Latin Americans actually gets access to an early artillery unit called the artisanal cannon that they can actually make from their artillery foundries. It's basically an earlier version of the Falconet that sort of works almost... Yeah, that's basically it. It's like an earlier version of the Falc. It does cost less population though, since it is cheaper and weaker. So yeah, it's only like a 3-pop cannon, which, you know, same pop cost as a Corsair is, for instance, or a Fenric, or something like that. So quite a powerful cannon for early game. I can't say they're going to do a lot here though, because it seems like this is all the trash units. And apparently both of the trash units that Paraguay makes have the shock tag and not the infantry tag. So really cannons, they don't do a lot of damage to them. You really want things like dragoons, like maneuver units, can really rip apart their trash units. Also hand units like this, the Mapuche Ironwood Clubman can do quite a bit against them. We'll see though. I mean, look at the Yabatais. They're going for an assault on the cannons right now. They're just sort of idling there. Is that one going to get away? Yep. They maneuvered just good enough to avoid getting destroyed. And then the hand units just blocking the way there to take out the units. Yep, perfect. Alright. I think at this point, Red Paraguay is all set to go in for an attack. The Ironwood Clubman, of course, can siege down these towers pretty well. But they also have to be aware of the Queguas as well. The Queguas can actually shoot back at them. And they do about, how much damage? About 12 damage per shot, which is actually kind of significant. And they get well, they don't get multipliers against the artillery, though, which I find interesting. So, yeah. Actually have a malice, and it makes them only do 6 damage against the cannons. Okay. Sort of get why they did that though. But yeah, as you can see right here, look at that single Yabatai hitting Romero trying to go for the cans there. Because he knows those cans are going to be a major thing that's going to be sieging him. Oh no, yeah, that one got taken out. But now he's going to take that one out too, yeah, unfortunately. It's real unfortunate. Now the Clubmen were able to take down one of the towers, which is great. Going to help him out quite a bit. But now Chorizo Mulago is going to add in some Escopeteros to maybe deal some splash damage in there. For those that don't know, Escopeteros are basically the Latin Americans' version of crossbowmen. But unlike other ones of that class, they actually use a shotgun weapon, which means they actually do splash damage. They're actually one of the stronger such units in the game, pretty much. And as far as that food and wood early skirmisher class is concerned. And they actually get an arsenal tech in H3 called the Buckshot, which actually gives them a splash attack too. Oh, is it an H3 tech or is it an H2 tech? I forget. But generally speaking, it will make it a lot better because they'll have 2 splash and they'll have more damage, so they can actually splash into even more units. Because there was an adjustment in this patch that you're seeing right now. Before it just dealt like a large splash in a single area like a cannon. But the devs were able to adjust the projectiles to work like an actual shotgun, firing multiple bullets in multiple directions. Instead of just shooting like one big bullet that does a lot of splash. Which makes it more fair to deal with because some of the bullets will miss, some of them will go way out of range than you'd expect and hit other things. So the more Escopeteros you get amassed, the better off they're going to be. Because they're going to hit more and more things. Some of which you wouldn't expect them to hit. Yeah, look at those Akayabatais there. Again, there's... Ooh, yeah, that's not good. Yeah, those Escos are done for. Yeah. They're a strong unit, the Escos, but if you get them in the range of hand cav and there's not enough of them, they're usually going to get ripped apart, usually. just an unfortunate fact. And then, of course, you got the Mapuche natives being used to siege your buildings down, which means I think at this point it's safe to say that Red Paraguay is the victor here. Hands down at this point. Oh yeah, I'd say that for sure. I mean, look at them get to work over there. Yep, getting that building down. Oh wow, look. Oop. GG. GGG. Yeah, there we go. There we go. That's all it takes. Now it just takes a little bit of unit choice and you can do some miracles. Yep. That's all it takes. How many works do they get, by the way? Oh, so they actually went with the bakery technology too, Jeff. But he didn't even... Oh, he didn't even put the works down. How many resources they even got? Not the worst, I would say, for Paraguay. Probably on part of the Queguas being boosted up by Cage Trap. So maybe not so bad going for more of the Queguas. Now, something I should mention for a Great War patch, though, they did make an adjustment to the way Paraguay works a bit. So, the military builds like this produce the troop-free trash units at half speed. Like, so they're going to be, like, it's going to be slower to receive these free units, but at the same time, Queguas gather at a normal rate now. So basically the Queguas will be like normal villagers on top of the resources you get from the works, which should make Paraguay more economically viable. At the same time, less spam of free stuff, which forces the player to actually trade more of their own stuff, which in turn should make them more of a fair civ to play as well as a more useful civ to play as in certain matchups where they were failing. Yeah. I mean, let's look at the resource count right now. Yep, Jeff, he actually did really good in food and wood, you can tell with those upgraded Queguas. A lot more than I thought. In terms of military, yeah, the fact that he was adding in things like artisanal cannons, the Ironwood natives, just gave him the slight edge he needed against that big mass of, like, trash shock units. So yeah, there's that one. So now we're going to see encounter number 4 now, the 4th one. Just checking the chat before we load up. Nothing new, so let's load up the encounters number 4. So this is going to be Delian versus Eternity. Or Juanito Bonito versus Juanita Boliviana. Alright, let's get started. Oh, yep, here is the inventor of the War of the Republicatas build himself, Juanita Boliviana, using Manuela Tapia. So yeah, this is another one of those Bolivia moments, really. So we're going to see the same build we saw Chorizo Muy Largo do in Hudson Bay, but now by the master of the build himself. I think in this case, though, we're going to see a much more favorable outcome by our Juanita Boliviana. He definitely knows how to use this deck really well. You can tell he executes the deck very differently, too, than the way Chorizo did. See, the way he does it is, he includes more unit shipments, right? He includes the Francotiradores, he has the Macheteros in it, so he's a little bit more well-equipped to doing it, pretty much. And they're going to be facing off against the Bulgarians. Now, the Bulgarians, since we already talked a lot about the Bolivians, I won't focus too much on them. We'll focus on these guys. The Bulgarians belong to the nation-state culture. It's like, it's related somewhat to Europe, but not really. They got a bunch of other weird things going on, like this, for instance. What's this? This is a landowner's investment. This is a wagon they start out with that can turn into a building that they want. or at least from a predefined set of buildings. So it can turn into a barracks, a stable, an artillery foundry, a market, or a hunting lodge. And for the Greeks, it can turn into a dock. Why those particular buildings, you ask? Because nation-state civs do not age up from the town center. They age up from big bun technologies at the buildings that I mentioned. Right? But only Greeks does that include the dock. For other civs, for the other ones like the Serbs, the Romanians, and the Bulgarians, they have to do it either at the barracks, stable, foundry, market, or hunting lodge. Hunting lodge is just like a livestock pen that lets you also get hunting technologies there, also technologies to upgrade your villager stats and line of sight. So it's a bunch of a mishmash of different technologies there. They can also fatten up your animals too. So yeah, right now they're going to try to... See, this is the thing that Delian usually does with the Bulgarians, is he tries to scout the periphery of the map, and then once he gets within a certain range of the enemy, he will try to plop down a barracks. And the reason he does that is he can start rushing right away with his Opal-Shened infantry. Since, basically the Bulgarians don't get like a standard roster at all. Well, not in the way you think. So this is the way Bulgaria works militarily. They get all their regular units an age later than normal. So, you know, things like the Scythemen and Hajusi, which are, you know, like your pikemen and your crossbowmen, they don't actually get those until the third age instead of the second age. Right? So you actually have to wait an age later to train most of your normal units. The only things you can make in the age that you're in normally is like your Opal-Shened units. So your Opal-Shened infantry and your Opal-Shened cavalry, which is the shock version of it. Now, something I learned that was pretty interesting is that the Opal-Shened infantry are actually not heavy infantry at all last week. I learned that they were actually a type of skirmish unit, and that they actually don't have multipliers in hand against shock units. I found that pretty interesting, you know. I thought for sure that they were like a musketeer or something. They're actually like a crossbow, like almost like a semi-skirmisher. And that's why a lot of the times when I used to try to use them against Swedish hussars and stuff, they ended up getting destroyed. Yep. So he's actually going to use the barracks age up with Grandmother Tonka, just like a Tonka truck. Basically, instead of Tonka trucks, she just gives you like, I don't know, some geese. Geese are basically just another herdable you can use to get food from. They actually don't have a lot of food, though, so it doesn't take that much time for them to fatten up, though. Like, them and, like, the chickens and the hens, they only have, like, 150 food apiece, I think, so really not a lot. They're also cheap to make, too, so if you do want to go herdables, the geese actually don't cost that much to maintain, honestly, in their food costs. Now, what's going to be interesting here is to see which order of cards that Delian goes with, because he has Krastata Kazarma. I've mentioned this card before. It basically is a really insane card that when you have a barracks already built, it has the value in Age 2 of about 1,000 coin. You know why? Because it provides 40%, about 40 population at each barracks. So that means that in turn, having a barracks around the field basically gives you the value of 8 houses and a barracks, because it gives you a barracks wagon. So think of it like a 1K wood shipment in Age 3. And that's actually kind of insane when you think about it, because it's actually really powerful. And then after that, they can send something like this called Guerre Militaire, which gives you a trading post, 200 wood, and a barracks wagon, 200 wood, plus 400 wood, because of the 4 houses of population it gives you. So mathematically, Bulgaria is really great at, Bulgaria is really great at saving on wood, I would say, for their houses. And that's really important because they really need to aggro a lot using their Opal-Shened infantry. Because if they don't, they can run into some serious issues. So, right now, we see the Opalshad infantry starting to queue up at this point. So now we see about 10 Opalshad infantry, followed by another one. Yep. So let's see right here. Okay, so now, yep, we already see the Macayettes arriving for Bolivia. The Republicate the Macayettes. Now, in this situation, they're not going to do a whole lot against these infantry because they are a skirmish unit, so they don't have a shock tag, which at least preserves them against the multipliers that these units deal with. But, as you know, these units do have pierce armor, so they aren't the easiest thing to wipe out, right? So really the best thing that Bulgaria can do in this situation is basically just build a large mass of infantry. Yeah. Pretty much. Pretty much just build a large mass of the infantry. Yep. Now they're gonna try to single down these heroes at this point. Yep. See that? Yeah, they're gonna try to do their best to kite here, because it's really the best thing you can do with the Opalshad infantry at this point. Try to single down and target one unit at a time. Maybe the Tomahawk first, then the Macayette, maybe a Kaerun next. They're going to go for some wagons too, frontier defenses. Now, the Balkan civs, the nation-state civs, do not get normal outposts. They get something called a tower house, which is a combination between an outpost and a house. So it's a tower that actually gives you about 10 to 15 population as well. In addition to that, it also grants you arsenal technologies. So yeah, it combines the arsenal, the tower, and the house. Yeah, you'll notice right away that nation-state civs combine a bunch of different things all at once, you know, to serve the same purpose. That's the way their towers work, that's the way their livestock pens work, and even their market works like that, because what does their market do? It has wood chopping techs, mining techs, and agricultural techs that affect both the farming of food and the farming of coin. And they also, when you level them up, this is another thing we have to talk about, leveling up buildings, because some buildings like the market and the livestock pen have level up technologies. Leveling them up basically means that you gain access to the next level of technologies for them, whether that be the market ones or the livestock pen hunting lodge ones. And it also grants you some experience points too. Yeah, so very, very wacky stuff that'll take some getting used to when you're playing as them. See, this is what the tower house looks like right here. Basically an outpost, but it gives you a population. About how much population does it give you? We'll see it when it comes out. It's either 10 or 15, I believe. Yep. Let me see. It's about, yep, 10 population. But unfortunately, because Bulgaria did not go with this card yet, the Krastata Kazarma, they basically did not have enough population to keep it above this, right? Because if they had their barracks down with that, 2 barracks down, they would have about 140 population, which would definitely be enough in Opalshad to deal with this sort of pressure right here. Right here, as you see, Bulgaria is basically starved out, and Bolivia is doing well. I mean, they don't have a lot of resources either, but they got shipments coming. They got the Francatiradores, they got the Dazas, they already sent the Macheteros out. This card will give you some more Kaerunas. For those that don't know what a Francatiradore is, it's basically a mounted crossbowman. A mounted crossbowman because it has multipliers against heavy infantry and light cavalry maneuver. So it has the same sort of multipliers as a crossbowman does. And also somewhat to the crossbowman, it does not have a malice against cavalry, so they actually deal full damage against all cav units. Not counting armor, of course, and they only cause food and wood too, so yeah. It's like a 2-pop crossbowman. That's very fast. What's the range on these? About 14 range, so somewhat similar to a crossbowman too. Oh wow, they beat those Hajusi quite easily. The Hajusi are basically just like a crossbowman for the nation state civs, but it deals more damage than it has hit points. Yeah, so there's that. I'm gonna just check the post game real quick, and yep. Got resources here, military, yep, Bolivia clearly outperformed there. I'll be right back though, I gotta go check on something real quick. Should only take me a couple minutes, I think, maybe 2, 3, 5 at most. See you then. I'm gonna exit out of this now and then load up the other match for Delian versus Eternity. Let me just close out here. Yep, and we should be good to go. Yep. Let's click on that. Also, did anybody write in chat anything when I was gone? Nope, nothing new. Alright. Juanitos Bonitos patiently awaiting the next match. Alright, let's load up. Okay. Alright, now let's go to record games. Now we got Delian versus Juanita Boliviana Part 2. Alright, so Juanita Boliviana went with the Indians. The Mahatma Gandhi Civ. The Mahatma Gandhi nuclear bomb civ. And they will be fighting against who exactly? Delian with the Swedes. Okay, so another Swedish. We'll see if we see any sort of annex usage from this Swedish or not. Certainly the Swedish we saw last game was a little bit more of a straightforward fast fortress style gameplay. Maybe this Swedish will stick more to age 2, perhaps? We'll have to wait and see. Now, India in Wars of Liberty is really one of the most untouched civs, I would say. Besides maybe Lakota. Yeah, I would say that for sure. I mean, the roster is actually 100% the same for India. Wonders are the same. The only thing that really, I guess, changed is maybe some of the units they get from their consulate now, but that's really for everybody. You know, consulate changed for everyone. Also, of course, religion just for this version. Because as you know, in the next version, religion's going to die. People are going to become secular and atheists in the next version all of a sudden. So yeah, there's that. No more religion, people. And, nothing else really, you know. So, if you're playing Indian Wars of Liberty, all the same builds works. You know, the semi-FF Sepoy into Mahouts is always a good option. You can go with the Victory Tower and go with Siege Elephants with the wood it provides. You really got all the same options, too. But, for Swedish, of course, they're actually quite similar to India because they're both very wood-dependent civs. They're really good at acquiring wood. Their wood is very, very long wood. And, yeah, we're going to see what sort of decks that they use now. So, what deck does he turn to use with his Gandhi? How many decks does he have? He has about 4 of the decks. How about Leon? Leon, what deck is he going with? So, he's going with this Mi Balaha. Oh, he's going for fishing ships? Huh. How many fishing ships is that? 3? 3 fishing ships? Alright, so not bad. You know, it's like a villager shipment, but on water. As you know, Swedes do not get normal villager cards, so this is probably the closest thing to a 3 settler card you're going to get with the Civ. And, you know, I think that's actually not a bad idea if it's Hudson Bay, because that means that his food economy is going to be pretty strong, and then he can actually follow that up with Colbertism afterwards if he wanted to. Not a bad option. Now, I don't know too much about this card, the Norway Spruces, because, I don't know, does this even do anything anymore? Yeah, I know back in the old days when sawmills used to turn trees into crates of wood, having this card would actually be pretty good, because it would mean you would be able to give yourself more trees to turn into crates of wood, because the crates gather a lot better than the trees themselves. But I don't know now, like, it's really an interesting situation to cover. But everything else, though, looks actually not too different from the Kazan deck, really. I mean, you got the Fenrix, instead of Helbs, you got Skirms. I mean, you got the coin here, right? So, really not too dissimilar from the Kazan deck. Maybe that'll work to his advantage, maybe not. In terms of Eternity, though, he sent Distributivism first. That's always the #1 standard card for India to get because their villagers cost wood. So why not get a wood trickles when you don't have normal villager shipments? In fact, they don't get any villager shipments because you get a free villager with every card you send. Now in Wars of Liberty, it's even more significant because as you look down further and further, each age that your card is in means 1 more villager. So age 3 cards give you 3 villagers. Age 4 cards give you 4 villagers. Even though I don't think these ones give you 8 villagers because they're infinite or team. But, you know, if you had an age 4 card with the unit, that would be 4 villagers. So actually, India in Wars of Liberty is slightly more efficient because their cards give them more villagers in the end. Which means they end up getting their eco up a little bit quicker than they would in the Asian dynasties or in DE. Now, what are they going to go with? So, India's going with the standard Agra Fort, I think. Yep, right in this spot. Sort of on this side of the trade route to sort of be a little bit more aggressive, but also a little bit defensive, too. The only area that doesn't cover is down here, where the Wendat native is. As for Swedes, what are they doing? So, they're going up with the Statesman. So, about 200 coin and a tower wagon. So, an outpost redoubt. Yeah, pretty good choice, I would say. I mean, honestly, as Swedes, you're pretty much set in the wood department once you get those sawmills up, so it's really a matter of food and coin at that point. The cool thing I like about what Delian just did by getting fishing ships is the fact that these ships are going to be pretty immune to any sort of pressure the whole game, assuming Eternity does not put a dock down. If he doesn't put a dock down, these fishing ships are like forever economy for you, and they're basically going to eat up this entire ocean of salmon. No problem. Oh, nice. They're going to go for some of the market technologies as well. Gang saw and hunting dogs. No, he does not have land mana party. That's unfortunate. So what land mana party is, it's basically a card for Swedes that makes every market technology research give you a free villager. So almost like the Italians' Civ bonus in Defib Edition, just with the market though. It looks like Delian doesn't have that, so he's going to miss out on getting free villagers that way. Which, you know, not the biggest end of the world situation, but could make a difference. So why is he going to get next for a card is the question, because he's actually almost approaching having 2 shipments in his hand at that point to grab. So what is Delian going to grab exactly from his deck? Is he going to go for Norland logging, get his wood figured out, and then go for some volunteers? Or is he going to send a crate of something? Oh, so Delian's going to start out with the coin. I know, so he swapped off of the mining, right? So he's no longer mining anything. And at this point, probably going to either go for a fast fortress, fast capital, or a semi of that. I do see some Beveringers queued up, though. So, just to be clear what a Beveringer is, it's this unit here from this barracks that's really far away from home trying to be aggressive. Do not get fooled by the appearance of this unit. It is not the same thing as the Carolina from the Fab Edition. It does not have the same stats. What this unit does is, it is a line infantry, so like a musketeer, but it costs food and wood. Yeah, it's a food and wood cost. And it basically has a higher siege. It also has better multipliers against cavalry. So it's like a hybrid between a pikeman and a musketeer, because the Civ does not get any pikemen. Also, it has a faster than normal movement speed as well, a movement speed of about 5. So they're actually really good at maneuvering in and out of fights if they want to. And generally, it can take a large mass of these that start sieging things like houses and even town centers, usually. But at the same time, it looks like India has already started their attack of Sepoys, looking for an area to go in. So, from the looks of it, we're going to have an undefended Delian down here dealing with Sepoys, and we're going to have a less defended India down here dealing with the Beveringers. Now, for India, it's a little bit more favorable because they have the Agra Ford not that far away from home, so they can get some Gurkhas out, perhaps, and shoot some of these off. But unfortunately for Delian, no barracks in this section at all, so they really have no way of reinforcing this area against the Sepoys, which is kind of unfortunate right now. Now, they can go in the town center, they can call Minutemen, they can utilize the tower here and ship in some volunteers, but, you know, it's just a less efficient defense than the one that Eternity has. I mean, at this point, you have so few of the Well, actually, wait a second. That's actually not a bad siege at all. Almost, yeah, they've already done 2.5k siege to this TC. Wow, that's a lot. Quite a lot. Quite a lot of damage. And then here comes some more Beveringers now. They're gonna go for even more sieging. Oh wow, look at that. Look at that siege. They're getting siege over there, by the way. I can see the green over there. Oh, here comes the emergency units. Are they going to get the town center down, though? I don't know. I would train one more group of Bevringers just to burn down this TC. How much HP did he get that down to? Like 932? Not bad. I mean, these Sap boys in comparison, they don't get that. They have a lesser siege than your Bevringers do, so they don't exactly get to siege the whole thing down. Does India even have the wood to repair that? I think they do, just because they're India. Yeah, just because they do a lot of wood chopping. I don't think they're going to queue up any more villagers just so they can afford to repair this town center, because their town center is actually in really rough shape right now. That could very well end up being taken down, and that would actually be a really bad moment for India. And now the Bevringers are going to go in for another siege, so even more lack of HP to the town center. So how much does it cost to repair a town center at this level? Like 500 wood? Something like that. So yeah, like what's India going to do? Are they going to repair this thing and try to protect it so it doesn't get attacked again? Well, one thing they can do is take these sepoys. Oh, wait a minute, we see grenadiers here actually. This could be a problem, because these grenadiers could actually kill this army here. But yeah, I mean, unfortunately for India, they have to sort of deal with this threat right now, because they really can't afford a town center being burned down. That would be the one thing that could put them back really fast. Oh wow, so yeah, these grenadiers are going to go in for more siege. Woo! Oh yeah, I mean, that's not bad siege at all. Yep, 400 HP. Wonder what it would take to actually burn that whole thing down. Oh, they're going to queue up another set of grenadiers, it looks like. Even though their home is actually totally unprotected now, besides these volunteers here. I mean, I would love to see Dalian take the town center down. That would be a fun twist of events. But, yeah. I can't remember if I saw this match during the Chorizo stream or not. I recognize Eternity Go in India, but I don't remember the details. It's kind of good that I'm seeing it again now, though, so I can kind of see the stuff that I might have missed. Yeah. There's that. Will these grenadiers even make it down here to keep sieging? Oh, now the repairing has begun. So that siege has been actually denied, 100%. So basically, Swedes are dead. Yeah, I mean, they have really no food. What's the Vil cap right now? Is it about 11 on the about 9 on the field and the 3 fishing ships? Is Colbertism active? No, it's not. Well, it's safe to say that India survived this very easily. Well, not very easily, because their town center survived by a thread. If it was that town center, it would have been a pretty big loss and a pretty big gain for Dalian to pull off. Fortunately, India, you know, they are always gathering wood because that's really what their villagers cost. So, unfortunately, they have a better wood gather rate, and therefore were able to repair pretty easily than they normally could have. You know, that's what it came down to. Also, they get wood trickles. You know, you get distributivism, and then you get the second wood trickle too in age 2. That card just didn't work out. What are you doing right now? I mean, technically, Eternity could come back and shoot back at those settlers. Potentially. Right now, they're going to just gather those food crates near the tower, because they really need some food to do something. And unfortunately, since they didn't go for Norland logging, they did actually send Norland logging. So why don't you get a sawmill up right now? Right, get a sawmill up for about, what is it, like 210 wood? Yeah, start chopping. Start chopping a little bit, get some sawmill up. Get another sawmill up. And then just slowly try to recover if you can. It's really the only thing I can think of at this point that you could do with that particular situation. Oh, they're going to go for a barracks. We ain't going to get the barracks, they're going to go grenadiers, I would assume. because your wood isn't that high. I mean, you can't go volunteers for the skirmisher, you can't get the heavy infantry, the bedbringer. So you really need to go with grenadier if you can use a barracks. They could have gone for a stable too and went with hussar, but I think at this point, barracks, grenadier, better option. Especially when you know there's salwars on the field. Well, actually not the salwars, but rather the sepoys. This heavy infantry, they could just use their swords to cut in your hussars. So, yeah, that's definitely the concern. Now we see a big group of these sepoys gathering up around here with the emergency units at 1 HP. You know, they somehow survived this long. But as soon as we see the grenades being tossed, these emergency units will basically be eliminated effectively. Yep. Alright, so now we see the sepoys massing up over here. And I think they're going for the final assault right now. We see some of the Highlanders join them too from the British consulate. And basically these Highlanders are basically just like the regular Highlander unit from the previous patches. They're not the newer one. See, what the newer Highlanders do is they basically discharge a ranged attack with their firearm with the higher amount of damage, then they engage in melee with the bayonet until they can recharge their gunshot again. But these appear to be the more generic Highlanders from previous versions, basically just being a musketeer with the larger minimum range. So basically, once units reach a certain range of them, they'll actually lunge at them with their bayonets automatically. You won't have to go up right against them for them to engage in that hand attack. Yep, here comes the siege. Comes the siege. Wow, look at that. Look at that. Not good. Not good at all. Not good at all. Oh. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Not good at all. Yep, now we got a siege of the outpost. And did we defeat it yet? Alright, well, looks like... yeah, that's a defeat, pretty much. I mean, you're just really outnumbered right now by sepoys at this point. I mean, you don't have any grenadiers left, no skirms left, really nothing. GG though, I mean, that was a good attempt. I mean, compared to the last game, I feel like that little snake base from Delian actually did a lot more damage. He almost got the TC down, which was great. Let's look at the post game. And, alright, so economically, yeah, India just had double the resources militarily. A lot more kills, because big problem here was the fact that Swedes had all but a couple of their units actually just sieging onto the town center. They actually weren't shooting at anything, really. And therefore, they didn't get a lot of kills. Now, with the town center went down, I can't tell you how the match would have gone. It would have definitely stamped the Indian economy, and then they would have had to restructure themselves. And, you know, that could have been a little bit of a minor setback. I can't say that would have won, though. You know, I'm not a great predictor of that, but there's that series. You know, we got other encounters we have to do. Next one will be mine, actually, the one versus Jinpi. Yeah, because I looked at the files, I'm like, oh yeah, I made those files. That's why I named them that way. So we're gonna see mine next. I'm gonna check the chat right now, make sure if everybody's said anything that they need to say. Nope, nobody's said anything yet. You know, not since Kaiser about an hour ago or something. So we'll just keep going. Got how many more encounters do we gotta do today? We got 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4 more. This one only has 1 match for some reason, so I don't know what's going on with that. 2 of the encounters are tiebreaker ones, so there's 3 matches instead of 2. So that'll be fun. Alright, let's see mine. Me, the Gringo Guapo, versus Pollo Peruano, Gimpy. Start with the Mendocino match. Now, I hope we don't have any problems with our syncing, because I think we had some issues with our syncing the other day with these files during the Chori stream. If it does out of sync at all, I will upload my VOD and my gameplay of the series too, so you'll see the gameplays one way or another, you know. That's sort of the thankful thing for me being the participant of it is I use my OBS to record the match done while I'm doing it. So even if you can't see the casted version here, you will be able to see the gameplay version of it somewhere. I have that saved up, then I'll start uploading that alongside this when the stream is done. So yeah, I went with Zulu for the third time in a row on this map. I've been sort of in the habit lately of, well, at the beginning of the Liga, I was doing a lot of Paraguay, but as the weeks went on, I decided, you know, let's just start doing Zulu instead. You know, I feel like Zulu, much more efficient Civ overall, so why don't we start using them? And in general, you know, Zulu has always won me the match. You know, I have not had any issues going with them, so I figured let's keep this up, you know. It also brings me back to the old days when, you know, I used to use Zulu in every Liga match back in the, what would that be, the 2021, the 2022 Liga, or the 2020 to 2021, I can't remember what year it was. I went with Zulu just about all the time almost, alongside the old Columbia Civ. Yeah, so this is Civ I'm actually really used to. In fact, if you go really far back, like back in the year 2016, I have an old upload on this channel before I really started to do actual content here of me showing you how to rush with the Zulu Civ, and I basically go around the old Alaska map to fight the Brazil Civ, and I successfully siege them down and defeat them. It was an AI, it wasn't a human player. Back when my recording process for the game was really bad, you know, I didn't have the best ways of recording the game since my old PCs weren't that good. But that's enough of that. I'm going to give you a summary of the Zulu Civ as somebody who's really good at them, who's basically played them since the very beginning. Zulu is part of the African culture. That means that the Zulu effectively are really... Oh, wait a second, folks. We lost graphics. So 1 second. If I have to, we can restart it again. Okay, we should be returned back shortly. Alright, okay. So, yep, we're back. Let me look at the OBS, make sure we're good. Alright, so we're good. Okay. I guess somebody was doing something with the stove outlet and the thing fell out of the wall, so we lost visuals for a second, maybe. Maybe not, though. I don't know. But I'm just making sure that the OBS looks good and everything. Yep, everything looks fine. Okay. Also, is the CPU doing good? Do we have any frames dropped? Okay, just making sure 100% that we're good. Alright. So, I'll explain the Zulu now to you. Basically, they're an African civilization. They use something called the library to age up, just like the other African civs do. So basically, they have 3 different types of technologies. They have the blue ones, the yellow ones, and the red ones. Blue ones like this one are considered civil, which means they deal more with like infrastructure related stuff, like building hit points, line of sight, that sort of thing. And all library texts from the library have a bonus associated with them, which gets stronger over time. So basically they get, well, the Zulu ones in particular give you something called a porter. A porter is basically the same thing as a Hods or an Iroquois traveler. It can turn into any building that you want it to be. So I decided to turn him into this fancy building called the Akanda. Akanda is basically a building that is like 3 houses in one. It supports about 30 population, but it also upgrades infantry, and it produces something called a youth. A youth is a little Zulu kid, really small kid, who wants to grow up to be something someday, right? Just like you wanted to be a construction worker or a police officer or an astronaut. These little Zulu kids become a spear-throwing impy, clubmen, archers, or even a fully automatic machine gun similar to a Gatling gun. So, you know, Zulu kids, what they want to grow up to be and what you wanted to grow up to be when you were young, big difference, you know, big difference. But anyways, in order to get the youths to start spawning, we need to send the first library red technology, which you just saw. And what that does is it sends you a group of 4 of these little Zulu kids. As you see right here, he is dancing to become a firebrand. A firebrand is an African soldier that uses a big wooden stick, a big wooden log with fire at the end of it. Hence the firebrand. And you can turn them into other units too. As you see right here, I'll probably turn these other Zulu children into something different. I can turn them into archers to deal with heavy infantry or maneuver units. I can turn them into spearmen to deal with cavalry. I can turn them into clubmen to deal with skirmisher units and artillery. I can turn them into impi, which are sort of like a Zulu version of the musketeer. I think they have a better rate of fire where they throw their spears, but they have less overall damage because the spears aren't quite as strong as actual bullets. Or I can even turn them into artillery units later in the game, or cavalry units like the escort, which is like a dragoon. But to do those later units, I need a special building called a corral building to mature the Zulu unit near it. Mature the youth near it, that is. So yeah. And to age up, I should mention too, for Africans, there is rules in place. Like, you either need to research 2 of one color, so like library red 1 and 2, or you need to do a combination like library red 1 red, yellow, and blue. So you either have to do a combo of colors or more of one color. I did a combination of colors, so I was able to get red 1, and now I can make military. I got blue 1, so I got a porter, and then I did yellow 1, which grants me access to the market and the first market technologies. Also gave me, I think, a free villager too, because that's what the yellow text for Zulu do. For yellow is basically gives you free villagers. So right now I'm facing off against the Canadians. Canadians, as I know, are probably going to be spamming a lot of the Tropas de la Marines, right? The ones we saw at the beginning of the day. The Tropas de la Marines, as you know, they deal crush damage at range with their firearms. It's making them good really against any unit, artillery, cavalry, or infantry. Even ships. That's especially what they're supposed to be good against, is ships. So what I need to do is, especially as a civ that does not get a more powerful scout unit like the Lancero that has multipliers, is I actually need to plan my attacks carefully so that I might actually be able to attack their army. Yeah, you have to do it like super duper carefully, like really carefully. And now, basically, I'm gonna try to swoop in at this angle and try to attack these units. Alright, so now I'm slowly gonna try to pursue them over at here, right. Notice how GMP tries to go for 2 barracks. He's sort of thinking, you know how I'm gonna deal with the Zulu threat? I'm gonna make 2 barracks of the Tropas de la Marines. And what I say of that is, I'm going to try to siege those barracks down before he can actually do that. Let's look at his queue. Which barracks is he? He's making from this one, right? So he's been making these for quite a while, so he can actually start to engage with me right now. So I have to start engaging with him, because if he gets too many of these things, that's all I can do about that is the Zulu civilization. My scout units are very low HP, but also very cheap. But you just need to make sure you're doing it right. Yep, see what I just did there? I just used Shaka, the Explorer, to do a shield bash. It's a special ability that lets him spin around and damage a bunch of stuff in an area attack. And now we're going to see these clubmen start to slowly beat into the Marine infantry. And yep, see that right there? I'm always making sure I'm attacking in hand, because if I don't, he's going to get away and he's going to keep kiting me. So the way I deal with that is, keep going in the hand, you're going to put him in something called a snare, which means it slows down the movement speed of those infantry, allowing me to catch up and slowly rip them apart. Yep, and I also made sure to kill that villager too on the way out with those spears. So what I'm trying to do at this stage is, I don't necessarily have the ability to take the town center out yet. Sometimes a Zulu player like Chorizo and Wol Liga will try to go right for the town center and gut them at the very beginning. What I try to do instead is, I try to keep them down, right? Keep killing as many vills as possible, kill their army wherever it is, try to keep them pinned, and then when I start to get a little bit later up, where I can afford more firebrands or possibly cannons, then I go in for the final push, and then they get totally overwhelmed by it. That's sort of what I do right here. But unfortunately, I'm dealing with the Civ like the Canadians, which has a Marine infantry, so that's easier said than done. You know, these Marine infantry can always sort of crawl their way back and continue to be a constant threat. Trying to do my best here to use these impy to keep chucking away spears at his infantry. Doing pretty good against the militia because those are basically just crossbowmen, so not a lot of stats on them. The Marine infantry, though, they're a little bit more sturdy, and you actually have to be careful of them. See that right there? Now I'm surrounded with the clubmen, so now they're basically going to rip apart all those skirmishers. And now I can rip those apart, and then I can slowly start to focus on somewhat retreating a little bit. And then, yeah, pretty much. Just try to retreat. Yep. There we go. Yeah, I mean, this actually was a longer match than I thought it was going to be, honestly, because I felt like, oh yeah, I'm winning all these fights, so it's going to be quick and easy, but GP just never wanted to give up, honestly, which I found pretty admirable. You know, he was almost playing like Lars, you know, Lars retreating around the map for like 20 minutes and building everywhere. So, GP definitely tried his very best to take me out throughout this whole match, even though I had really a lot of military superiority all the time. And that's just a testament of how skilled he is as a player. He plays a lot of definitive editions, so he really knows what he's doing. And it takes a lot to defeat him, usually. So yeah, I really had to try pretty hard here with the Zoo to finally crack him. Crack his eggshell, pretty much. Yeah, it was pretty tricky. Right now, I'm starting to go for like the second set of library text. This is Library Blue number 2. I'm also starting to get market technologies. I don't get market technologies right away as Zulu. I usually wait a little bit, wait till there's some military success before I use that as sort of a supplement. Because the market techs for Africans work a little bit differently. They actually benefit 2 resources instead of 1, like that bird trap tech you just saw. It benefits hunting and mining. Yeah, and then they have one that benefits wood chopping and mining, and then they have one that benefits wood chopping and berry gathering from berries. So the African economy is kind of one of the stranger things you'll see in the mod. Yeah, and notice right here, I'm always going for the Marine infantry. I want to take them out as soon as I possibly can. Yep, that's kind of like my biggest goal at this point, because if I can keep killing his Marine infantry, he never gets an advantage, and he can never dominate against me, right? He's always fighting for his life. He's always fighting to survive. That's what I want to do to the opponents as well. I want them to fight to survive. I do not want them to grow. Because if they start growing economically, then we get some real risk, because they can make something really strong like an assault unit, a cannon, something that I might not necessarily have yet, or might not have at all. Right? Zulu do not have assault units. They don't have any assault units. Not from the home city, not from their roster. So that's one class that I would not be able to utilize as the Civ. And notice too, I'm shipping in here called the 9 Zwart Hollanders. If you notice down there in the UI, Africans actually get access to export. Yeah, just like the Asians do, but they use it a bit differently. See, instead of having a consulate, Africans have something called the Spice Shop. The Spice Shop is basically a special So somewhat economic building, but also military building. That allows you to make crates of spices. Spice stalls, as they call them. And you can use the villagers or another unit you saw earlier, the tradesman, that has the little donkey wagon. And basically, they can gather export from those crates. And with that export, you can do multiple things. Namely, you can make special European units. Every civ, it's different. For Zulu, I think it's like Redcoats, Dutch Riders, German Uhlans, and what's the other one? The South African Boer Cavalry, Boer Commandos. So yeah, you can make those. Also, late game military and age-up technologies will also cost a bit of export as well. So it's actually a requirement to basically make it to Imperial Age and also Industrial Age. You do need some export for that. I don't know if I ever actually got... I think I got a spice shop maybe later, because I was just so advanced at that point. But, yeah. And by the way, is our graphics looking good here? I mean, it looks good on the OBS side. Everything seems to be coming through pretty good. Just making sure the disruption with the monitor did not affect the visuals at all. Yeah. I'm going to assume that it's not, and even if it did, I guess we can... it's not that big of a deal if this match got disrupted, because I will be putting the VOD up for this one anyways, individually, so you can watch it there if you have to. And if you really want to, I guess you could play that and listen to my commentary in this alongside it, even if it is a black screen or something. So, not always lost if that's the case, but I'm assuming that you're seeing the picture pretty fine right now. Oh, light cavalry, that's great. Yeah, so GMP, unwilling to give up, is actually going to try raiding me while I'm attacking him. He's going to keep coming in with these light cav and try to deal with me. But it's not going to do very much, because guess what? I got a town center nearby. Unfortunately, it's going to kill my tradesman, though. That's kind of unfortunate, because I can use him to get export. Tradesman is actually almost like a hero unit, almost. But not really. I mean, he's got the multipliers of a villager. He actually doesn't have a tag, it looks like, which is kind of interesting. Doesn't actually have any tag at all. Yep. Basically, tradesmen are the only unit in your roster that can actually build trading posts. Your explorer can't even build trading posts, only the tradesman can, which is kind of an interesting twist. And they can also gather export from the spice stalls, too. African rosters are really strange things. Also, another weird interaction, too. The bow upgrade at the Akanda actually upgrades the range attack of the tradesman as well. Just another weird interaction. Yep, luckily my shipment from Packety arrived just in time over there to deal with those light cav. At the same time, I'm still fighting him over here, trying to take down this town center. You know, doing pretty good though, killing his spontooners, killing his minutemen. Yep. Just making sure, again, he's not getting ahead at all, he's not getting a second degree on his own, you know what I mean? You gotta make sure that you keep taking out their military, so they have to keep training more of it. And then they never get ahead. Yeah, it's kind of an interesting situation to say the least, you know? So now we see a bit of a retreat back from over here. Yep. Yep, might have another disruption again, so I'm gonna just keep my little finger on the pause button so we don't see a lack of progress like we did last time. Alright, so we're retreating right now. I'm just using my arrow keys right now to follow him. Keeping my little mouse cursor on the pause button. I think we're good for now, so I think I can take this off. Alright. So yeah, see, I retreated back to this side of the cliff over here because I'm just waiting for more numbers to come out. You know, right now, as you can tell from the score up here, I'm in really good shape. I really don't have to worry about too much. I really don't think GNP would be able to come back at this point with the large army and defeat me, as long as I'm keeping the pressure on his neck at that point. But you never know. You know, you never underestimate an opponent, no matter who you're dealing with, what they're doing. You never underestimate an opponent because you just don't know what they're capable of doing. You know what I mean? People sometimes think, oh yeah, I'm doing great right now. I'm just going to retreat and do some weird spicy build or something. You know? And pretty much, yeah, you gotta be really careful. You gotta be real careful. Because some people will know that, like, oh, he's not paying attention. I'm just going to attack him. It's something that he would normally be careful of, but since he doesn't think I'm a threat anymore, I'm just going to get away with it. And I did not do that here. I just kept attacking him, and let's look at his resource count. Yeah, I mean, look at how effective this aggro has been against his economy. 100 and something food, wood not that good, coin a little bit there. So yeah, just because I keep that pressure right on his throat pretty much, he's not getting resources to make large armies and stuff, because if he can make like 10, 20 light cav, maybe make like 20 something marines or something like that, something real crazy, yeah, that could be a serious problem. But you know, honestly, in this situation, because I'm keeping him at bay, he's not getting real gains anywhere. Even when he raids my villages like this, I can just go into melee with them and make somewhat decent trades with them, add in some clubmen too. All at the same time, taking down the town center. Doesn't have a lot of defenses for it. I also got some firebrands mixed in, so yeah, the TC is going down. There's really no way of him to save it at this point. See, I actually beat the light cav over there using villagers. You know, you don't think of that stuff like, oh yeah, they're villagers, we have to run. Not all the time. Sometimes if you're far away from the base and it doesn't make sense to you, you can actually try to kill their units with your villagers by going into the hand attack. Because the hand attack is stronger than the range attack. And if you position them in just sort of a way, and you have enough vills, you can actually one down hand cavalry with them, which is great. Yeah, and now this was actually worse than taking down the town center for me. All these towers that GMP built using his Frontier Defenses card. Each time you ship Frontier Defenses, which is an infinite card, needs to, gives you 2 outpost wagons. And therefore he was able to just keep spamming more towers and towers and towers. More towers. Which really prolonged this match a lot more than I expected it to be. Because I feel like if he didn't do that, if he resigned as soon as the town center went down, yeah, we would have been saving like another 10 minutes on the clock at that point. And it would have been more instantaneous. Yeah, my army's still doing pretty good though. Killing his Infante de Tropas de Marines. Yep. His coin's going up a little bit though, but as far as food, he's actually starved. Which is really not good for him, you know what I mean? Also, he can barely even gather because he has to keep hiding in the towers. He is moving stuff more up in this direction though, which is the smart thing to do. But at this point, I'm not too worried about him coming back real hard at all. And coming back with like a 50 population army or anything like that, because his food is just way too low. I don't know that his food is low, but I'm figuring because I took him off of his hunts over here, unless he's hunting up here, he's really not going to be getting a lot of food. Yep, yet another frontier defense. So, even more towers to deal with. I think at that point I just sort of realized what I was doing. I said, no, I'm burning those things down. I'm not even dealing with that. You're not stalling me out all day doing that stuff. No way. No way am I letting you do that. Because I've been busy trying to kill you this whole match. I'm not going to let you just stall things out like that. It's really not going to happen. Yeah, see that right there though? I'm just starting to burn through his towers. And then I have to defeat those units there. Yep. And then I have to, yep. Oh yeah, I mean, at this point it's pretty clear that I'm winning in numbers through the MP especially. The MP are just doing really good overall in big numbers. Biggest problem is honestly just sieging the towers down. I mean, Look at that right here. Another raid of light cavalry. GMP's thinking, oh yeah, I can just keep raiding you with light cav. That's gonna do something. Like, no, it's not. It's not. I mean, look at how many cards I burned through too. I've basically gone through all my shipments in Age 2. All my unit shipments. Still love unit shipments, man, because they love the rush. So always include all 5 of these if you can. Really helps you out. And actually 6. You can include these as well. Yep, and then I'm going to kill the Marine Infantry because I don't want him to stockpile those units into his army. I want him to be forced to train more of those units so he runs out of food and he can't build a larger army to deal with me. Keep it pressuring and pressuring and pressuring until there's nothing he can do left. That's the way you do it, folks, with Zulu. And I'm also starting to get military upgrades too. Notice how I'm getting the Cowhide Shield. It actually gives HP to every Zulu infantry unit in their roster, besides the gunpowder units. So that's actually a really versatile tech to be getting. I think I get the Hardwood Spear at some point as well to boost up the attack of all my spear-wielding units, like the Spearman itself, like the MP, and like their light game spear unit. Which I don't think you're going to see this game at all, but if you'd see it at a point, you'll see how strong it really is. Also, I'm going for the Library Yellow 3, and now Library Blue 3. So that means I'm actually heading towards the capital age now, Age 3. Well, GMP here, resource-wise, still struggling in Age 2. And nowhere does he have any resources to go up to Age 3 anytime soon, if at all. Like, now I'm starting to lose numbers a bit, so now I have to sort of retreat back a little bit, but now I got a new idea on the way, hatching. So what I'm going to start doing is, once I hit capital age, and with my large stockpile of coin and wood, I'm going to take these little youths, and I'm going to turn them into something really special. They're going to grow up to become something really dangerous for my enemy to deal with. Right? We got our miners over here. Now I'm just sort of hanging out around this spot here because I think, yeah, it's safe. You know, nobody's going to attack me over here. I'm alright. And now, once this technology is completed, then you're going to see the real action take place. And the real action's going to take place. Alright, so waiting for, which tech is that? Witch Doctors, yep. Alright, so now, here comes my youth. Some of them I'm going to mature into Impy first thing. Other ones I'm going to move up into this vicinity. Well, I'm going to see this right here. Look at this right here, a revolving cannon. So basically, I'm going to turn this youth into a revolving cannon. Now, this particular mode of maturing units is quite similar to that of the Zerg in StarCraft. You might be thinking, oh yeah, that's like the Zerg in StarCraft. And exactly, that's exactly the same, you know, unit production process they use here. It's very micro-intensive. This one in particular is really micro-intensive. And you have to be really good at it. Now, if you remember the hotkey, which I know is R, and then you click right down with your like mouse, your mouse pad, you can like basically create these like instantaneously start queuing them up all over the place. And they don't take that long to mature either. Like, look at how fast that trains. Oh yeah, wonderful. Really good. Really good. Yeah, this is quite interesting, though. It seems like GMP is starting to actually amass a small army of the Tropas de la Marines, though. So is he thinking like, oh yeah, we're gonna win. We got an army. I think he's looking into this like thinking, oh yeah, everything's fine. Everything's fine. And then this happens. Fucking machine guns. They're gonna right into him. Look at that. Look at the splash that just did to him. Oh, that was not good. And now he's actually forced to retreat, relying on his 16 range to basically kite with me now. Because he knows he can't deal me head on anymore because his cans are just going to obliterate him. Yeah. Look at this, though. Look at what I did. Look at this. I'm punching civilians in the head with my villagers. Look at them getting punched in the head. Totally brutal. Look at the knockout punch. I think I made a reference during the Troy stream that these are like Muhammad Ali villagers, you know. Fast like a butterfly, sting like a bee, pretty much. Oh yeah, literally. That's exactly how these ones work. Muhammad Ali villagers, folks. That's what these are. They punch super duper hard in your skull cap. Even if you're a horse, they'll punch you to death. And then I start mining over here. And with all these revolving cannons, these readouts, they're no longer existing at this point. These towers are going to start getting sieged left and right. Yeah, he doesn't even have any coin to make light cavalry to deal with this. Something right on top of his stable. Absolutely ingenious. Now this is the real annoying thing, because every time I plop the guns down, he just runs off because he doesn't want to get hit. Which makes it take a lot longer than it should. And really this means you really can't do a lot with these infantry, because all I can do is sort of like look for villagers of mine and start sniping them. Really all I can... Yeah, I hit him with the machine guns and then he, again, wipe out another batch of them. Yep, I start killing log cabins, and I'm going to take down that barracks. There's really not a lot you can do right now. It's kind of a sad situation for GP. He probably really wants to win really badly and thinks he can somehow win this. Like, actually win this somehow, but... You know, not with these types of machine guns blasting into you like that. With my cow-high shields on. Oh yeah, I decide, you know what, I'm gonna go for this mine over here, but, you know, GMP's like, oh, I'm raiding over here now, sucker, take it. Take a shot. Yeah, they just knows, oh yeah, I could raid these things. That's great. I mean, at that point, like, I don't know. I actually just decided to run over here where my army is, like, you know, we might get some of them here alive, so it's probably worth doing. Yeah, now I'm idling up here now, so I decide, you know, it's time to maybe do something to change things up a bit. So why not? Oh yeah, this is where it starts it. I start to see the light cab appear up here. So what I decided to do then is, as soon as the light cab arrive, here comes the light cavalry, and here starts the Muhammad Ali moment. Sting like a bee. Look at that. Look at those punches. Punching the horse in the rib cage. Oh, nasty. Talk about animal rights. Look at that. Punch, punch, punch. And now I start sieging the stable with just villagers. No spearmen, no military, just villagers. I start to siege the stable down that's making units. Look at this villagers start to siege the stable down. Without any sort of help whatsoever. Look at how much they're doing. That's actually a decent siege rate for like a foot unit. You know, for like infantry, that's not a bad siege time at all. And then more light cavalry appear. And then as soon as they come into range, I think I just decided to siege the stable down first, maybe. Do I? Yep, I try to siege the stable down first, because why not? These villagers are... Oh no, and I go back into Muhammad Ali mode again with the villagers. They start to punch the horse. That one's punching him right in the behind. That must not feel good. Imagine being punched that many times as a horse. That must really hurt quite a lot. And yeah, very painful. And then I just finished off the stable like nothing. Like nothing. Wow. Wow, look at that. Stable completely taken down by villagers. And while that was going on, I was sort of just going back and forth with these marine infantry, that batch that I was showing you before. Some of them are still alive, but really not a lot of them. Villagers still over here chopping some wood. Yeah, I mean, in this situation, GP actually tried to last a really long time, I would say. Really long time. And then I decided, you know what, let's put them back on wood. You know, we could certainly use some more resources. Like, going back to my resources, look at all the coin I got. I can actually continue to make even more revolving cans than I already have. I'm starting to ship in Ascari, which is the African skirmisher. They actually have better multipliers than European skirmishers do at base level. And only with things like cards do they actually get something similar to counter-infantry rifling. Like, for particular the Zulu, they actually get this card called Schutztruppen. Basically, once you research it, it gives the Ascari +1 multiplier in all their multipliers. So they actually do 3.5 against heavy infantry, which makes them actually statistically stronger than European skirmishers, which is really insane. And while that's going on, I got firebrands that I shipped from the home city from this card over here, starting to work on their towers before the rest of my cannons arrive with the Impy. Yeah, still somehow trying to do pressure with these tropas de Emlines. But as you know, once you get the revolving cannons involved, there's really not much somebody can do about that. I'm going to start trying to blast apart that tower. I could literally go in there with like 20 cannons right now and just obliterate them right now, and those marine infantry can't do a thing about it besides do really careful kiting tactics. But once I plop the cannons down and don't stick them in movement anymore, the marine infantry just loses its steam at that point. Yep, I'm going to sit them there in the back and just start blasting bullets into that town center. That's what I'm going to do. Yep, look at that. Look at that volley. That TC is just about ready to go down. Yep. Alright, so yep, log cabin going down. Alright. Yep, look at that. And now Shaka's going to go forward. I think he's going to do another shield bash. Maybe. If not, he's just going to sit there and snare them. Oh, yeah. I mean, this was a good match, I would say. Sure. This is a good show of how you're supposed to do Zulu from age 1 to 3. I didn't quite get to age 4 to show you that part of it, but in general, age 4 revolves getting these cards. Sissel cultivation to get all of your Zulu farming upgrades for free, including the Imperial Age one an age early, and also this one called Otavi Mining Company. Basically, it will give you the ability to make your rocks, which is your alternative to plantations, free of coin costs. So it only costs about 100 wood. Because believe it or not, Africans actually have a building called the Quarry that produces rocks, and you mine from the rocks. And the rocks have the same gather rate as actual coin mines, which makes the Zulu coin economy actually one of the strongest of any of the cultures. With the only downside being that you have to keep maintaining it though, right? You just have to keep building more rocks and more rocks and more rocks. So what I decided to do at this point is, since I have so much export, start making the Chibaka Yuans from the spice shop. These nice low HP, high attack hand caps should do quite a bit of damage, right? Start riding around the map with these, start looking for bills. I think I go down here first with them, or maybe yeah, pretty much. I try to look for any potential threats that I can find. I go down with a contingent of infantry down here, start attacking these pioneers. I was surprised with how many vills that GP was able to maintain through this whole match, even after the town center was burned down. It just shows you how skilled he really was through the course of everything, pretty much. he really knew what he was doing, and that made it really hard for me to take him down outright. It took a long time. And look at all the resources I got. 40k. Yeah, that's a lot. And then militarily, he actually did more kills against me than I did to him. My big difference, though, was numbers. Numbers and types. I was able to make cannons, he was not able to make cannons, and that's what made the difference. Because I was able to pin him down in age 2, making a pricey marine infantry that just wasn't getting the job done. So I eventually was able to win out against him, and that's the magic of it, folks. That's why you gotta be really careful with the units you make. Some units get the job done, some of them don't. And you just have to decide what units you're gonna make to try to get ahead. Yep, pretty much. So now we're going to see match number 2 of mine. Should be good. Yep. Just waiting for that to load up. Hold on up. This one's loading up pretty slowly, right? Yep, okay. Just checking our OBS to make sure everything's good. No drop frames. Nice. Okay. So now we're gonna move on to record games and see Gringo Guapo versus Pollo Peruano Part 2. Now this was a really interesting set of civs that was played here. Yeah, I mean, you're gonna see it for yourself, and Alright, so now we got Me is the Greeks, the Prostegma Fulame Malesta Civ, against the Hods with GP. Yeah, this was a really interesting interaction of civs, because I was a little bit concerned when I found out the GP selected the Hods. I was thinking, is my age up time going to be adequate with the Greeks? Because I know the Greeks can be a little bit slower depending on how much eco you want to do, right? And then it sort of dawned on me, maybe I can age up a little bit quicker. Maybe I can get away with less peasants because I'm just going to be using fishing ships anyways from the dock. Remember how I mentioned before that the landowner's investment can turn into a dock? That's exactly what I did here. And Greeks are the only civ, as I mentioned before, that can age up with the dock, with the big bun. The one thing about the Greek dock, which is special though, is that it produces fishing ships for free, just like Arm Town Centers produce settlers. So basically, I don't even need to train the fishing ships, they just come out for free over time. I only need to put down the wood to make the houses to support their population, because if I don't have population available, the fishing ship queue will just cancel, and then I'll have to wait for the next one to arrive, and the next one. So you have to keep things up. It doesn't wait for you to just get the house out. I mean, it'd be kind of good if they set up that way, just like the Chinese Summer Palace does it, but I can understand why. I can understand why. Kind of makes it more of a challenge for you in a way, because it makes you manage your wood and your population a lot better. I can't remember how many bills I stuck with in this age, how many peasants. I think I went with about, I don't know, like 11 peasants maybe, or maybe 12 peasants. Definitely under the normal amount. I mostly decide, I'm going to try to use more of these fishing ships to keep my food eco up. And let the peasants' numbers stay a bit lower so I can get the age up from the dock a little bit earlier. Because I know Hods, they're an aggro civ. They're actually one of the easiest aggro civs to use in both Legacy and in Wars of Liberty and in Definitive Edition. Because they have a really strong ability to attack early with their travois, being able to put down the easy war hut that can turn into tomahawks or Aeana bowmen, followed by their shipment of Kanya horsemen, followed by more bowmen and tomahawk shipments. The Hods really have a really perfect recipe for being aggressive. Yeah, it really is. Had a bit of a scuffle over here with the Explorer. Now, the Explorer for the Huds is one of the most intricate pieces of their attack. See, when you look at the home city here, there's one particular card you might already know about, which is going to be a serious problem. Pretty much it's this one. Town Destroyer. Look at the numbers on that and see what that means. Makes your War Chief more destructive against buildings. War Chief siege attack damage increased by 1,400%. 1,400%. When do you ever see numbers like that on anything in an RTS game? Never, right? Never do you see numbers that big. See, I decided at this point I was going to queue up with only a smaller number of peasants, and therefore I'm already halfway done with my age up. With my dark politician over here, La Scalina Bobolina, pretty much. And La Scalina Bobolina does about two things. One thing is standard for the Greek Civ, and the other thing not so much. So the first thing she does, it's non-standard, is she gives me 2 free fishing ships at my water gather point, which is on right about over here. Second thing she does, which all dark politicians do for the Greeks, is increases your build limit of fishing ships by 5. And you might be thinking, aren't fishing ship build limits very high? Quite similar to that of the villager. Well, for the Greeks, to keep them under control, they have a small build limit initially of 10. And the only way to increase that is either with dark politicians or by fishing ship upgrades. So going up with La Scalina Bobolina, we'll give it a build limit of about 15 fishing ships. I get the dark upgrade. Well, there's about 3 fishing ship upgrades that nation-state civs get, so really I can increase it to about 30 from here if I wanted to, without any additional dark politicians. If I went with more dark politicians, I can get to a build limit of about 45 fishing ships if I wanted to just exclusively deal with the dark. Now, this is where the trouble begins. Notice here how Gaio is trying to use Town Destroyer to siege my buildings down. Look at how much siege he has. 232 siege. So you know what I do? I just take my peasants' pitchforks and stick it where the sun don't shine to get him out of there. And it works. He is completely disassembled at that point. All I have to do now is this little treasure guardian here that he captured with the nature friendship, and I just wipe him out with the marauders. Marauders, these are basically just nation-state Yuans, so they have low HP, high attack, 37 hand attack. Brutal unit to deal with. Especially good against the Civ's archers, but not so much against the tomahawks. I think right here I tried to... Well, I scouted in too far, and therefore one of my marauders gets killed by the warhead arrow, actually, not even the tomahawks. And then I back up and I start to ship in sailors. I also start queuing up kleps. Kleps are basically a early skirmisher for the Greeks, similar to crossbowmen again. But unlike the Hajusi, instead of having a trade-off between attack and HP, they actually just have more range. I think they have a range quite similar to that of a skirmish, just under that of a skirmisher to start, actually quite close to a, I think to like marine infantry. We'll see it when it comes out though to confirm that. So let's see it when it comes out. It has about 18 range, so almost just under that of a skirm, which has about 20, which makes them much better at kiting units, honestly, just with less damage output. Also, I ship in some sailors, some of those marine infantry. Just like the Latin American sailors, they have some really good crush damage at range. They also have a strong hand attack of 20, which makes them really good against anything that gets too close to them. I already have about, 5 fishing ships working up here. I actually didn't even assign these ones yet, which I probably should have at this point. I think I assigned them a little bit later. And as you can see right now, my food economy is just booming right now. I'm really not running out of food. I actually have double the score of GNP right now. And the thing that GNP is doing here, which is kind of a creative idea, is he's actually incorporated the fire pit into his rush strategy. He has villagers dancing right next to his war hut, pumping out these emergency warriors, which deal about 26 range damage. They also only have an infantry tag, so quite a powerful unit to be spamming, really, from your war hut for free. And now I'm going to start to... Notice how I go into formation here to get everything into hand attack so I can target down these Kanya horsemen easier with my sailors. I also have a scytheman here too, which does help as well. Also the marauders, just enough damage to kill the cavalry shipment. And if he wants any more cavalry, now he's actually forced to build a corral to train more of them. As you know, Pods only get one kind of horseman shipment. And now I go into the town center again, just to target down his war chief and kill him. He just barely takes the barracks down, but I get his war chief again, which is again going to force him to go off of this dance and get him back if he wants him. That's really what I want to do, is I want to deter... Yep, I want to keep him from making more of these warriors, because these warriors are pretty annoying. And they're going to keep providing him a decent army to keep attacking me with. So the only way I can deal with that is use the town center to kill his explorer when he goes for the town destroyer again. And then he'll inevitably have the rest of these archers to spam out for that time period. Looks like he's sending in another shipment of Anna Bowman, which is the Hod's archer unit, going against heavy infantry and light cavalry, as well as the Tomahawk. Shouldn't have to know too much about that, since similar to India, they're pretty much unchanged in Wol Liga, you know. Structurally, roster-wise, exactly the same. There's all the same stuff. Now the only difference here being, I think they get one little bonus, where if you siege their buildings, natural resources come. I think it's in the form of deer and trees, I believe. Like if you take down a war hut or a longhouse, you might get a couple deer that spawns from the besieged building, which in turn the Hods can use to hunt from, since they're better at hunting than farming. Though I would say that the Hods, as you know, compared to the Lakota, do have a bit of a better work with their farming, because I think they get more farming cards at their home city than most of the natives do. They get sustainable agriculture, I believe, in the food silos, which still no refrigeration, obviously, but it's a little bit better than usual. So now that the war chief is back in his hands again, he's going to start to go for the siege of the house using the town destroyer. He's also going to start to make warriors again from the war hut right next to the war hut. From the fire pit, pretty much, because he knows these are free units. Yeah, they lose HP over time, but doesn't really matter, since they stay alive with 1 HP. As long as they don't get shot, as long as you're not focusing on them, they're going to keep dishing out that damage. So I know, once they hit that low HP threshold, just shoot them with one shot and they die. Unfortunately, this is in my domain. I have a town center I can garrison, so I'm going to eventually start making favorable gains here. And you can't win with these free archers forever. I mean, they don't have multipliers. They got 26 attack, which is nothing to laugh at, but of course they lose HP over time, so it's not a sustainable strategy. Right? So what do you do in this case is Hods. I don't know what to do exactly, because, you know, Hods really depend on that H2 attack should they go with that. They can either go for an immediate H2 attack, or they can go for a fast industrial attack with light cannons, I find. Or they can actually do a fast capital too with the forest prowler skirmishers. But we didn't see that here at all. They decided to go the all-in H2 route. And of course you got a large contingent of your villagers dancing around the fire pit, about 5 of them. Which is a big chunk of your economy. I mean, how many villages do they even have on the field right now? Like 20? So only really 15 villagers are working on resources like hunting and chopping and mining. Which is actually kind of serious. So I guess the war chief tried to go for another town destroyer situation up here, but unfortunately it's just such low HP that I can finish him off with the scytheman. Gonna try to come at me again with the Anna Bowman and the warriors. But you'll look right here though at my scoring, like my food. I have like over 1.3k food, so I can really build anything I want at this point. And I decide, you know, why don't we do a barracks with Scythemen and start queuing up the Marauders as well. Like, if we do Marauders and Scythemen, that's like a perfect combination. The Scythemen deal splash attack, the Marauders deal high attack. And even against, you know, like armies of archers, I feel like Scythemen in large numbers can actually deal with archers, especially if they're cornered. Which you're going to see in a couple seconds here, because apparently, GP is so salty about this dock and all the food it's given me through these fishing ships that he's going to actually try to siege it down with his archers. His actual archers is going to try to siege this thing down. So, you know what I do? I say, you know what? This is the perfect time to move in with the Scythemen and my Marauders. You know why this is dangerous? Because notice how Scythemen get one splash. So even if they can corner you like this and you can't run away, Scythemen actually become a counter archer unit, capable of killing archers. And if I wanted to further, I actually could have put them in the cover mode to actually negate 50% of the range damage of these bowmen too, which would have been another bonus to have. And just in case if I have to deal with Kanya Horsemen again, I decide to send my ship into the Turophylax. The Turophylax is a very special, like, line infantry musketeer you only get from the home city for shipments that cost food. They basically have, I think, stronger HP stats than standard heavy infantry for nation states. They also have good range, about 16 range, so quite similar to a Landmoran in that sense, like the old Landmoran, not the new one. Now I start to actually go for a real push right now, because now I realize I got some decent units now. Let's go for this war hut, and then take out this, do I know about the fire pit? I actually don't know about the fire pit at all, which is kind of interesting, yeah. So I actually haven't found the fire pit yet in this match. Once I do, I'm basically going to come down and start attacking. And, of course, in this deck, GNP does not have any canoes in his deck, so he cannot actually counter this water economy at all. Which I've effectively increased even further by getting... Well, I actually haven't gotten the fishing upgrade yet. I think I get the first one, Paternoster, first, which actually gives me a build limit of about 20 of the fishing ships. Yeah, but in this case, though, I'm trying to see. Yep. Yeah, really, once I know I have enough Scythemen and Marauders, I know I can go in for an actual assault here to take out GNP's forward base, because, as you can see right now, his resources are not doing too well. You know, his Vil count is only about 25 on resources. 5 of the Vils are on the fire pit. And at this point, he's not even making more warriors. He has it on the fertility dance just to make his units come out faster. So, yeah, then I end up just killing the Vils entirely, so now he loses the dance altogether. Just take down the war hut, and now the Vils will be mine. Yep. There you go. Exactly. Exactly. Brutal. That's all I can say. Brutal. Yeah, we start sieging on the warhead, the fire pit over there. See this right here? When I took down the fire pit, he actually gained deer from the destroyed building. That's the one bonus that Wars of Liberty added to the Hod Civ. And they're actually going to build another fire pit up here for some reason. Like, I feel like at this point you should just ban the whole idea of going with fire pits altogether, because your Vil count is not the best right now. You really can't afford to lose much villagers anymore at this point. And your biggest threat is honestly just deal with Scythemen and Marauders at this point that I'm going to continue to pump out. Here's Paternoster right here to make my fishing ship build limit bigger and improve the gather rate from the fishing as well. Has 2 effects in one, really. Only for the Greeks, though. For the other nation-state civ, it just acts like a normal fishing upgrade, right? It just benefits the gather rate. I can ship in my Cardiff Siphon as well to add to the mix. And I slowly start to think about H3. Like, maybe I might want to go H3, make some R guards if he wants to do what he did last game and stall it out anymore. I kind of feel a little bit more confident that he's going to resign sooner this time, but you never... It's better to be careful, you know what I mean? Like, if I can make R guards in H3, the assault cav, nothing they can do can actually counter those at this point. So that would actually be a perfect fatality for him. I don't even think the musket riders would even be good at that point, because the R guard, unlike other assault cavalry for the nation state civs, it has, instead of getting a better attack like a multiplier or a splash or something, they actually just get armor. So they get more HP and they get armor, they get pierce armor and hack armor. So they become like actual medieval knights in a way that they can use against multiple unit types in sufficient numbers. Yeah, that town center is no match at this point. Look at it just burning down completely. 100%. Look at that TC just burn, baby, burn. Yeah. Yep. Looks like a GG to me. Yeah, pretty much. Oh yeah, this was a great series. I really liked this one with Gene P, you know. I feel like it was the perfect difficulty without, you know, being completely... Yeah, because, you know, I had to deal with some nasty opponents in this tournament, like Alucard and Jeff, who are really powerful to deal with. So, for me, this was like the perfect balance, you know what I mean, between challenge and success, you know what I mean? Because Gene P definitely threatened to destroy me a couple of times, especially with that Town Destroyer, because Town Destroyer is one of those cards that can completely crush you, as you saw in my match against Moon when he used them against me when I was the British. But in this case, as the Greeks, I was able to be very careful and go right for that Town Center Garrison as well as the Villager Hand Attack to discourage the sieging and keep things on track. Taught me a big lesson that day about defending against Town Destroyer. And you'll see that it paid off, because look at all the resources. Again, double resources, military. This time I actually did really almost double the kills. Almost, right? Even though I had less units. So I was able to make more use of my Marauders and Scythemen than he was able to do with his emergency units. Some more sieges. So yeah, that was a... I like how I lost like 4 billions because of Town Destroyer, though. That was kind of funny. You know, Town Destroyer, that's always one of those cards that you ask yourself, why does this card even exist, man? What's it even doing here? Things broken, really broken, you know? But, yeah. I don't know. I don't know why they put it in there. I can't even tell myself. Alright, so let's go to the next record series. MCMR versus Fiero. I actually saw this one. This was a good series, you know. I will commentate this one for you as best as I can. This is a really good one. I'm surprised it even became a tiebreaker one, because, you know, during the stream, during Chorizo Muy Largo's streams, he has this point system where we can gamble our points on who is going to win the match, and we all put our money on MCMR in match 2, and Fiero somehow dominated that game, like really nastily won. It's like, how did this even happen? Like, how did this even happen? We couldn't even figure out how it happened. It just happened. Yeah, confused me. And I lost all my points. It was not that good. It was not that good at all. But anyways, these are the two civs here. We got Germany. I'm sure you're pretty used to them. And then we got Uruguay. So, which do you want to hear about first? Is anybody in the chat, by the way? I try to check up every now and then and see what's going on. Hello, Letsy. It's Juanita Boliviana. Eternity. Nice. We just did your encounter, like, I don't know, like a half hour ago or something. No, more than a half hour ago, but we already did your encounter against Ian. Yeah, that was a good one. You used your Juanita Boliviana tactics with Bolivia again. That was nice. And then you used the Indians, the Gandhi elephant stomp. You actually didn't make any elephants, just Sephors. That was nice. But let's talk about Uruguay. What's going on with them? So Uruguay is one of the more interesting Latin American civs. So they actually get this villager called the Boqueño. Boqueño is, I think it's called. Yeah, the Boqueño. So basically it looks like a settler wagon when you look at it, but instead what it does is it basically provides its own population. So once it's trained, it adds one pop to your population. So you actually never need to build houses for these, pretty much. Yeah, so if you just wanted to make a queue of like 50 of these villagers, you would never have to build a single house to support them. And you'd still have 10 pop left over to make other units like infantry or cavalry or something. Interestingly enough, Fierro's actually going up with Furrier. Now, this is probably because they do not get villager shipments of these pequeños. They have to rely on other stuff here. So, basically, Furrier, Mestizaje. As you know from the Bolivia match or Teresa Muy Largo, this just makes train posts. It's basically advanced train post, but with an added bonus of making native build limits higher, too. And then, of course, you look for the rest of the deck. You got this Legion de Extranjeros. This one basically makes your immigrants train faster. Yeah, I didn't actually talk a lot about immigrants today, like immigrant military, how that works. So, for most civilizations, immigrant units sort of work like cars. You know, you train a battalion from the colony that costs one shipment, just like a card does. But for Uruguay, they train theirs like regular units. Yeah, they pay actual resources like food, wood, and coin to actually train the immigrant units the same cost they would cost for like the original civ that unit is based on. Right, so for like culverin style things, they would cost like 100 in wood and 400 coin. For like horse artillery, it costs somewhat closer to that. For like the Gallego, it would be like 100 in food and 25 coin, since it's like a janissary, and so forth and so forth. Yeah. Now, the one thing you will notice of Uruguay as well is their immigrant system is slightly altered. Now, there's a rule in place for the immigrants that if you don't pick an immigrant the first time that it appears for your age-up options, it's gone forever and gets replaced with a different immigrant the next time. So the fact that Fierro decided to go with the German wave means that he's going to lose access to the Scandinavians and the trying to remember, is it the Croats? What the other one? Yeah, whatever the other one is. He's going to lose access to 2 options for the rest of the game, and they're going to be replaced with other options. I think with Arabs and Polish, I believe. Yeah. So really, you can get any sort of mismatch or combinations with immigrants that you want, as long as you know which ones turn into which ones, pretty much. And then you get to train them like regular units too. So really, the Civ is targeted in such a way that you're going to train only immigrant units and only train more ordinary units as like a support mechanism. Right, and therefore their roster is kind of underwhelming in the barracks and the stable, right? They get Escopeteros without any Royal Guard upgrades, so they're basically like archaic crossbowmen without a guard or imperial tech, so they kind of drop off. They get access to conscriptos, so they can use them. They actually have an RG tech for them called the Florido, so they get some more stats. They get the Pardo, the Halberdier, but it becomes the Florido, becomes the, not the Florido, it becomes the, I forget what it's called. It's been a while since I've seen it. It's actually not active in this version because there was a bug that prevented it from showing up. But
It'll come to me what that one is. And then they get the Lancero and just the Blandigue at the stable, with the Blandigue just being a Dragoon that uses a shotgun pretty much. So a lot similar to the Escopetero, but it just where it uses like a splash attack with many bullets when it shoots. So yeah, that's what that looks like. As for Germany, I guess we'll go back to Germany real quick and explain them. So this Germany is a really different civ than what you know from vanilla gameplay. This Germany is actually more similar to British than actual old Germany. As you see here, this house is called the Meidskanieren. Basically, it costs about 135 wood, and you guessed it, it produces a settler when you build it. Just like a British manor in vanilla. As you see, British are no longer British. They don't have the manor boom anymore. Germany has it. In addition, Germany can also produce something called a Krupp factory in Age 3 and later that produces artillery over time for free, but the Krupp factory does cost population, though, to balance it out a bit, since it does a lot of work similar to what a villager would normally do. So we actually see the Hobreich plan coming out. This is similar to the Virginia Company. Makes the Meidskierens cheaper, just like it would manor houses for British. This essentially is going to allow MCMR to produce a lot of these manor houses and really get his eco up to speed. And while he's doing that, he's going to go up with the Swan King as part of his fortress age. His fast fortress, his fast capital age. I think the Swan King gives you readouts and coin, I believe. About 2 readouts, 2 towers, and then a lot of coin. It's certainly great because it helps you keep your economy up and your defenses. Yeah, see, with Germany, you can actually play pretty strong into the late game, usually. By just getting lots of early settlers, and then you strike out later on with your Royal Guard Cuirassiers, because Germany actually gets 3 Royal Guards. They got 2 primary ones and 1 secondary one. 2 primary ones are the Hussar, the Totenkopf Hussar, and then they get the Maykoffer Line Infantry as the second one, and then they get a Garde du Corps Cuirassiers like their secondary Royal Guard that only gains about a 5% stats boost compared to the usual 10%. And that's only accessible through aging up, pretty much, because you have to pick a very particular politician to access them. So now we're gonna... Oh, we see Brummer's on the attack right now. Notice here how Fierro was actually training them from the immigrant center. Normally you would just ship these as large battalions for 1 shipment, but he actually has to pay about 50 food and 50 coin to actually train these. Now it's a good unit to make, and in this version it's the only real unit you can make, because they don't get really good H2 immigrant options in this version. Yeah, like in the Great War patch, they made some changes that added some of the more viable Age 2 options available earlier, being the Polish and the Arabs, so you can actually have a variety of Age 2 unit options, pretty much. Wow, look at that. Taking down one of the towers. Quite good. Are they going to take this tower down? I think so, because of their high siege. Yeah, that tower's going down as well. Also, a shipment of Escopeteros joining more of the Brummers. Yeah, I mean, at this rate, the more kills you can get out of Germany's settler pop, the better you're off you're going to be, because you're going to put them on more of a level playing field. You're not exactly going to kill them outright, because their Vil count's a lot higher than you, because look at the math right here. You got about... We look at Germany, we have about 6 houses, so that means 6 extra settlers that they have going on right now. To counteract this, though, Germany goes with the shipment of Prussian Uhlans. The West Prussian Uhlan shipment that costs about, I think, like 500 food, I believe? Yep, 500 food. And they start to queue up skirmishers from their barracks as well, so this provides a bit of anti-heavy infantry as well as hand cavalry with high hand attack. The Uhlans actually, combined with the skirms, can actually be a great asset for trying to take down those units. Yep, here they go. Right about there, and then the Uhlans, of course, are going to snare them in and allow the skirms to have more time to try to take them apart. Notice how good those Uhlans are doing, even though they're a scout unit. You know, they're really not supposed to be really hard countering heavy infantry, but just because of their high attack and their support by the skirms, they can actually do really well at ripping apart Brummers. Skirmishers are going to just make sure that they leave and they stop causing problems. Yep, just gotta make sure that you kite them a bit, make them back up. Yeah, it looks like right now the tables have sort of turned for Germany's favor, because right now they got skirmishers. The only thing Fierro has is heavy infantry, and that is not a good thing to deal with, especially when you're an age behind. You know, once you reach the capital age, these Brummers would actually gain a Shadow Tech, a veteran. But right now, since you're still in age 2, they're age 2 level heavy infantry, which is even weaker against these veteran level skirms. They're gonna actually send a shipment called Foreign Hit Points. It actually buffs up the hit points and the hit points of outlaws, mercenaries, and these consulate style immigrant units. So really all your special units are gonna get a stats increase from it. And oddly enough, if you wanted to go for like an immigrant with an outlaw rush using the Matrero Lassadors with the Civ, they'd also benefit from those cards as well, so it makes you multiverse, really. Being able to do multiple things at once. They're going to try to enter in again, though. Unfortunately, they're going to be met by the skirms, which are going to really do good against them. Skirms just have to back up. Just shoot back. Kite, kite, kite. Kite, kite, kite. Yep. Uhlans are also going to come in to help if they can. But totally not necessary, I think. I think the skirms can do it on their own. Might be better to just save the Uhlans anyways for the Vils.
Bereit. Auftrag.
Yep, we got the skirmishers right here, ready to go in for another blast against those units. Oh, now they're going to start trying the other German immigrant unit in age 2, the Batallo do Diabo. Those are basically just German immigrant Uhlans, pretty much. So, actually the same thing as these Prussian Uhlans that we see right here. They're basically just low HP, high attack cavalry. Now, the big difference being that the ones that MCMR has have the veteran upgrade applied to them through the shipment. So they're going to be a little bit stronger. Also, in preparation for an attack, Fierro is also going to get frontier defenses to get some more towers up, because they could really use some defenses here to keep the enemy out of their base. It's also nice that they have most of the trade route as well. Normally that would mean a lot more immigrant battalions, but since they're Uruguay, they need resources to train these things. So that means you can actually use those shipments to ship in things like more towers, wood, the Lanceros, stuff like that. Yep, Uhlans retreating over here. Oh wow, we see some of the Diablos down here trying to deal with the skirmishers. Unfortunately, too many skirms though to really be effective, because all they have to do is one target down your cav, and then they should be able to handle them pretty easily like that. Yep, but now the skirms are basically just going to deal with the heavy infantry over here. Yep, snare them in with the Uhlans and let the skirms catch up. Yeah, I don't know at this point. It seems like Germany's just really doing a lot better. Like, look at the score right here between the two. Also, they're going to gain about, mathematically, about 8 more free settlers from this construction over here of these mites cairns. Look at all the villagers. Like, how far are they even from their build limit? So they actually got about... Looks like they have about 36 villagers, which is actually close to their build limit almost, right? Yeah, because half of their build limit anyways, because yeah, you can only build about 79 of the settlers for Germany because you can build up to 4 Krupp factories by Imperial Age. The build limit goes up by 1 in each age up, with 2 being available at the start, and then you can get 3, and then you can get 4, leading to a total economic population of about 99 total, 79 villages and 4 factories producing artillery. So that's where the math comes from there. Interestingly enough, this Germany did not use Frankfurt Trade Fair at all to make the market tax-free. I guess that's sort of out of fairness, I guess, since that's a pretty broken card. Imagine getting all your market tax for free, including hunting dogs, steel traps, amalgamation, circular saw, all of those for free. Brutal, right? That's what most Germany players will use. Yep, and now we see the Brummers moving about over here, looking for a mode to attack into from. Seems like a chasing game right now, cat and mouse with the heavy infantry, because the heavy infantry, though they do have a higher range, being like the former land we're in, like 16 range, they do not have multipliers, they do not, they had the wrong tag here, so it just feels like these Brummers are eventually just going to fall to the skirms at some point. Seems like a lot of back and forth work. Ah, so we actually see some line infantry start to develop as well from Germany. One of their strongest units, actually. Though we don't see it here, they actually get a card called Needle Guns, which actually improves their rate of fire. So they actually shoot faster than standard musketeers would. Which, when you see it happen, you're like, oh wow, look at them go. Yeah, they can actually do multiple things then.
Auftrag. Ja.
Yep, some Brummers coming in over here, probably to scout it, maybe raid a little bit. Oh, they're gonna kill one of the settlers. One casualty. Yep, right the bayonet. Oh, yep, one dead. They're gonna kill any others though. So what's going on here? Does it seem like he's trying to go for multiple assaults with the Brummers in multiple places? Maybe. I mean, at this point, you gotta try anything against this Germany at this point, because right now you're just getting clobbered right now. Down to pure economy at this point. Well, that bullying is stopped. Now they just have to deal with this side now. This larger stack of the Brummers. Oh, unfortunately, that bill's gonna fall. How are they doing bill-wise? Like, 42 bills on the field, pretty much. Yeah, that's pretty good. I mean, that's pretty good for Germany. Considering their build limit's only like 79. Also, I wonder when we're going to start to see the Krupp factories start to be constructed. Like, when are we going to see Essen Stahlwerk come out? Yuan's hanging out up around here, seeing if there's any Bakayos they can try to take out. And now the German infantry are going to start on the long siege process towards the enemy base, cutting through their towers. Yeah, that's going to start right about now. First that tower, then they're going to move on to the next tower. Yep. Now we see these Brummers hanging out around down here. Now we have to see these Uhlans moving up around here to engage with the villagers over here. I'm just wondering, like, what's the long game strategy of Uruguay in this matchup, because I know right now they're down by about, what, 90 score points behind Germany, who still has a long way to go with their... What is their limit on the boom? So they've actually completed their manor boom as of now, so now it's going to be standard Vil queuing from here. But now we start to see the Essen Stahlwerk. The Essen Stahlwerk is basically one Krupp factory wagon. Krupp factories can be assigned to produce steel guns. So what is a steel gun for people that don't know? A steel gun is the same thing as a heavy cannon. It has the same stats as a heavy cannon, but it has a different model and different icon. It actually has the model similar to that of the old Schneider Denglis gun of the nation-state civs, which in turn got a model of the heavy cannon called the mountain artillery, so they did a bit of a swapperoo with that in this version. So yeah, and basically when you send Essen Stahlwerk, all of these Krupp factories can start to auto-produce heavy cannons for free over time. Now, be aware that the train points for heavy cannons is a lot more than that of falconets or culverins for balance reasons, so they're going to arrive slower, but when they do arrive, you're going to see a bigger rate of them being produced, because obviously in Age 2, you can already have 2 of these queues going. I wonder if they're going to stick to the foot artillery first and then switch to steel guns later. Oh yeah, they actually went to the steel guns right away here. As you can see with this, spawn steel guns. Same icon as you see as the factory. Once they do that, they should be able to start queuing these steel guns up from multiple factories. Got one over here. Another one's going to be constructed on the side of it, giving them about 2 of the heavy artillery pieces to start sieging with. You also see the socialite coming, which is an Age 4 politician for Europe. It's basically kind of similar to the tycoon, who basically used to give you crates of coin. Basically the same thing as that. I think it's actually only about, what, like 800, 900 coin or something. Not as much. I thought the tycoon gave you like 1k coin. And at the same time, once they finally do reach industrialize, they'll actually be able to build a 3rd Krupp factory for about 500 wood, and they'll have 3 queues of steel guns going. Also notice this card here, the Hamburg Stock Exchange. It actually gives you a bank wagon so they can produce even more coin with it. But unfortunately, Brummers are making their way back into the German base again, and they're going to start causing havoc, forcing these settlers to retreat and going into the town center. It's also going to make it hard to pick up that coin that comes up right around it over here. That big chest and about 800 coin. So yeah, that's a lot of money. And now you're going to need to take your settlers and grab that coin. Ideally, you're going to want to upgrade your skirms to guard skirmishers, pick up counter infantry rifling, and then go right in for the Uruguayan base. because you really need to go in for an attack right about now. I would say to really maximize things. Also, keep in mind that your steel gun queues are working in the back here where the group factories are, and you're going to have to start going in for an attack at any point. At this point, like what's... Uruguay is still in age 2. Probably out of fear. Well, actually, no, they're actually going up with the second German wave. I don't know about that. I mean, I feel like at this point you might as well try to change things up a bit and go for a different option. Well, the good thing is they'll get a Krupp steel cannon for free by going with the German wave twice. That they could use that culverin to defend against these steel guns they're going to be gunning for them. And thankfully now these Brummers have Shadow Tech 2 veteran status, so they're a little bit stronger than before. You could also opt to get this card here, Foreign Combat, to actually beef up their stats even more than they already are, just so you can deal a little bit better against the German infantry. Not that it's going to matter, because they do have 2x multipliers against you. Right? And does Germany get the, what's that card called? Let me see. It's called the Spandau Arsenal. So basically the Spandau Arsenal gives you an arsenal wagon, gives you all the advanced arsenal tech, so it's like advanced arsenal, and it makes all the arsenal techs, I think, about half the cost or something. Let me see. Let's say, yeah, it costs about half. So counter infantry rifling only becomes like 200 wood and 200 coin, which is going to make these skirmishers a real pain in the neck to deal with. Once they start getting up into that, start coming up here around the tower, you're not going to be able to defend anything with these Brummers once these skirms get to the guard level with counter-infantry rifling. As well as when these steel guns arrive and start firing from the back side of the army. As you can see right here, these queues are starting to catch up right now. This one is almost done on the left. This one in the middle is also pretty much done, and then this third one is just starting to work right now. And that could hypothetically get them 2 steel guns rather soon. Can they? Well, they could actually send Stuttgart Manufacturing, which will give them a factory wagon and a steel gun, so that could actually give them even more steel gun artillery to work with here. And what else do they have here? Oh yeah, they use the Landwehr Cavalry muster and the Landwehr Infantry muster. So basically what those cards will do is for every tower you have, like these ones, it basically musters a group of Landwehr units at each one of those. But first, to really utilize that, you would want to send Bismarck model, which stops them from losing hit points. Because what is a Landwehren exactly? A Landwehren is basically the German replacement to Minutemen, to emergency units. And to make them more of a late gamey unit, you do need to send Bismarck model, which basically stops them from losing HP. And then there's a Royal Decree technology called Wol Liga, which we don't see in this deck, which will actually let you upgrade these emergency units and train them from barracks and stables respectively, and from telegraph troopes. I don't think we're going to see telegraph troopes here, but what a telegraph troop is, it's an ultimate unit for Germany that is basically a hero unit that can send a batch of the 2 emergency units, the Landwehr Infantry and the Landwehr Cavalry. And it can also train them after that Wol Liga is sent. And those are really powerful units because they can also receive shipments. So for instance, if you wanted to send like a shipment of 2 steel guns, or maybe infinite 1 steel gun from the home city, you can actually ship them right to that telegraph troop right onto the front lines. You don't even need a tower or a fort or anything to do that. Really, I wish we would see more telegraph troop plays in these Liga games. You know, it could be interesting seeing people using that telegraph troop as a forward reaching point to adding cannons. But for right now, though, we see basically these Brummers trying to do a little bit more pressure here. They're doing pretty well at it, taking out multiple settlers. Are they going to take out all of them, though, before it's Nah, they're just going to give up at that point. I don't even know why you're giving up at this point, because you know you're not going to get out of there alive at this point. You got steel guns on your tail. The skirms could close you off real easily. I also don't know what the rush is of getting out of there. Like, what is even the... Well, we do see, actually, this card, which is a little bit significant, the Argentine Brigade. It sends about 8 Granado Caballos, which is actually an Argentine ultimate unit, but through the War of the Triple Alliance cards, Uruguay can actually ship in certain Brazilian and Argentinian cavalry. And likewise, Argentine would do that with the Uruguayan and Brazilian cavalry. Brazil would do it with the Argentine and the Uruguayan cavalry. So that's what the War of Triple Alliance relationship is between those 3 civs. And basically, this one gives you some of the horse grenadiers. That's what they'd be called in the 5th edition. I think they'd be called horse granaderos, basically. But similar to how the grenadiers work that you've seen before, the way the Granadero Caballo works in Wars of Liberty is, it essentially throws its grenade, and then it engages in melee combat with its saber with stats similar to that of a hussar. Yeah, and then they have to wait 45 seconds, then they'll throw another grenade, and then they'll keep fighting you with the saber. Yeah, a bit different though, because the Grenadiers are clearly more of like a foot infantry unit, sort of like a musketeer with some pierce armor, whereas the Granadero Caballo are fully fledged hussars. And actually, if you have an advanced arsenal card, you can get Steel Point Spear to give them a multiplier against skirmish units too on top of it, so they become really powerful. And that multiplier is also appendage onto their grenade throw as well, making them one of the deadliest units against skirmishers in the mid to late game. I don't understand why, though, you're attacking the Matskierns with the Brummers, though, because then MCMR can just build more of them. Unless he's really looking for an XP bounty at this point, which is totally possible. Yeah, definitely. But now we're going to start to see the actual push out of Germany here, since they're about in good shape to start doing so. Veteran line infantry, veteran skirms, and now we start to see the steel guns come up around here. You're going to have to guard these steel guns from the Granadero Caballos, though, because those grenade throws can hit them really hard, especially if they're hit by all of the grenades. So yep, we got to start to see a little bit of a push over here. Horse Grenadiers coming in from the back. And now these Horse Grenadiers are going to come in from the side over here and start to siege their way in. And here we go. Don't waste them though, man. You don't get more of these, so you gotta be real careful when you use them. Yeah, they're gonna retreat at this point. I mean, he probably doesn't want to lose any of them, which is totally makes sense to me. Yep, retreat out with those. And rejoin. What's going on over here? So, it looks like the steel guns are facing off against an army of the Brummers. The Brummers are actually going to take out one of them, which is pretty good, I would say. But now they're just going to be forced to deal with the infantry now because those guns are not going down. Yeah, take the Granaderos and snipe one of the cannons. That's really the best shot you got here, and it's about a 30 damage attack. Oh no, he just wasted his grenade throw on Treasure Guardians. What? Why would you do that, man? That's kind of silly, though. I just saw that. Did he do it with all of them, or what's going on? Yeah, he literally, well, cause some of them still have the grenade throw, but he basically wasted a good opportunity to snipe one of those steel guns down to try to stall out his survival. Oh, I think that steel gun's done. If you had your grenade throws, you'd be able to take out another one, or maybe wait for him to group those two up, and then he'd be artillery-less for a while, and then you could try to pick him apart with something else. Now, the problem with Uruguay is they do not have a late-game skirmisher in their roster without immigrants. What does that mean? You basically have to go with the Scandinavians in Age 2 and get the ski troopers for Age 3 for you to actually have a late game skirmisher. Otherwise, they're completely skirmisherless. Yeah, it's kind of messed up, right? But that's sort of the way that Uruguay was designed. They were supposed to be totally relying on their immigrants. No vivanderos, no Juanitas muy bonitas to save you. Actually, nothing. Yeah, but this is, this is a good match. It's a good show of why Germany is really nasty to deal with and why nobody should want to deal with Germany. At least he's got the infinite Excopatero shipment card. I love that card. I love it with, it's good with Haiti and Paraguay since they can actually fully upgrade their Escopateros. But even in this case, I guess it's providing a bit of a unit mass. I think the one redeeming quality of using the Escopateros in late game is their shotgun attack. Right, that you can still get buckshot for no matter what. So, I mean, to me, buckshot is like the most important tech for them. And you can technically research combat cards for them too, since I don't see any of them here, but they actually share combat cards with the Blanding Use, since they're both shotgunny units. So yeah, that's basically what you can do with Escopateros of Uruguay. I think really Escopateros are really good with all the civs that get them in certain situations. But in general, I try to go for using them more with the civs that can use them in late game, like Haiti or Paraguay or Central America. Yeah, those three. I think those are the three to get them in late game. And obviously, Uruguays are somewhat decent. I guess the Grand Colombian ones are also a little bit decent too. And Age 3 because they do get some combat cards I think that benefit them a little bit because they're gunpowder units. Yep, that's a GG. I think Germany's taking home the crown on this one. Yep. I think they've taken the crown on this one. GGG. GGG. Yeah, it was a long one. I mean, took Germany a while to fully build their stuff up, and in the end they went for sort of the type of comp I would go for, infantry and steel guns. Now, I like to go more with the line infantry with the needle gun card because they're more impervious to, say, shock units like Hussars or Lanceros. Like, if you decide to go full Lancero at all here from his stable, he probably could have done a lot of damage against those skirms and worked his way towards the cans and would have thrown off MCMR's game a little bit. But the fact that he mostly went with Brummers, nah, not the best situation. Not the best situation too much. Nah. And now we're starting to see some Cuirassiers coming in, the Assault Cav. Even more deadly thing to deal with. They start out with the veteran upgrade too, so yeah, quite strong. Quite strong. GG. Let's look at the post game. Let's see. So, yep. Uruguay actually did they were pretty close. I mean, they were clearly behind, but pretty close. Coin-wise, they did really well. Militarily, against steel guns and skirms, against heavy infantry, of course you're going to have a big kill count like that. It's kind of a given at that point. Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, you kind of have to see it coming. Yep, looks like a little Juanita Boliviana sent us a Purple Heart. because he's a very nice little Juanita Boliviana. Una Juanita muy simpática.
Alright, so now we're going to go on to match 2 of the MCMR versus Fierro encounter. This is the game that completely ruined our entire gambling system. Pretty much our entire betting. Because we all bet all of our Twitch points on MCMR pulling off a 2-0 win here. But Fierro's going to have a surprise for us, folks. And it's not going to be a good one. For MCMR, that is. So, similar to Kazan, Kazan in his game, Fierro's going to do something quite similar. He's going to go for an aggro Argentina. And with that, it's going to throw MCMR off guard here, who is currently using the Russians. A very common civ for him. Now, MCMR has this habit with the Russians of trying to trick people out. He sort of like tries to balance out his age up time with the Russians in such a way that you think he's staying in age 2, but he's really going for a semi-fast fortress age. And then while he's doing that, he'll come out with like 17 Ryadovoys, Strelets, whatever you call them, from the town center as his defense, and then he ships in cannons, and then he comes back and beats you because you don't have the right units, you don't have the right upgrades. And I think I caught him off when we did a tournament in Defab Edition. I caught him off guard really hard with that by going with Dutch and going with the pikeman spam. And I basically sieged his town center down before he could actually reach the age 3. Or was it? Did he reach age 3? And oh yeah, this is the next. I think he reached age. I can't remember. You could look it up on the YouTube channel through my matches and go back and find it. But yeah, it was a really spicy one. I really liked it. I do a lot of fun matches on this channel, man, and I think anyone that likes AoE 3 in particular would really like to see all my matches that goes all the way back to the past, pretty much. So yep, distributivism for Russians. If you're not going with distributivism, you're not playing Russians. You're not sticking to a standard build order, and that would be alarming. So Russia for the moment is doing pretty Russian-y things. They usually age up with about 14 settlers. If they want to be greedy, maybe 17 settlers. As for Argentina, this is the deck. You see a lot of the age 1 stuff related to cattle. This one in particular, butchers, allows your villagers to gather from herdables 300% faster, triples the speed. Like, really, really fast. You turn those cows into like steaks and hamburgers and sausages in no time at all after you send that. Also, this card is important too. Cimarrones. Cimarrones basically gives you 1 pasture, like I talked about, that farm that gives you free cows over time. And it actually allows the cows to come from it faster. So you get cows even quicker from it. Also a lot of Russian cards here. We got sailors, we got lanceros, we got patricios, more gauchos. Yeah, a good variety of stuff. And then you got the age 3 things, obviously, for the estancias. Basically, their ultimate building that lets you make the horse grenadiers from it, and provides a place where you can train cavalry from, you can produce herdables at, and you can fan herdables at. So yeah, it's like a big livestock pen that can train cavalry. In particular, can train a very, very meat-heavy type of cow called the zebu, which is a white cow that can come really chunky with like 1,000 food from it. So quite powerful stuff. So Argentina's going to age up with the first Polish wave to grant them access to the auxiliaries, which is actually an immigrant version, like their unit
is actually a consulate version of the Beveringer. Like, you know the one DeLeon was using today to attack our Juanita Boliviana's town center with? Yeah, it's that unit, so it would normally cost like food and wood. It has high siege, high movement speed, same unit. Yep. As for MCMR, he's going up with the Quartermaster. Artisan, yeah, 400 wood. He's going to need that to put down a defensive blockhouse. Potentially put a market up and get hunting dogs. Well, we see the market right now. That's going to be used for hunting dogs at the very least. Maybe place for mines. It really depends on how greedy they want to be on resources. Yeah, I mean, this is going to be quite the surprise for all of us. Like, I remember all the Juanitos and me had all our bets on MCMR pulling this one off. Another one of his usual Russian tricks again. But nope. Fiero's going to have a surprise in store for him. And honestly, it made me kind of proud because it reminded me of that game in DE when I was the Dutch. I think he does something similar to, if I remember correctly. It was only like 2 days ago that I saw it. Actually didn't get any YouTube uploads done that day because I was busy watching the stream on the few hours I was home. So unfortunately, you know, stuff is a little bit delayed right now on the channel. I do have like I have 6 uploads going on right now. I got this stream, I got my personal gameplay of the stream, I got 2 for Left 4 Dead on some really hard Chinese map that we're going to try more of, I think, today or tomorrow. And then I got 2 from Star Wars Battlefront, just trying to get better with my mouse, playing Heroes vs. Villains and Hero Showdown. So, a lot of stuff to look forward to on my channel. If you're not already, you know, part of it, consider subscribing, getting everybody else you know to do the same, so, you know, I can start making some money on this channel and start doing this more full time for you. Right now, I only got so many hours in a day, like from like 5 p.m. to like 2, 3 in the morning to make content. But if we really start to profit from this channel and Twitch, maybe I could do it full time. Start, you know, putting in like even double the content and maybe even explore more games that I don't already have on it. And really start to master the games that I'm already good at for you. So, yeah, it's all up to you though. If you like this channel and everything it does, try to put as much support into it and it will do more for you. So these are the auxiliaries. As you notice, stats quite, basically the same as the Bevering. Well, actually they have less speed than the Beveringer does, which is kind of interesting. See, the Beveringer actually has 5 speed, this only has 4 speed. Now, the cost, the resource cost, is about the same as the Beveringer. The multiplier is in hand, the sieges, but the movement speed, no. He's going to be combining those with the Patricios, since against Russia, Patricios are actually one of the more solid options, since they counter really anything. They can deal with line infantry at long range, they can deal with Ryadovoys in numbers, they can even fend off against Cossacks because of their 6x little bird multiplier here against the scout units. See, this is where MCMR got completely roasted here, is he was not ready to defend yet. Look at how behind he is. Look at that. Look at how behind he is. And you know why he was behind? This random 3-dock fishing boom that he had planned. Like, dude, why are you going with 3 docks? Like, I'm just looking at that now, like, how wonder he didn't make it up in time to defend this. He made 3 docks. What, are you insane? You're dealing with the Juanito Bonito Civ. You know they can rush you with immigrants, right? They can rush you in Infinity and beyond with immigrants, so you never go with a greedy boom like that against a Juanito Bonito Civ. Never. And then that is why. A 7-minute defeat for MCMR. Quite the fall from glory from the last game, you know. But we're going to see who's the real champion in the end in match number 3. We'll see. We'll see who the champion truly is. I mean, I think it's going to be, you know, an interesting one. We'll see who can pull it off in the end. Alright, so any more chats we need? Thanks, Visa. MCMR noob. Yeah. Yep. Exactly. Total noob. I mean, he thinks his little fast fortress strategies are going to fool everybody until they start pulling out the pikemen and stuff, and then he ends up with a not so good situation. That's how I beat him in the DE tournament, you know. I caught him totally off guard with that. Now, here's our first Jebel Musa game of the day. We got one more with the SOG series, too. We'll see who we got for this one. So we got the Canadians, MCMR with Canadians, and then we got Fiero with the Haitians. So Fiero's thinking, you know, I'm going to do a Gringo Guapo strategy and see if that works for me. And let's see if it works for him. You know, Haiti, one of the toughest civs, I would say, in aggression in this mod. I could give you a bit of a background of them so you understand how the way Haiti works. So basically, Haiti is indeed a Juanito Bonito civ. You know, they belong to the Latin American culture. They get these special villagers called civites. And I should make this as a note too to you. One of the hallmarkers of the Latin American culture is every civ gets a unique villager, a unique explorer, and a unique ultimate building that they only can ship from the home city. That's what makes it a Latin American civ, really. So for Haiti, they get the Civite. The Civite has a very special defensive mechanism in place. So if you kill one of these, they will sit there on the floor like holding their kneecap for like 10 seconds. Like they basically got a boo-boo playing in the playground, basically. And in those 10 seconds, you can revive it for about 10 faith, which is the religious resource that you see over here with the hands in a prayer. Or you can opt not to pay the faith to do it and just let it die after those 10 seconds, right? If you do revive the Savite, they become a revived Savite, and they basically become a zombie. You know, they sound like a zombie, they don't sound normal. Their dialect of Haitian Creole sounds really off. They have the little yellow spinny stars around their head, and they basically move slower, but they gather at the same rate, I think. So, in general, if you have the faith to spend, I recommend you try to revive all your Savites if possible. As a way to give them a bit of an advantage, they gain about 20 faith at the start of the match, so they can actually revive 2 Savites, regardless if they start their religion up or not. Another part of the Haitian Civ is they're the only Civ, at least in the next version, that's going to have access to revolutions. Because I guess the devs really want to rework what revolutions are and what they do. And I guess only the Haitian-style revolution is the only one that sort of works out in the end for keeping. And basically, Haiti can revolt in any age from... Well, Haiti, they can still revolt in age 4 like everyone else can, but they can also revolt in age 3. Yeah, they can do an age 3 revolution, which will give them 1 machine gun and a bunch of archers. Bunch of native archers. Maroon archers. And it's not a regular Gatling gun, it's actually something called a... trying to remember what the... Maxim gun, yeah, Maxim gun. And the Maxim gun is a mercenary version of the Gatling gun, so it actually has more hit points and more attack than the standard statted Gatling gun does. So yeah, quite powerful. I don't think we're going to see it. Yeah, we don't see any of that today, but I just thought I'd bring that up as one of their neat little side bonuses. So yeah, this is sort of the way a Haitian deck should look. You got 3 Savites, which you send first, and then you got the chicken card here. What the chicken card does is it gives you a livestock pen, and the livestock pen will start producing chickens for free over time. So almost like the Argentine bonus with the pastures, only with little chickens. And the chickens only have about 150 food. So yeah, you basically can get a really strong food economy with the Haitians because herdable gathering is a lot better than farming, a lot better than even berry bush gathering is. So, yeah, if you can make part of your food income based on the chickens, little chimkins, then yeah, that's good. Quite good. Quite good. So what immigrant do they go with? The German wave. That's your first mistake right there. Go with the Arab wave. Why does nobody go with the Arab wave but me, I think me, Kaiser, and Alucard? Wait a minute, does Alucard go with the Arab wave or is it just me and Kaiser? But the Arab immigrant musketeers, the Gallegos, are actually a lot stronger than the Brummers are. They actually have the stats of a Janissary, so I don't know why nobody ever gets those. Like, if you tried to combine the Haitian units with, like, Janissaries, I think you're going to find a real success with that. But that's just me. It's just me. That's what I think. But don't mind what I think. Just do what you're going to do and lose, maybe. I don't know. So it looks like Canada MCMR is going up with Pierre-Francois de Lagarde. He's actually going for a shipment of 300 cords of wood. Kind of an interesting choice, you know? Like, why does he do that? Does he do that to get a faster age-up time, perhaps? Like, what? It's like 4 minutes in? Yeah, I can imagine. I think it at least helps Canada sort of keep up with their building, I think, and allows them to get more mining and hunting done, perhaps. Oh, most likely. Like, yeah, we can see sort of hunting dogs coming in right now, and they could probably even afford the deer hunt, which is the second hunting technology next. Also, we see log cabins coming up. Again, those basically trickle wood, so the more of those you can get up earlier, the better generally you're going to be with your wood economy. I should also mention that Canada does not age up with food. They actually age up with wood. All those food costs are replaced with wood, pretty much. So you can actually have like 20,000 food and still not be able to age up as this is. Just thought I'd mention that now for you. Yep, now we see a tower coming up over here. About 2 towers. I mean, at this point, I think if you're Haiti, you really gotta start thinking about attacking real soon. Because if you don't, things are not gonna look too good for you. Definitely not. Yeah. So these actually start out with a shipment of Zinglins. What are Zinglins? They're basically coyote runners that have multipliers against villagers. Yeah, they count as a scout unit, similar to how the coyote runner would, since it's like a lighter form of hand cavalry, really on foot. Now, as it gets away from the towns, as Haitian units get away from their town center, they actually gain attack, to the point that these Zinglins will deal 36 hand damage against villagers away from the TC. That's actually more hand damage than a Hussar from Europe, with an attack combat card added to him in age 2. So that's actually really high damage for especially a 1-pop unit to be making. I guess the way it's made up is the fact that they're very low HP and they can be easily, they can be shot by towers, they can be shot by town centers. They're not as durable as a Hussar is. That's sort of the idea of the Zinglin. They do a lot of raiding damage, but they can be more easily dealt with by your army. Now we see the Michiteros coming in for Haiti. And they're going to try to run in from this side with their splash attack. I would try to group up my shock units, both the heavy ones like these with the light ones like this, just so we can start to snare these marine infantry. Because these marine infantry are going to be on your undoing if you can't deal with them. You know, they're going to basically wear your army down and slowly crush and destroy you. The only way you can deal with Infante de Marines, as you saw in the Zulu matches, snare and attack. Snare and attack. For Zulu, that would be the Umpakity. But for this Haitian civ, you can actually use the Zinglins to do that. You can snare these infantry down, and then go in with the macheteros and start slicing. This is problem number one. Never raid with macheteros unless they're in sufficient numbers. You know why? Look at the stats. Hand armor, 20% hand armor. Hack armor. They actually are impervious to your hand attacks. So they have to be really high, like that of the Zenglin, to even count. So yeah, I mean, you need to really manage your stuff when you're going for a raid. You cannot be wasting macheteros like that, because that was... Let's look at. That was... No, that wasn't shipped. That was actually trained resources that was lost for that. Now, this unit, if you wanted to attack with it, that would be fine, because that's about 37 damage. You know, that would actually stick a pretty big dent in the Pioneer's hit points. In fact, it might even be more efficient for you to try to get your Zenglins to attack these fur traders, because they have pierce armor, so they're actually going to go down even quicker. It would only take about like 6 or so slashes to actually take down a fur trader, and that would actually be worse to the Canadian economy. Fur traders, for those that don't know, they're basically a explorer and villager hybrid. They can only hunt meat and they can pray at churches, but they can't do anything else resource-wise. But they act as explorers, being able to collect treasures. They also have multipliers against treasure guardians, just like the explorer does. As for the Civ's actual explorers, they actually get dogs. This dog will right over here, Sally, has unfortunately been put down by these horrible dog pound owners over here. Yeah. So yeah, fortunately, you gotta be careful with your doggo over here and keep them safe, pretty much, or else they might be taken down by the enemy. They have a lot less HP than regular explorers, but they can bite your ankles and they can pee on the dirt. No, actually, these dogs actually can urinate in the game. And what they do is they urinate somewhere on the ground, and it saves that spot on the map for line of sight. It's called marking territory. Yeah, so it's the only time in Age of Empires history that bodily fluids becomes a part of the strategy. So now we see Team Dominion. Now, Dominion's an interesting card. It actually makes your town centers and your log cabins cheaper. So these log cabins only cost like 75 wood, which by the time you do that, you can actually afford to get all of your log cabins at, like, right away. And start racking up that wood income. And that means more of the pioneers you can actually put onto mining or hunting. And possibly even the training of additional fur traders to boost up your hunting rate. Because you can have up to 10 fur traders. You can have, I think, like 89 pioneers, technically. So yeah, the economy is a bit different than, say, Europe, where you get like 99 settlers. Right now, Canada's just doing well by the fact that they have Troupes de la Marines, wonderful new France units. And I don't know what Haiti's plan is right now. I mean, they do have control of the trade route, which is really important. Like, actually a big boon for them. And they're going to mostly depend on Escopeteros, it looks like. Yeah, I mean, you could do that. I mean, looky here, they actually do quite a bit of damage, you know. Now, if MCMR idles too long, then yeah, he could actually lose some numbers to him. Luckily, he was able to take down the tower as quick as he needed to and back out, you know, before the Escopeteros really start to swarm up on you. Now, I would just keep making Escopeteros at this point. I don't really see a need for the Macheteros just yet. You're better off just making Zenglins right now. Because the problem with these units is they do crush armor. They deal crush damage, so you really want to be making a cheaper unit, I think. The Machetero is like a 65 food and 155 wood unit. The Zinglin is only like 50 wood and 50 food, so you actually get more of a discount in investing in them, and they're faster. I think. I think they're faster than the Machetros are. And in general, they're going to be better at snaring the Marine infantry in, so your Escopeteros can actually get their volleys in properly and not keep missing their shots, pretty much. Brummers. That's a brummer. A bummer. What are you making brummers for? You don't see any cavalry, do you? Well, not yet, anyways. I mean, what's up with that? What are you doing with that exactly? I don't know. I don't know what the plan is. It's gotta be a weird plan, because I don't see where those are gonna gain much value. Again, with the Machetro rating, man, they don't do a lot of damage. Look at that. They don't even do any damage. Like, look at that. It's a total waste. And then, of course, if these Marine infantry get to you, then you're going to lose the units, and then it's a waste. Now, they might be a little bit better against the fur traders. And yeah, now you're starting to see them start to fall a bit quicker. Oh, if they can take that fur trader out, that might be good. Now you're going to have to retreat out of there, save the units. Yeah, get out of there. Oh, yeah. I mean, it's a fair trade, I guess. I mean, killing 2 fur traders and the pioneer is certainly a good... Oh, they're going to stop right now to try to get 2 more pioneers. Oh, that's good. That's alright. I think you got something done out of that, at least. Like, part of the objective was reached there, so I'm somewhat confident in that. Now we have to see the Haitian military going for a defensive. This is pretty bad timing. Now you're starting to put a tower up. Not a good idea, especially with these. Now this is where Marine infantry become real cancer, when they start to kite, and they can kite really good, especially if you use the attack move. Attack move basically lets you back up in stagger mode. And you put them into the attack move, and then they'll target themselves. You don't have to do the right click, and it actually leads to some really brutal really insane micro. Oh, they're gonna take that tower. Oh yeah, you just barely got that one down. See here, see the little Savite there. Are they gonna revive it, or are they just gonna let it die? Looks like she's just gonna die. Yep, dead. So, we see some Machetros trying to... yeah, that's the thing, though. I think it would have been better off with the Zinglins. Because, see the crush damage that these Marine infantry do? They just eat into the HP of the Macheteros. Way too much for it to be a worthwhile investment. You're much better off doing something else, I think. Looks like MCMR is just going to stick to an Age 2 fight here, because he knows it's much more profitable probably just to build up his economy and stick to fighting it out in Age 2 and being Haiti there, than trying to do any spicy Age 3 gameplay. He really doesn't want to risk losing, because, you know, this is the last game of the encounter, so he would actually lose 2-1 to Fierro if he were to lose here, so he really wants to play as safely as possible to make sure he secures that win for himself. Furrier, yeah, Team Furrier. Yeah, that should help with the hunting and the berry gathering a bit. Well, it looks like he's just going to mass up those tropas de la Marines as much as possible. And then maybe go in for attack. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, light cavalry. Now we're starting to see light cavalry come in, so maybe these conscriptos and brummers might actually see a bit of action finally. Good action, that is. Yeah, possibly. I mean, that's certainly a... Well, it's an expensive combination, but it can do a lot of work. Light cavalry with Infante... with the Tropas de la Marines. I keep saying Infante de la Marina, because I'm thinking of the Spanish Marine Infantry, the Infante de Marina. It's kind of the same thing, actually, but you can only make them from the light ships. These, the Tropas de la Marines, you can make from the barracks. So they're way more available to the Civ that has them. Similar to how the United States Marines can be made from the barracks, and no other Civ that has access to the Marines in Europe can do it. Yep, again with that kiting tactic, with the stagger mode, makes it really hard to really hit them at all. Really the best thing you can make is Haiti would actually be artisanal cannons, because the artisanal cannons would actually engage with the Marine infantry and start to hit them and damage them, and actually force them into combat with the ESCOs and the gunpowder units, and that's actually the only way you can really force a fight with them, is through like light artillery pieces. Because the Tropas de la Marines would actually have to force their way towards the cannons to hit them. Here they can safely just back up because they have better range in really all cases here. Well, they actually have the same range as the Brummers, but the ESCOs and the Conscriptos, they lack the range to go head-to-head with the Marine infantry. And that unfortunately just leads to a long-term kiting incident. Yeah, long-term kiting incident. How's the resource? Yeah, it seems like MCMR is just maxing out his resource spendage right now. Oh, so it looks like Haiti's actually going up to an age up right now. I'm gonna see that age up fulfilled or not. Well, which immigrant is that? Second German wave? I don't know. I mean, I probably would have tried something a bit different, like maybe Arabs. Well, no. I mean, actually, I think that's fine, because you're going to get like a free cover and all that. If you went Arabs, you'd only get like experience crates with that. You could try to move the trade rickshaws up to here to grab the nats, but again, how's that going to help you with Marine infantry? That's just like two maneuver units, the Apache and the Jesuits, which, you know, aren't going to help you with the immediate threat. So I could totally understand why going with the second German wave is a good idea. You also get some decent technologies too, right? One of the big ones being the ability to make three coin works, pretty much. Yeah, that same coin works that Paraguay has, like in trickle coin. That coin works. Similar to how France can let you build two with the bakeries tech. And then Germany actually gets a woodworking in age 4. It's one of their technologies that lets you make 4 woodworks if you decide to go with Germany in age 4. Germans are actually quite economic as an immigrant option. Again, lots of resources, at the cost of your pop, of course, right? It's not a perfect win-win. No, your armies will be slightly smaller if you go with both of those. Oh yeah, they can't get the clock tech, so yeah, they're basically like 3 pop works. Now the problem is now that one troop steel cannon is like the only thing you got right now. That army was completely swept up under the rug by light cav and the Marine infantry, so yeah, not looking too good. Not looking too good right now. Not looking too good right now. Now they're going to try to pursue their way towards that. What's up with the idols? Do something. You're Strelitziing. Do something with them. do something with these units and put them to work. Like, I don't know what you could get next to try to deal with this. Like, I would probably make the 3 artisanal cannons, probably. I don't really see anything else in that deck that's really gonna throw this army off. Like, Vivanderas. I mean, you could go Vivanderas. They actually outrange the Marine Infantry. It's an infinite shipment, so you can send it again. Conceivable. Pickets. I think I remember seeing this. Around the time I watched this match, I saw the end part where Fiero just decided to defend you. Basically building a picket fence, right? You know what a picket fence is, right? It's like a wooden fence with pickets in it. Or like picketing is, you have like a big wooden sign and you protest something. Now, I call this a picket fence when you train, essentially watch the pickets and build a phalanx of their pikes. The picket pikes. So it's a picket fence of pikes. Picket pike fence, yeah. A lot of P's there. Yep. So yeah, pretty much. And the great thing about it is you basically become really strong against cav since these pikes are actually really good. You actually get a good line of sight as well and can see stealth, which is another side bonus. Like, if you're being sabotaged by spies who are putting landmines around your base, the picket fence can actually see them coming. You know, so it's actually a viable counter to it. Just having a couple pickets around. I mean, honestly, at this point, I don't think there's really much you can do besides spam pickets. Yeah, just thrust them into the light cav, and then cover mode your way to the Marine Infantry to keep them back, and let the TC do its shooting. Oh yeah, I mean, then they're gonna ship 11 more pickets. That's a lot of pickets to make a picket fence with. Fence of pickets, picket fence, and pikemen pickets. Yeah. It's a lot of pikemen. I mean, it was a good attempt. I mean, I admire you for doing Haiti. I feel like that was probably one of your best options. But you could have played it a little bit more carefully, going with, I don't know, Zinglins instead of Macheteros, picking your rating a little more carefully, also making sure that the Marine numbers were small by constantly pressuring. Like I did with Zulu today against GMP. That's a good example of how you're supposed to deal with Canadians or any civ that deals with Marine infantry, like United States, like really any Chile. Yep, Chile's another example. Yep, pretty much anyway. I know it's not the most important skill to have because since they're going to be changing the Great War patch anyways, but you know, if they're doing anything in this version, you probably want to know how to deal with them. Yep, Troop Steel Can's still alive. Yay! Can's still alive. Not for long though. Oh, yep. GG. 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 Alright, so resources were pretty close actually. Militarily, Marine Infantry Cancer times 1,000. Yes, yes, yes. Other than that, yeah, I mean, I don't know. Well, now we got 2 more encounters to do. We got the Kaiser versus Alucard one, which I was really anticipating, but apparently we only have 1 match to show from it, I guess. Yep, no additional chats. It says connecting to chat. Welcome to the chat room. So no new text has arrived, so we will load this up and keep going. I think we got about 4 more games to go. Like the one from Kaiser versus Alucard, and then we have the SOG series to do, which was another tiebreaker one. Alright, so let's do Kaiser versus Alucard match 1. I wish we could really see match 2 and 3, or I think if I look at, I remember from the scoreboard when I was looking at the calendar, it said this was a 2-0 win for whoever did it. I can't remember who won though, so it's gonna be a bit of a mystery to me. So Kaiser did Canada for Tropas de la Marines, Marine Infantry. Alucard did the Hods for Town Destroyer. Yeah, that thing. That thing that luckily I was able to deal with by using Prostigma. Yeah. Kaiser, I think it was like 2 or 3 weeks ago, said, I want to review my strategy with you for the Liga to make sure it's good, and I was expecting this big creative strategy. And what I got was just a Marine rush with the United States. Like, man, you couldn't have been more out of the box than that? He said, well, it's the only thing I can do against Alucard. And I said, I guess you're right, so good luck with that, good luck. But the thing that made me the shock was he was like, oh, don't put this match on YouTube. They might know what I'm going to do. Like, you're worried that they're going to know that you know how to Marine rush? Like, everybody knows how to use Marine infantry, man. It's like learning how to brush your teeth or tie your shoelaces. Everybody knows how to do that. If you don't know how to use Marine infantry properly, man, you don't know WoW. You don't know Wars of Liberty. You're one of those stinky Definitive Edition 3 mains. No, Definitive Edition players are alright, I like the game myself personally. I like their multi-civ. I like their Mexico civ. They're fun to play as. Now, I do wish we'd see a lot more overlap between the DE and the Wars of Liberty community, where they're sort of just playing both versions, but you know how it is. Not everybody can afford a big PC that can have disk space for both like mine can, Like, I'll tell you, some of the, the live recordings I have to save on this computer, I don't know how I would do it on my old laptop. Like, a 3 or 4 hour Left 4 Dead recording of like a campaign with the Juanitos Wolaros comes out to like 157 gigabytes, which for this computer is like more than a tenth of the disk space. If it goes to like 4 hours, it's like actually like a fifth of your disk space, which is really unreal. But, if I had like a lesser PC that didn't have a terabyte of disk space, then I don't think I'd be able to record things like that. And of course, when I'm dealing with big stuff like that, I have to make sure that I delete all my old recordings that are already published, just to make sure that it's there. Yeah, I did that last night. I looked at it and said, okay, I have 2 Left 4 Dead recordings here. Do I have enough disk space for, live stream? I did the math in my head. I looked at the Liga Week 19 matches that I record my gameplay of. That came up to about 10.5 gigabytes. So I figured if this live stream is going to be about 6 hours or 7 hours, that I'm going to need about 70 gigabytes. So, and I had about like 170 gigabytes left on the disk space. So really I should have 100 gigabytes left, which shouldn't be an issue, because once you get, I think, to like 5 to 10 gigabytes on your machine, OBS stops functioning and basically shuts off the recording and says you don't have enough disk space. Beep, beep, beep. Yeah. And I didn't want that happening, so I had to make sure that I had the disk space for it. And gladly I think I have plenty. Certainly it's still recording right now. I know when it does run out of recording, you do get a pop-up from OBS that it's no longer recording or whatever, so you do get a warning for it, and I would have gotten it by now. So, and considering we're so deep into the stream at this point, I think we're totally good. Just thought I'd mention that. Yeah, change it up the subject a bit, since we already have civs that we've already seen, so there's not a lot of new stuff to talk about as far as the beginning stuff. We know that Kaiser's going to go with... he's actually going with Montcalm. Now, there's a reason you would go with Montcalm over Rajad. Now, Rajad, his age of benefits is similar to, the Governor General or the Statesman. Crates of coin and a tower wagon, like for an outpost readout. Now, what Montcalm gives you, I think he actually gives you like another doggo that you can use to explore the map and peel over the grass with. And I think 2 fur traders as well. So that actually goes right into your hunting economy. So technically Montcalm is the better economic option. Rashad is the better late game option because his unique technology Floret improves the hand attack of ranged infantry, which can include, the late game Black Watch for the British, which is the late game long range musketeer that they have. Now, what sort of rush is Alucard going for here? So, he's going to try to time it out so that the big button emergency Tomahawk scouting party arrives around the same time that the war hut is up and he can set the gather point to it. It's safe to say that Alucard is going to try to kill Kaiser as quick as possible before his marine mass can get sizable. But telling from the length of the match, it's not going to be a quick and easy thing. It's going to be a bit of a skirmish between the two. It's going to go back and forth, go boom, boom, boom. It's multiple swings from multiple directions. So unfortunately, the war hut did not come up in time, so the Tomahawks had to arrive from down here, alongside the Kanya Horseman shipment. So you got a hand cavalry, a scout unit, as well as a musketeer, basically, a wood-crossing musketeer. Also, you get some Treasure Guardian pirates as well, which are going to be a pretty tanky unit to add in. Yeah, they have a lot of HP, and if your Marines end up targeting one of them, that could take a lot of their time, because they actually have even more HP than the cavalry do. Oh no, look at that. Oh jeez, look at that. Shucks, that doesn't that hurt. Oh, you lost a fur trader? You're going to lose another one? What are you thinking? You can't be, oh jeez. You can't be hurting your hunts like that when you know you're dealing with the Hods. Oh jeez, that was a big blunder. Yeah, I'm all for hurting, but not when you know you're going to have cavalry running at you from a hyper-aggro civ. Well, try to see if you can get these pirates out now, because they might be a nasty distraction later to deal with. Farming? This man is farming? He's actually getting Harvest Ceremony this early in the game, which is the first farming upgrade for the Huds and the Lakotas farms. Wow. And then he's going to send a shipment of Tomahawks next to provide another batch of those line infantry that the Huds is so famous for. As well as training. Well, I thought he was going to train some. He actually decided to go for a stagecoach instead on which route? This route or this route? This route. Yeah, the one in his quadrant, so he can protect it better. So what's Kaiser doing? Does he have any resources left? Well, I guess he was able to herd the deer into his base, so he doesn't have to worry about any more such nasty situations like that. Yeah. But unfortunately, he's down 2 fur traders, which is going to really stamp out his food economy. Really, really badly. Now, has Alucard actually shipped in Town Destroyer? No, not yet, so that's not a threat just yet. Does he even have enough marine infantry to engage at all here? That's a good question on its own. Does he have enough to actually do some work here? Or is he kind of in a tricky spot? Yeah, I mean, at this point, he's got to just play it out defensively at home and try to scour around with the troopers de la Malines he has over here. He could luckily get some casualties, I think, on the Hod villagers over here, though. You see this outward-facing hunt. I mean, let's see how it goes. Like, oh, that's a nasty hunt right there. He just downed like a bunch of animals. Yeah, you see, this is where the real heartache begins. This is where the real heartache begins for the Hods. 5 villagers, that's like a whole shipment worth of villagers completely destroyed. And yeah, and I don't even know if his cav can even deal with them. Honestly, yeah, I don't even know if his cav are even equipped to deal with it. Does he know about the... Yep, well, he actually saw it in his line, so he can actually see it right now. Yep, so yeah, he's going to be able to target that one down, and then he's going to stagger, so he can take this one out. Yeah, not good. He's going to lose his cavalry from it, unfortunately. So, really, this is a great engagement for Kaiser, because he's taking out his cav, and then he can sort of get as much casualties to the tomahawks as he can. Is he going to get any... Well, if he plays it carefully, yeah, he's going to get one. Is he going to get another one? Is he going to get another one is the question. No. Is he going to get any casualties of the tomahawks? Well, I mean, he's trying to play it as careful. I think he's over-microing a bit over here. He didn't really have to micro like that. He could just... Maybe he's just trying to stall him out or something, because I see this army starting to come south now, with some Spontooners add to it, which, you know, the Spontooners, they have enough siege to actually take down this war hut. If he can take down this war hut, that's actually a really good move for him, because that basically allows more map control for himself, and he can actually start to take out this trade route here. You know, HUDs are not really that strong economically early on, so if you can take out their trade routes, like this one, real kick in the stomach, you know? Real kick in the stomach to their economy. Oh, wow! Wow. He just sent his coin shipment to this war hut. Oh no. No. That is bad. Kaiser knows about too. Is he gonna... Oh, yep, he's gonna kill the Vils. Vils are gonna die. Vils are gonna get shot. Oh, yep, and Kaiser's gonna get some of the coin too. Oh, jeez. Wow. Oh, no. That is a blunder right there, when you get your coin shipping right into the area that's being sieged and taken over. That is bad. That was... I think Kaiser has a real shot right now, because, look, he has all the coin he needs to keep this Marine spamming up, and he can actually go all on the hunts if he wants to right now, because he's going to have his own coin shipment coming in. He could even, yeah, he's going to move his own Pioneer down to grab the rest of this 300 coin. He's in good shape coin-wise. Like, HUDs are in real trouble right now. I mean, yeah, because he lost that coin shipment, HUDs actually came in age up now to get forest prowlers. That actually sets him back so much right now, it's not even funny. Oh yeah, I mean, they're really behind right now. Like, you gotta understand how serious that is. And then they're getting all the time they need to grab this coin up over here. Yep, taking down the trading post. Another kick in the stomach to the HUD's economy. Yeah, that is not good. Like, it's not fatal, but, you know, you did just give them a chance to win now. Because all they have to do is just perform really good here on the army front, start killing your infantry, and then they might actually pull off a win right now. Yeah, they don't have to engage directly, though. They can just sort of skim it defensively. They just ate up all the coin, so HUDs are definitely not getting that coin right now. They're gonna they're just gonna start hunting over here. Might give them a way of building it. No, they're just gonna retreat because they know the HUDs are pulling in right now, so they may as well just retreat at this point. Well, this Pioneer's gonna herd in this hunt now, the elk. So they're gonna have another source of food close to home now, which is gonna help the Canadians survive out even further with their Marine spamming. The one thing you probably didn't want is the HUDs. Yeah, I mean, at this point, So where do these spontooners come from? Are these ones that were trained, or... Oh, I think there's the remnants of the shipment, right? Oh, that's kind of screwed up. You're just about to wall that area, and the Kanya horsemen already get through on that side. Talk about a bummer. That's painful. It's painful to deal with. Now, is he going to see them in time? Well, he's going to go for the ones over here, right? Because he wants to get the jackpot, right? Oh, no. That's... That's just too sad right there. That's like his full food economy, too. Down in shambles. So there really is back and forth here. Like, if that didn't happen, I would say Canada's going to win this 100%. Now they're all dead. Yep, all the fur traders are dead. So you're going to have to take all your pioneers and move them over to that race. What's going on over here? Are you watching what's going on? Are you watching what's going on? No, because you're worried about your town center now. And oh, jeez. This is not good. Not good at all. Well, at least for Canada, and you can start to build log cabins to get your pop-up without having villas chopping the wood, so maybe you can afford to change them over to hunts, perhaps. Maybe that is something you can do. Yep, mayhaps you can do that. Yep, the Marine infantry is still over here, trying to get some quick kills. I thought that dog would snare him a little bit better than that, but I guess not. Oh, well, they're getting some casualties in for the HOD units, so that's good. Applying some pressure where it's due. Oh, well, that's good. At least they have a fur trader shipment to make up for that loss. That's good. Ooh, will they get any kills of them, though? Let's see. Yeah, I mean... Yeah, well, they're gonna get that one down.
Votre ordre. Votre ordre. Prêt. Très bien. Oui. Oui. Prêt.
Well, I mean, at this point, it's going to come down to really some sort of final countdown between the Marine infantry and the HODs. Like, who do you think you could see getting knocked out right now? You think the HODs getting knocked out, or do you think the Marine infantry getting knocked out? Like, that's what this is going to come down to, honestly. Like, yeah, he's going to retreat his spontooners. He's going to try to, you know, work his way back over here. Like, if you can sort of get them to get these HOD armies to converge and go for like a final duel with them near your TC, you might be able to beat them. You might be able to beat the HOD army, because if the HOD army goes down, this economy is not enough to sustain itself. And we're already starting to see some casualties right now with the HOD infantry. So I'm thinking more in the direction of Canada winning this one. Oh yeah, I mean, full doubtedly I see these Marines winning at this point. I don't see... Well, HODs can recover with this food economy. That food economy cannot survive. And then you're going to have the assistance of light cav and spontooners. That's just going to make it even more messy. You're going to see the war chief get taken out. You're going to see the HP of all those units start to wither a little bit. Oh, I got his special eagle shot ability in, though. That's good. Yeah, I mean, at this point, yeah. I mean, the light cav can snare you, and you're just going to keep taking additional shots from the Marine infantry. Yep, it's looking like a fatality for Alucard here. Fortunately, look at that. Yep, And then unfortunately you have to deal with the light cav, or else you're just going to keep getting snared. Oh jeez, that's not good. Finally able to get away though, but just way too much Marine infantry. They're just going to be able to keep targeting down your Kanya horses now. And you don't have enough resources as HUDs to keep that type of fighting up. You know, I mean, you need to make some sizable gains. You need to start really hitting hard on stuff. Right now, you're getting hit hard, and you can't keep blocking the hits. Can't keep blocking the hits anymore. Oh, wow, we see the Hodvilles really traveling far away from home. All the way up here. Right up against the Canadian wall, actually, so hypothetically, Canada could see that and actually send something over there to hit them. You know what I mean? Take that hunt down, you're done. There's nothing else you can do. Yeah, like we see the Marine infantry going this way, and then we see the Kanya horsemen trying to intercept that. Suicide. You just look at that. He's killing his units. Like, yeah, he's not even gonna try at this point. Like, is he gonna delete his buildings too? Yeah, yeah, he killed the villagers. Oh, jeez, yeah. GG though. A good try. Good try. I mean. Yeah, and I'm assuming Kaiser goes United States on Hudson Bay and just kills them with the Marine infantry on them. Yeah. I guess it's the only thing Kaiser could do at this point. Yeah, unfortunately. Fortunately, you don't have much options against Alucard. You really gotta pick your strategies wisely with them. Marine OPX2 XD? Yeah, exactly. Exactly, that's exactly what happened. Kaiser knew the only way he could beat Alucard 2-0 in the Liga game is to use Canada first and United States second. He had to use Marine infantry. There's no other way he could do that. And if he somehow lost the United States, then he could use Chile in number 3. Or maybe he used Chile in number 2. Yeah, what happened to game number 2? Like, did he go Chile? Did he go United States? Did he go with, Spain? He could have conceivably went Spain and made them from his Avisos. Or as Greeks from the torpedo boats. So there's really a lot of options there for it. But which one he went with, all I can say is he probably just went all in Marine infantry to the end and beat him. Either 2-0 or 2-1. Yep, Kaiser did quite good. Quite good. I could tell from that first match. Like, if he won United States, he probably won the second one quite easily. And you actually did that to me too, didn't you? When I was Bulgaria, you went Marine infantry against me, the United States. Prio fear, of course, but yeah. Alright, so we got one more encounter to go. We got the Sog versus Rommel series. It's about 3 matches, including the tiebreaker and Jebel Musa. So, I think this is one of the only encounters besides the Kaiser one and the first one we saw that I didn't see yet. So, it's going to be as new for me as it's new for you. Alright, so Sog is going to start out with Egypt, Gaygypt, whatever kind of gypt you want to call it. And it's going to go for a Bedouin rush, because he is the inventor of the Bedouin rush. There's no way he could use anything else but the Bedouin rush. Yeah, he only does the Bedouin rush, right? He doesn't do the FI. Yep, he's going for the Bedouin rush, folks. Guarantee that he's going for the Bedouin rush. Does he have any decks with the Firebrand? So I think he should do this one. Yeah, I'd have him do this one, probably. Nah, but, oh no, because there's Pyrokays on that one. Oh, jeez, yeah, no, you can't do that. Yeah, so the idea is get a library caravan as quick as you can, because explaining what Egypt is, they're basically another African civ, but unlike the other ones, they actually live in caravans, you know, these nice little carts that are pulled by camels. And that means you can move your buildings anywhere on the map that you want. So what that allows you to do is you can get away from enemies attacking you, one. Number two, you can move them right under somebody's town center and start attacking them with stuff, which is brutal, right? So, what the Bedouin Rush involves the Egyptian house, which is called a Bedouin. Yeah, basically it's an Arab on top of a camel that shoots a bow and arrow. That's sort of the house that the Egyptians have. It's mobile, it can move. It actually has a maneuver tag as well, meaning it actually counts as light cavalry as well in a shock unit. So you can actually counter them with pikemen and crossbowmen, believe it or not, which is kind of cool. But the idea is, use this card here, this card right here, Bedouin Regiments. Normally the Bedouin costs about 35 food and 65 wood, which is an expensive price. It's more pricier than the average house. But if you send this card, the Bedouin actually gains more damage from its arrow shots, and it also loses its wood costs. So it only costs about 35 food to train them. And you can train them in queues of 5, just like regular military units. So the idea is, you use these tanky Bedouins, which, do we see any on the map yet? Yep. See that? 400 HP for a Cav Archer. That's pretty good in Age 2. And you basically just create them for super cheap in a constant queue until your enemy basically surrenders. Yeah, that's basically what you do. And it looks like Rommel is going to respond to that with Haiti. You can tell from the Savite from a mile away. There we go again, the chicken cards, so they can get their free Pollo going, their free KFP. Yep. Yep, that should help them economically with their food. Now, this is an interesting one. This one could really go in any direction, because I feel like Haiti is one of the most aggro civs in the game. If anyone can stop the Bedouin Rush, it would be Haiti. If Haiti loses to this strategy, I'm very scared for the survival of the Bedouin mechanic. Like, I feel like the devs will actually say, you know what? We're going to make Bedouins 500 food and 500 wood, so you can't do that anymore. Oh yeah, the Bedouins will. Egypt will be a dead civ if they beat this civ. Egypt will never recover. Nor will Saudis when they're added. First German wave for Haiti. As for Sog, he's already in Age 2 because that's how wonderful the library caravan is. You know, you get the first blue tech, and then you get the second blue tech. And it only amounts to, what, about, what, like 550, 530, 560 food, which is actually cheaper than what everybody else pays for. So yeah, only thing though is it's slower, right? It's a little bit slower. Because I should mention too, to prevent OP fast industrial builds, devs put a rule in place. Red library techs research quicker, yellow ones are in the middle, and blue ones research slower. Just so the more expensive library techs being the red ones are going to research the quickest, whereas the cheapest ones, the blue ones, are going to research the slowest. Just to prevent people from reaching industrial age in like 10 minutes and stuff. You can still reach industrial age as Egypt in like 15 minutes or 12 minutes. And for very little resources too. Because they actually have one of the more stable economies to pull it off, and they get one of the strongest fast industrials because they get heavy cavalry, they get machine guns, they get heavy cannons, they get really anything you could ever want in a civ. Oh, Rommel knows what's happening. I see the towers coming up right now. One tower over there, one from the German immigrants. Yeah, this is the one time when German immigrants is basically a requirement. It's mandatory because the German immigrants will give you one redoubt wagon to help in that construction, and then you can build the R1 yourself. So at this point, Rommel is probably looking to defend against this using towers. Let's see. Yep, see, he's going to put the town center caravan right in the middle of the map, and he's going to start popping out the Bedouins right now. He's also going to get the wood right now. But he does need to make sure he has it. Yep, he's got his villagers right here to grab up the wood. And you're going to need to now basically start shipping in units. So you're going to want to send in camel riders, spearmen. You could actually send these without this. This makes capitulation of Alexandria, that basically makes the French units cheaper to ship from the home city, but yeah, but you don't even need that. You get about 300 export in one spice stall from the get-go, so you could actually just ship that without that then. With that being a really powerful assault unit. Yep. The picket fence is dead. Now the Bedouins are going to run in with their smelly camel feet to take down that tower. Yep. Whoop, here we go. Look at all the HP going on. It's going to take a while to mow that down. And the thing is 35 food is a very cheap cost. Like, you notice here how our friend Egypt doesn't even have to make villagers anymore. They can actually afford to keep queuing up the Bedouins as long as there's hunts on the map. And as long, of course, like if Haiti could somehow take some Zingolans and kill his villagers, that would stop the bleeding technically. But right now in this pressure-filled state, it's really hard for him to do that. So Rommel right now is just trying to use marine infantry since they cut through the hand armor of the Bedouins. Since they're cab archers, and cab archers have pack armor instead of pierce. Now, Escopateros, that's one thing that could actually deal with this. Let's see if he can pull it off, though. Right, because we saw Luis Kaiser use the Brazil Civ to beat the Bedouin rush from Chorizo Muy Largo, because he was able to mass up large numbers of Voluntario Patrias and micro them perfectly to be able to target down one Bedouin at a time. But I don't think in this case if... does Rommel have any more wood? No, he's out of wood right now, so I think he's in really bad shape right now. Yeah, Rommel, you need to get some more wood right now and keep making those escorts. Like, you need, like, maybe 5-10 of those. Maybe you can get rid of them. Oh, Brummers will certainly help. I mean, at least they're an immigrant unit, so, yeah, they'll provide some assistance to it. But, yeah, just not enough firepower, man. You need to get your escorts out a lot sooner than that to deal with that. Yeah, like... I would love to have Sogface be with the Bedouin Rush and for me to try to find a solution to it. Beyond what Kaiser did with the Voluntarios, that's one way to try to fight it out. But there's other ways of doing it too, by like using Zingolans to attack their villagers on the other side of the map and just destroy their food eco and force them to actually retreat. Probably the other solution. And it also would cut down the number of spearmen they make because, as you know, Bedouins, they don't have a good siege, like 5 siege. So the way they get the town star down is actually through the spearmen, which is a 45 food and wood unit. So if you can kill their villagers, stop the wood and food from coming in, they can't make spearmen, and therefore they lose the steam power of their sieging abilities. And then you can slowly turn the tide of the battle in your favor. Plumbers, and now we see the firemen coming in. Yep, plumbers going in the bayonets against the Bedouin. Up, not enough, just not enough. GG. Yeah, I mean, resource-wise, yep, Egypt way more because he was stuck in his TC militarily. Rommel actually got a lot of kills on those Bedouins. And on the spearmen, but just not enough to clean house. Yeah, that's unfortunate, but from what I see, Rommel will have his day again. He will, every dog or every Juanito gets his day. And Rommel will have his day in match 2. And maybe match 3, we'll see. Yeah, or Juanita Boliviana liked what I said about the Marines. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. OP Civ. OP unit, that is. Good thing they're nerfing it for the Great War patches you saw. Yeah, our Juanita Boliviana also helps test stuff for the Great War patch, so, we try to do testing whenever possible on stuff. So this is match number 2 of 3. Yeah, hopefully we don't get any out of sinks. That would be bad, because this is like the final encounter of the tournament that you will ever see. So, it better live up to its potential, or else, heads will go flying. So now we got Sarg with España, one of his better civs. We got Rommel with France. Francia. So, yep, this could go in many different directions. I think in general, France is probably more equipped to deal with Spain, because they get a lot of great ways to deal with their regulares attacks. They get mounted skirmishers, the Chaucer or Cheval, they get the Zouaves, they get fully upgradable volunteers, they get fully Royal Guard Grenadiers. Yeah, they get anything they really need, besides like regular skirms. They do get their 2 foot artillery ship in Age 3. France is actually very well equipped to deal with the Spanish. And from looking at the timer, it looks like this is going to be sort of a longer fight between the two. It's not going to be that quick uppercut like the Bedouin Rush was. Our question is, what sort of build will Rommel use to try to overcome SOG Spain? Because we know SOG Spain involves regulares, it involves artillery, it involves even the Infante de la Marina, which is, the Marine infantry that they can make from their avisos and their forts. Yeah, I haven't mentioned that before. There's one more place you can actually train Marine infantry from. It's actually from forts. Yeah, quite interesting, isn't it? Yeah. Bet you didn't know that. It's kind of like a little side bonus, I guess. And if you have a map where you can just barely fit a dock on, you can actually both train and upgrade the Marines, making that a really good bonus to have for civs that can fit on like really small pawns on maps like Finland, anything that's like a little baby pawn. Even ones where, you could just fit that little rectangle in like that. It's really good. So let's look at the deck, because we got to see how Rommel, if at all, is going to pull this off. So Rommel has 3 Sanchoits, which are, again, a Wars of Liberty equivalent of Courier de Bois. Same resource cost, same gather rate, same range attack with their guns. In terms of Age 2, lots of crates. We got line infantry, we got hussars, we got volunteers. Age 3, he actually decides to go with the Chaucer Archeval as his infinite card. That's totally fine, because what we see here is we see Algier Zouaves allows Zouaves to be trained from forts and improves them in combat alongside a fort wagon. So Rommel, instead of shipping in his Zouaves, is actually going to train them from his fort if possible. And he's mostly going to focus on shipping in the Chaucer or Chevals as his preferred unit. And I can totally understand why you want to do that, because the Chaucers will give you an added bonus to being able to counter maneuver units like Dragoons. So, yeah, I could totally understand why you want to go with that unit. Also, he's got System de Bange, foot artillery, cove, horse, and steel. Improves their stats by, 25%? Except for the steel, it's only 20%. Yep, so upgrades to the cannons. And let's look at the deck for Spain while we're at it. Also, by the way, France is going up with the standard Core Master Artisan, age up with 400 wood. For SOG, they're going up with the Statesman, They don't get artisan, I don't believe. So they're going to get a tower. They're going to get 200 coin from that. In terms of the decking, though, we see about 4 different crates. We see pikes, we see regulares, we see Infante de Marina, and then we see 2 avisos. So a bit of a counter fishing deck. So yeah, this is generally a card you always see in DEN in Wars of Liberty when you know an opponent might be going for a dock. And as you know, with docks, you build fishing ships, which you can add to your food economy with. And what you do with the 2 avisos card would be deploy those on the water as soon as you find a dock, and you basically eat up their fishing ships, and basically cut down their economy on the water, and you actually gain XP from killing the fishing boats too. So that's actually really good for you to do. Alright, so we're getting towards age 2 now. We're starting to see these wagons start to come out here for the Spanish. And I'm going to watch what Rommel does next here. Is he going to go for an immediate capital age, or is he going to stick it out in age 2? We'll have to wait and see. 700 wood is arriving alongside the 400 from the artisan, coming to about 1.1k wood. Quite a lot of wood. And after that, they're actually going to go with 4 Sanchoits. So a bit of a slower play, it looks like. Not quite an FF. More of like a semi-FF at best. Also hunting dogs. So maybe they're going to try to fight this out in age 2. That would be interesting. And wait a second. We see a dock and they're going with canoes. A dock with canoes. What's up with this? Canoes? From the Cree? Oh yeah. Well, yeah, like if you didn't know from Legacy, if you build at a native site, you can unlock a native boat at your dock. For Native Americans like this, you actually get canoes. Yeah. This is quite interesting why Rommel's going with canoes instead of fishing ships. Probably because he knows that his opponent could send avisos and could use those avisos to train Infante de Marinas on his coastline. And the way he deals with that is get all of these, yep, see, here's the avisos right now. He predicted that perfectly. And he's going to use these canoes to start launching torches at the ships. Which, does he have enough canoes to deal with it? I don't know if he has enough canoes. He's got about 4 of them. 1 is almost dead. Yeah, man, you need to make sure you're targeting the lowest HP canoe, because if not, you're going to lose that canoe. But now that you're retreating out with this aviso, you got this one right in the coastline here, trapped. Caught in a trap pretty much, and you're going to lose it to these canoes. Yep, this canoe is... And now these canoes can start to shoot... Now, I don't understand what this is about. The canoes basically shoot guns that fire arrows as projectiles out of their guns. Like, what is that? Like some weird sort of like a fire lance or something? Like, what is that even supposed to represent? But unfortunately, 5 of the Infante de Marinas made it out of that aviso alive, and now they're going to start to haunt and harass this side of the map. Now, for some reason, Sog decided I'm going to shoot Mother Nature a little bit, shoot one of the coyotes, and take some extra bites in my legs. I don't know what that's about. I don't know. But, now we see Rommel shipping some line infantry. He also has been training some grenadiers. Grenadiers do offer a really nice solution to the naval infantry, since they do really well with their grenade throws. You know, a grenade throw from a grenadier is effectively enough to really crush a unit like that. Yep. Because it actually does multipliers against all infantry, so when you think about it, those marine infantry are pretty vulnerable to grenadiers if they're not careful. Oh, that's one of the Treasure Guardian coyotes that Sog had. So what's Sog going to do militarily now? Like, now he's actually forced to rely on the barracks now, since his marine strategy is sort of falling apart. It's going to put a tower down with the market and think about maybe getting some hunting dogs, some placer mines, start catching up his eco a bit. Whereas Rommel has the larger army at this point on both land and water. On water, he's certainly going to start grabbing up all that fish with the canoes. On land, he's got grenadiers and line infantry starting to mass up here, mainly the grenadiers. So I don't know how that's going to affect the Regulares play, but I think in large enough numbers, Regulares might have some real problems here. Oh yeah, they're going to have to be really careful. Yep, so what's Sog going up with? The city planner? The city planner actually gives you a covered wagon like a town center, so if we see Rommel coming around to attack him around then, it's totally possible we could see Rommel destroy his covered wagon, and that would actually be kind of, it wouldn't be fatal, but it would destroy any potential of Sog outbooming his opponent, and that would put them on real even footing. Yeah, so let's see if Rommel's army here can get over to these settlers, start killing some of them, and maybe if Sog will even consider maybe waiting on an age up. You know, because his resources right now are not in good shape to deal with a heavy attack. Right, because now he knows that Rommel is attacking. Rommel is going in for an assault right now. Towers are going to come up on this side. And what's Rommel doing? Rommel is training line infantry. Oh, so does he know about the... He knows about the destruction of the towers, but is he going to commit? I wouldn't be scared. I would just go in and start shooting at stuff. Like, what are you even afraid of at this point? I would just go... Does he know about the town center? No, he doesn't. So I think he's assuming he maybe went with units or something and didn't want to get killed by him. I think Rommel's scared because he thought that he had Demi-Lanth. He had cuirassiers coming from the age up. Wait a minute, do they get cuirassiers anymore? Do they get age up with cuirassiers? Because back in the old days, they used to get Demi-Lancers, but since that's like a Batador now, like an ultimate unit, now I assume they would get cuirassiers or hussars as an age up option. Yep, Sog is going to go with the fort, really to try to turtle up over here and start to slowly boom up. Yep, we're going to see a fort sort of show up right over there. Yep. And just so people are aware that haven't seen these Regulares, are basically just regular musketeers, but they have more hit points. They're actually really tanky units, but they are more expensive. They cost like 100 food. Somewhat similar to a Janissary almost, you know? But like Juanito Janissaries, really. Will we see Rommel make a move on the fort while it's constructing, or is he just gonna retreat? Yeah, he knows about the fort. Is he gonna go for the... Nah, he's just gonna retreat. He knows he probably can't deal with that fort. He's going to have to regroup with his line infantry. He is starting to age up with the gunsmith. Gunsmith will give him some Chausier à Cheval, which are mounted skirmishers. Basically just skirmishers on horseback. And what I mean by that is the only thing they don't share with the skirmisher unit is the infantry tag. They actually get the shock tag instead. So, actually, if you got like a unit like the, I don't know, like the Nagi, you know, or Sawar, or anything that has multipliers against skirmishers exclusively, they'll actually deal multiplier damage against those mounted skirmishers. Likewise, pikemen would also deal multipliers because of the shock tag. But, lancers like the new Batador, which has an all anti-infantry multiplier, would not, because it does not have that infantry tag associated with it. Likewise, cannons would not have multipliers against the Chausier à Cheval or the Cacador Montado, which is the Brazilian equivalent of that. So really you need to watch the unit tags carefully when you're planning your attacks and your unit choices. So now we see Rommel's Grenadiers heading back towards the base. They're going to catch up with the regular... Yep, look at that explosion. You gotta be careful with Grenadiers. Never try to walk right into them, because that'll happen to you. You'll basically toss a grenade, and the splash can basically take out your entire line of infantry if you're not careful. So now we see the Chasseurs Cheval coming in to support the Grenadiers. And now they're going to sort of try to form up at this point and go in for an attack at some point. At this point, Rommel has so many canoes active that he can start to train actual fishing boats that will gather a lot quicker than the canoes will. And start to take over the salmon on the center part of the Hudson Bay. Is Rommel going to start upgrading these units at all? He could hypothetically go for an industrial age as well. Get some cannons or something. That could happen too. I mean, that would... Yeah, he could totally go for a shipment of steel guns, and that would actually probably be very detrimental to the Spaniards at this point. Decisions. So many decisions. Yep. Quite a lot of decisions. That's what RTS is all about, folks. Lots of decisions. So many units, so many techs, so many cards. What do I go with? Well, you gotta base it on the situation. Like, that's a bad situation. Just taking a free snipe from the Infante de Molinas. That's a bad situation. That's why you try to, put some distance. Make them come to you. And be ready for them. Veteran Grenadiers. This makes sense to me. Oh, Cuirassiers, the signature Frenchy unit. Yeah, can't have France without those. And I think that's probably a good option, They're going to do some real splash damage here. And the thing about Assault Cavalry is, though they don't have any armor against the Marine Infantry, what they do have is a lot of hit points to make it harder for Marine Infantry to take them down as quickly. Because the only thing that can hold back Marine Infantry really is just raw stats. Right, like actual high HP. Like if you have 1,000 HP Marine Infantry, like you saw in the last match, don't do as good, right? That shipping of sailors, yeah, didn't do that well when they were dealing with 400 HP Bedouins. So yeah, you gotta plan it properly. Oh yeah, another thing too I would let you know, since they don't have the maneuver tag since they're skirmish, skirmishers don't actually counter these either, so they're actually on equal footing against dismounted skirms, assuming the numbers are comparable. Of course, these are going to have more stats than a dismounted skirm and fleece and HP. So yeah, I thought I'd mention that too. Alright, now we see Cuirassiers arriving, as well as some fishing boats and some Sanchuits. Yep, here comes the Assault Cavalry. Here comes the placer mines. That'll definitely help afford the cost of the Assault Cavalry a lot easier. So what's Spain actually going to do about this? Like, what's going on the Spanish side? Well, Spain is picking up weird cards here, like land grab. I don't think I'd be getting this. Like, I don't think land grab is the way to go right now. Like, you need like Cuirassiers, Hussars. You need to get your unit numbers up a bit. Also, why not get a dock start getting the dock down, start upgrading your Infante de Meninas to veteran, since this is like your main unit. Why you're not doing that, I don't know. The Chaucers are going to catch this settler off guard and start shooting them. Since they're a mounted cav, they have actually a malice against settlers. Yeah, those settlers could take a surprising amount of shots to the face by those guns. Like, how many bullets is he taking? Quite a lot. Quite a lot. Yep, Chaucers are dead, it looks like. Will the rest of them be dead? It all depends on their strategy, I guess. How's Rommel's economy doing right now? So yeah, as you can imagine, the Rommel economy is doing a lot better because they have the fishing ship component that Sog does not. Oh, they're gonna add in Cree trackers from the native site? That's pretty smart idea. They have a lot of hit points, so they'll definitely provide you a lot of tanking against these naval units. Again, Cree trackers have just raw HP stats, so they're going to be a lot harder to take down with these marine units, which replaces their multipliers with just crush damage. So what politician are they even going with? Curious. The engineer, so that's actually going to give them some artillery, 2 foot artilleries. Which, if they have a foundry, they could actually upgrade to field guns, starting in Age 4, which are going to be even slightly stronger. Oh, steel guns, yep, right out of that town center right here, so even closer to the front. Even closer to the front. Where did those come from? Where did the Moors come from? Huh. Where did those come from? Did they train them, or... Wow. So the engineer for France actually gives you mortars instead of steel guns. Whew. That is surprising. I did not know that. At least I forgot that. That's actually kind of serious. Because the mortars are actually going to be even better, because the Moors are going to be able to sit there in the back and start shelling away at that fort. I think at this point Sog is just going to rage quit at that and going, no, I can't deal with that, no, 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 no. Yeah. Oh yeah, the Moors changes up everything, because the mortars are really hard to deal with. It's really impossible to deal with these mortars right now, because as soon as you get close in with the Infantes, the Corsairs charge forward, the steel guns shoot at you, and then the Grenadiers can actually plan a grenade throw on you. So yeah, that is basically it. Yep, steel guns. Ooh, yep. Good blasts. Mortar still active. That mortar is going to eliminate that fort, it looks like. There's so many showings left. Corsairs going in right now. not even a guard level, just plain old veteran. Cannons caught up in the front are going to go down. Yep, and now the Grenadiers can join in on the siege and take that fort down even quicker. Look at all the Infante de Molinas just getting blasted. Now, yep, the problem is you didn't upgrade. Sog never upgrades these. That's half his problem. He never actually gets a dock and starts getting, veteran guard upgrade. At least from a lot of the times I've seen, he just doesn't put the upgrade work into this unit that he's clearly massing. And it costs him like it costed him this match. Now you're going to have to prove yourself in match 3 on Jebel Musa, the tiebreaker. The final match of the tournament. Like ever. Yeah, resources. France really did well. Army, a lot more units and more kills. Really good on every metric. Quite a good job. Yep, no more messages in the chat. So now we got the final match of the Liga. Final match of the Liga, folks. The last one. No more matches after this. Last match of this tournament today. It will be played between Rommel and Sog. Match number 3 on Jebel Musa. Last match. If you want to see any more matches, you're going to have to look at the old stuff. This is the last match of the tournament. Sog versus Rommel. It better be the best tournament match ever, because this is the last one. It's got to be a gleaming light. It's got to be an example for all of us of how we can improve. Let's see if they can do exactly that for us. Last match of the tournament, folks. Last match of the Liga of these 19 weeks of encounters. This is the last encounter and the last match of the encounter. So Sog is going with Argentina. Civ we've seen quite a bit today. And Rommel, prostegma, antimos, malesta, fuleme. So they're going Greek. And this is actually a good Civ for this map. Why is that? Because there's water on it. And as you know, Greeks, they get free fishing ships from their docks. We've seen that when I played as him today. So Rommel knows what he's doing. He knows if I can take over this whole section of water in this little curvature area, they're in good shape. Yep, put the dock right in over here. Right over here. Yep. So this is going to be a big fight, Greeks versus Argentines. That is not an easy match to predict on the war map. Argentines, they can definitely do some stuff to, push on the Greeks. Well, for one, they're good with their Lanceros. Their Patricios can counter the Marauders. So they don't even need to go fully commit into Conscriptos, which is a delay for the Kleps to deal with. Yeah, I mean, this could go in many different ways. I'm really looking forward to seeing who's going to take home the crown here, folks, for the final match of the tournament. Sog already going for the trade route, starting at the top, right by the native sites, and is probably going to work his way down. By the way, what even is the Sog build going to be today? So Sog is going to make Gaucho. So Sog has what looks to be a semi-FF style deck, I would say. Because I see Infernales, I see the Patricios, I see Crates, I see Gauchos, and then in H3 it picks up with this Costumbrissimo, which basically is like a covered wagon card that actually allows wagons to move faster and build faster. Yeah, so you actually get the town center quicker than you normally would from it. Also, you got the shipment of Patricios. This one will give you some horse grenadiers, a fort. So yeah, like FF, semi-FF maybe for Argentina. And for Greeks, it could possibly be anything. I mean, Rommel has this deck sort of set up in my image where he's more apt to go for Age 2 gameplay, but also is very apt to water control. You know why? I see this card right here. Whale Oil. Whale Oil, for all these whales on the map, by the little brown dots, he's going to make a killing in coin off of these whales with that card. Because what it does is it improves your whaling rate by 35%. That's a very high rate of gather. So I think in general, if Greeks can hold the water, they're going to really eat up all that fish early on, which is going to help them in early. Then in the late game, they're going to move them over to the whales. And the whales are going to give them so much coin, they'll be able to spam cav, they'll be able to make artillery. They're going to have options, Just like I did, we see La Scalina Bobolina as the age up from the dock. So 2 free fishing ships and +5 build limit on the fishing ships. As for Argentina, what are they engaging up with? They are going for the first Italian wave. So Italian workers and Italian houses, which can be used to gather food or coin. Like a rice pay. I've already seen that today with Kazan, I think, so no need to go too much into that. But, yeah, I'm kind of curious how this is going to go. And certainly it's kind of a wacky Civ matchup, I would say. Greeks versus Args. Args on Jebel Musa. This could really go in any direction, Let me watch it real carefully here to see what happens. We'll see, though. We'll see. I'm going to watch every barracks placement, every stable placement, every attack pattern. It really depends on everybody's strategy how this turns out. Yep, here comes the Italian colony. Oh, they're going for a town hall. This can only mean one thing. We're gonna see a Caudillo attack with the Matreros. Matrero, do you remember the old days of War of Triple Alliance, the early days of Wars of Liberty? What did the Argentinians have? They had the Lasador, right? They had Argentinian gaucho that basically flung actual lassos at the enemy. Like an old spaghetti western, pretty much. So those have obviously been removed and replaced with the Patricios, which is a totally different unit. But luckily the devs kept the Lasador concept alive through one thing. An outlaw called the Matrero. Now the Matrero is the version of the Lasador that has the same stats. Well, the same conceptual stats, but it's actually been refitted to work as an outlaw, so it costs a lot more pop than usual, but I think its damage is actually higher than that of the Lasador, what it was. So yeah, it's a pretty tough unit, pretty tough unit. It doesn't have any multipliers against Light Cav, because it's back before the Lasador was booted. Remember, they changed Hogtie to only affect Light Cavalry instead of the All Cavalry that it used to do, so yeah, it's a weaker unit now. It's a weaker unit in that sense, but against heavy infantry and in mass, the Matrero is a very powerful thing. Yep, and we indeed see the Caudillo coming out too. And note, with the hotkey, the Caudillo is a hero, so the Caudillo will not die if you shoot it down. It basically goes unconscious and you can reclaim them, you can ransom them just like your regular Explorer. So now we see the queuing of the Matreros right now. The Matreros are going to come in, and the Matreros are going to begin to attack really soon here. And note too that their stats actually goes up around the Caudillo. So the Caudillo acts very much like a Daimyo for his outlaws. If he stands near his outlaws, they are going to do better overall. Now, what I see here on the Greek side is I see Kleps developing. The Kleps, I don't know how the Kleps are going to do. If they can keep a distance from themselves and the Matreros. What's the range? 10 range, so yeah. The Kleps actually have a good chance of outranging these Matreros, but they have to kite really well. Oh no, but unfortunately, I think they're going to find out the hard way what these Matreros do. Do they see the Matreros? No, they don't, and the Matreros don't see them. So they're actually going to move right into the base and start attacking the peasants. Start getting their ropes up and start whipping them left and right. Right about here. They have to get pretty far, though, because they don't want them to get away. Oh, yep, look at that attack. It's a lot of damage. About 16 with 2 splash. That adds up. That adds up quite a bit. At the same time, we got Rommel going for a siege with his Scythemen and also his Kleps running around his base. And now we see the Matreros going for houses, looking to siege houses down and cause some hard damage, right? Because if they can take houses down, this houses the Greeks more and makes it hard for them to produce stuff to deal with the Matrero attack. So what are the Greeks doing exactly? They're going to have to retreat now, because unfortunately they just don't have the forces they need to go for a siege right now. But now they have to deal with the threat at home from the Matreros. Look at this right here. Look at that nasty lasso attack. Whipping down 2 Kleps, and now they're going to whip the other 2 down. Yep, one already dead. The other one's gravely wounded and running off into the sunset. Well, not really. That one just fell. So now the returning army from Greeks, the Scythemen and the Kleps, is now going to have to engage with this mess, or else the town center is lost. So Scythemen, they have the benefit of having some splash attack. Definitely is going to be helpful, but only 1 Matrero is down. No other units available to deal with it. More Scythemen being trained. Also, the sailors are going to arrive. The sailors are going to offer a bit of a different challenge for these Matreros, with their crush attack ripping through their pierce armor. As you see, they have 10% pierce armor, so the sailors are going to do a lot more damage. Also, they have pierce armor of their own, so the lassos are going to be a little bit softer on their skin. Yep, and now the Matreros are surrounded, and they're just trying to fight their way out of this paper bag right now that they got themselves into. Scythemen, luckily for the Scythemen, the Matreros are all grouped up, and that's going to lead to them all being taken out. Yep, it looks like Rommel survived that wave. So what does Sog do now? His original plan has been destroyed. You think, but now we see the Matreros showing up on this side through the Caudillo. Oh, but the Scythemen are just too barred up from their last fight. They're going to start to fall to these Matreros. Now we see Gauchos coming in. We also see Fencing School coming in. Fencing School will allow these Matreros to train even quicker, which is going to basically give these Matreros a real chance at actually overwhelming the Greek military here. But remember, we're dealing with Greeks here. Even if you can garrison their whole group of peasants, they can still acquire food through the fishing ships, through the fishing economy, which is gradually growing over time. So what are you going to deal with exactly to deal with these Matreros? Also, it looks like Sog actually ransomed his Caudillo for 100 coin, which is going to give Rommel a bit of a coin stockpile himself that he can use to get himself out of this mess. Matreros being those Scythemen, and now they can start sieging on that house. It's hard to say who's winning right now, because I think Rommel wins the late game. At the same time, Sog has a lot of tough players on the field with those Matreros. So now these Matreros are going to get their ropes out and go for another lasso. They're going to go for another lasso, and then go whip, whip, whip. Another lasso. Another lasso. Yep. 2 down. A lot of damage. Now the Caudillo is back, and he's training more Matreros up at this side of the map now. So is there an alternative plan here? Are we going to see some Patricios or maybe some of the Infernales added in as a secondary unit? Maybe. Unfortunately, you got Kleps shooting at you, so now you're gonna have to again engage with your ropes and start whipping them away, or else you're gonna get overwhelmed by this. We'll see the. Oh no! Now we got the Marauders. Oh, that's gonna hurt. Marauders. You don't want to deal with those things. I'll tell you. Marauders is one of the worst things because they have a lot of damage. Yeah, look at those Marauders. It's actually gonna force the Matreros back now. They're gonna have to retreat and try to kite down those Marauders in the front and then work their way against the Kleps in the back. Oh, they're actually opting to attack the Kleps instead and ignore the Marauder for now. Which, you know, kind of an interesting choice to say the least. I mean, yeah, I think the Kleps technically are the bigger threat right now. Because you can sort of grab your swords and slice apart that Marauder horse pretty easily. Yep, they're not going to kill those Kleps. Now the Matreros have full dominance of the TC again. They're still taking a few bullets to the head from those Kleps, but nothing too serious, you know. They can survive that for a while because of their Pierce armor. Also, that Klep is starting to take out his sword, and he's starting to slice him with his scimitar, I believe. I believe that's a scimitar, right, from the Ottoman Empire? Yeah. Oh, so now we see Marauders being trained from the stable, and those Marauders are going to do a lot of damage. We got about six Marauders. Oh, wow, look at those Matreros getting completely cleaned out, like a clean slate. So now, Saugus going to actually have to rethink of his build now. Now that he has to deal with Marauders, he needs to start retreating his soldiers. He needs to start making some of the Infernales now. If he can get a massive Infernales or even Patricios alongside alongside these Matreros, he can actually deal with this, but he needs to change up the strategy a bit. Oh, I thought these were Marauders that snuck up for a second. Oh, so these are the Infernales. So now these Marauders are forced into a retreat because they know the Infernales have multipliers against shock units like them. And now these Matreros now have a shot at sieging the town center again because these Infernales just provide just enough. Oh no, now the town center is targeting the Infernales, which is going to give Rommel more energy to train up some more Marauders from the stable. But to do that, he's going to have to trade off some of his food since his villages are not working anymore. So he's going to have to take all that fish and take it to the market so he can actually afford more of the Marauders. Now we see one more Marauder. Oh wow, so Sog is going for a full-on siege of the TC. He doesn't care if he loses any more Matreros, he just wants to take the town center out. Which, oh yeah, if he could take the TC out, that's actually pretty significant. Like, is he going to do it? Is he going to take it out? Yes, he is! Yes, town center is down. Town center is dead. He doesn't have any wood to afford another one too, so he's going to have to sell his fish, make some money from it, and sell that money and make some wood. If he's going to want to reconstruct that now. Now, he does have an ancient ruin in its place, which will trickle him a bit of experience points. He actually had a bit of a wood crate there, too, which I didn't know about. So now, Argentina has a lot of thinking to do. Like, what are they going to do next now? Are they going to continue with the Matreros? Are they going to add in some Infernales? What's the game now? Looks like you should probably ship in some Patricios just to deal with the Marauder threat. Tower houses, I mean, that's probably the next best budgety thing to do. If you don't have a TC, put up some tower houses. And you know what? If you have the resources, you can actually age up without a town center. Remember, you age up with the buildings, the barracks, the stable, the foundry, the dock, the market, or the hunting lodge. So, as long as you have a home city gather point, you will be allowed to age up without a town center present. So that does not stop Rommel from actually aging up and acquiring any of these units, really, or any of these infinite shipments. So that could definitely be an option for him. Yep, it looks like the Greeks are going to attempt the siege on the Argentinian market now. Looks like their scores are neck and neck now. And Greeks afford additional Marauders. Yeah, they're actually training some right here, but I think the Matreros should stop for a second and maybe kill those Marauders off. No, they're actually going to go for the stable because they know the wood for the Greeks is really low, so taking out a stable would deny them the ability to produce more of the unit. And if they can do that, maybe they can make the job easier for themselves. And yes, I think they can take that stable out. It's just about dead. Yep, stable is out. They're going to get a bit of an additional experience trickle from the ancient ruins that are left behind from the stable. Matreros are going to try to reposition themselves carefully to deal with Marauders and Kleps and the Scythemen. We have to do this real carefully, making sure to eliminate all these units, because now Greeks only have a barracks left. Oh, it looks like the Greeks had a secondary stable, so they're going to have to deal with that as well. Do they have any more coin to be able to afford in this attack? Yes. We see this mine over here that the Gauchos are working on. They can actually pull back into this even safer gold mine in the back and start to gather 5k additional coin from that. And now we see Lacidors making a siege onto the stable. They're going to try to take down the secondary stable. Greeks at this point forced onto their infinite 300 cords of wood shipment to kind of build their way back to a town center. It's kind of real lucky they even have that card in their deck. I don't certainly use that card on my deck. If I would have wished I would have had that card on my deck if I knew I was out of a TC at this point and I was dealing with nasty outlaw units like that. Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, this just shows you sort of a glimpse back into the old days of how Lacidors used to work. Now, the only way you can sort of relive that is through this with the Matreros, since it's basically just an outlawed version of the old Lacidors. And now we start to see the Matreros siege their way into the tower house. Gonna take that down. Take out the peasant. And now they're gonna start to siege their way towards the barracks. The last sort of production building left. Yep, here we go. Now we see a sieging of the barracks. Now they're gonna have to move on to the stable. Stable is right over there, up here. Yep, and now the Matreros are going to start sieging the houses. And after they do that, they should be in good shape. Yep. And now they're going to start to siege on the ancient ruins. And now they have to make their way up to the stable up at the top here. And the tower house right in the north. And how many resources Rom will have? He has about 400 coin, about 1k food. He can afford some more Marauders for sure, but what does he got to do next? I mean, next thing you can really do here, try to get your Marauders and start attacking these Gauchos. Is he aware of them? He's going to try to scout up there with the sailors, but is that enough? Is he going to be able to do the damage he needs with just a couple sailors? Nah, he completely missed them. 100% missed them. So it's looking like a bit of a GG here. And, well, looks like we got ourselves a, well, wait for it. We, got ourselves a GG. GG any moment. GG any moment now. Do we have a GG? Yep, GG. Defeat. Yep, Rommel was defeated by the Matrero attack of the Caudillos. One of those more infamous outlaw rushes in the game. Between them and the Mañoso rush of Central America, they are one of the more premier outlaw attacks you can do. So, yep. Definitely very powerful. Let's look at the post game now. So, resource-wise, Sog actually got a lot of resources through all that mining he was focused on. In terms of military, a bigger unit count because he was literally spamming out nothing but Matreros non-stop. Greeks, even with all those production buildings like the barracks and stable, some marauders, producing infantry, shipping in things, not enough, you know, not even close in unit count. He did get more kills though, thanks to the marauders, but in the end, enough to win, nothing. So there we have it, everyone. This is the last match of the Age of Empires 3 Liga 2023 to 2024 Liga tournament. Last match of week 19. Week 19 being the last match of the last week of this tournament. So all the results are in, and you know the Kaya scores have been counted. So these are all the everybody's basically done now, right? So I think I could, when I put the upload up, I'm going to put the scoreboard up so you can see how everybody did. Because we use some site called Wol Liga to keep score of everybody's performance, and you can see the scores yourself. So yeah, this was a really good tournament, people. Really good. A lot of clean fights. A lot of development of the mod, too. Remember, back in the old days, we essentially had a very primitive version of this patch. Back when Germany still trained land war, and back before a lot of things. And with every update, you saw more and more changes, right? More and more changes was being added. And I think this was a really unique tournament that you'll probably never see of ever again. So, hopefully you all enjoyed it. You will be able to see this on Twitch for the next 2 weeks. If not, this will be uploaded to the Unstoppable Stelezzi YouTube channel to view forever as part of the playlist for the Liga. Now, if you haven't looked at the playlist and looked through all 18 previous weeks of matches, I recommend you see it from start to finish right now after this one comes out. This was a crazy tournament, lots of good matchups, also a good story of how I've developed as a streamer over the months. Very primitive, not good graphics, to better graphics, starting to get a better microphone, start to do my commentaries in better quality, so this is the best tournament we've ever done before. And another one will be coming up soon enough, I don't know when, but it'll only be beginner players. People that are completely new to this mod who just want to learn how to do these sort of builds themselves and really whatever stuff they can come up with. Just because they're new doesn't mean they're good or bad. It just means that they're new to the mod and they're just learning new features and new cultures. So with that being said, I'm going to be leaving you with this right now. And I think we can call it quits for today. See you in the next Liga, whenever that is, or whatever sort of definitive 3 tournaments I will be casting for in the future, which good chance I will be. So look out for that. Signing off now from this one.